All right. We're now going to proceed with our proclamations. I'll be presenting the first proclamation honoring the 2020. Oh, proclamation will be Carlos de la Mora. How are you? Come on back here. I didn't know you were coming too. I know, but nobody told me. There you go. All right, so today it is my honor and privilege to stand before you as we celebrate a momentous occasion that transcends borders and embodies the spirit of collaboration and innovation. I'm really thrilled to recognize San Diego and Tijuana as the World Design Capital for the year of 2024. It's a historic first in the program's history, and the collaboration between San Diego and Tijuana stands as a testament to the power of unity and shared vision. We collectively strive to harness the transformative potential of design to benefit our region's 7.1 million inhabitants. Situated across the busiest land border in the Western Hemisphere, where some 50 million people cross annually, our region is not just a crossroads, but a nexus of opportunities. It serves as a vital transit hub and a global market for innovation, activation, and imagination. We understand that design is a powerful tool that bridges cultures, that fosters understanding, and creates spaces for collaboration. And so as we look forward to this exciting program plan for 2024, let us celebrate the collaborative efforts of our residents, businesses, and civic leaders in both San Diego and Tijuana. I am very excited about this initiative because I've seen the program and what it does to what it has done across other global entities. Así que estoy muy emocionada por el proyecto y lo que va a hacer para esta región en particular, porque vamos a poder elevar la región de San Diego y Tijuana y el impacto que va a tener en nuestras comunidades. Así que muy emocionada de poder elevar lo que es esta gran iniciativa que en realidad va a dar una perspectiva muy diferente a la comunidad binacional. So with that, I invite you all to join us in this remarkable journey. And so with that, today, be it proclaimed by myself and the members of the San Diego County Board of Supervisors on this 5th day of December 2023, that we commend the World Design Capital for the outstanding service, leadership, and commitment to the citizens of San Diego County, and do hereby declare this date to be the 2024 World Design Capital Day throughout San Diego County. So I'm going to turn it over to Carlos from the World Design Capital of San Diego County.
Thank you very much.
De nada.
Thank you. Yeah? Thank you. Thank you, Chairwoman Nora Vargas. Thank you, Supervisors Joel Anderson, Tara Lawson-Remer, Supervisor Monica Montgomery-Stepp, and Jim Desmond. Good morning, everyone. Buenos días a todos. Today is a good day in the County of San Diego. It's a true honor to receive this proclamation in such an important day for our region, the San Diego-Tijuana region. Today is a historic day. It's a day of celebration. Next year, 2024, will be a historic year for us, a year of celebration and a year of cross-border collaboration. World Design Capital San Diego-Tijuana 2024 is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to show the entire world what makes this region unique. Design is important. Design can help. Design is a powerful tool for meaningful transformation. As we have witnessed today, representation matters. The invitation today is to rethink, to reimagine, to reinvent how we live and how we work, how we behave with each other. We are better together. We are already writing a new chapter for our region. WDC 2024 can help define this generation's legacy. Let's get to work on that more inclusive, more equitable future, on the change that we want children to see and that they deserve. Together, we can design a better future. Thank you. Muchas gracias.
All right, the next proclamation will be given by Vice Chair Lawson Weimer honoring Caregiver Appreciation Day. Accepting the proclamation will be Sabrina Bishop and Estela Garza.
Hello. Come up, come up. Join us, join us. Okay. Today, I'd like to recognize caregivers, the more than 171,000 home care and family child care providers in California, selfless individuals who dedicate their lives to helping others. Every day, caregivers make it possible for us to build a better society, one where the vulnerable are cared for and dignity is upheld. Professional caregivers are often the primary source of support for older adults and people with disabilities. Their work is a 24/7 commitment involving sleepless nights and tireless efforts to ensure our loved ones can age gracefully in the comfort of their homes. These tasks may include transportation, grocery shopping, housework, preparing meals, and can also be assistance with things we take for granted, like getting dressed and getting out of bed, or help with eating or using the restroom, or just having someone to talk with. In the vast landscape of caregiving, the members of the United Domestic Workers of America stand out as champions. They have been unwavering advocates for caregiver rights, making a profound impact across California. From racial justice to gender equity, immigrants' rights to affordable housing, the UDW fights for the same values that drive our work at the county. Like all work done primarily by women and people of color, care work was historically excluded from the labor rights and protections afforded to other fields. UDW began nearly 50 years ago to fight against this injustice, giving a voice to a traditionally underserved workforce. They continue this work today, while also advocating for the seniors, people with disabilities, and children whom they serve. So today, we recognize the UDW members here with us and extend our heartfelt thanks to all caregivers in San Diego County and beyond. Your commitment and advocacy make our community stronger and more compassionate. You are the backbone of a society that cares, and for that, we are enormously grateful. Thank you for all that you do.
Muy buenos días, mi nombre es Estela Garza, soy proveedora, cuidadora de mi hija, pertenezco a nuestra unión de UDW y también soy su presidenta del Distrito 1 de San Diego, California. Estoy aquí muy orgullosa para estar recibiendo este nombramiento a nombre de todos nosotros los proveedores, que todos nos los merecemos. Les doy muchas gracias a todos ustedes por estar aquí. Se tomaron este momento de estar hoy aquí con nosotros para estar recibiendo este nombramiento. El trabajo de cuidadores es muy difícil y todos nosotros lo sabemos. Dedicamos largas horas, largas noches con nuestros cuidadores, con nuestras familias, para estar dándoles un mejor servicio de vida que estén en nuestros hogares. Sigamos trabajando juntos. Todos también para garantizarnos un mejor calidad de vida para todos nuestros miembros, ¿verdad? Nuestro trabajo que estamos haciendo es bastante pesado. y tomamos mucho tiempo de él, ¿verdad? Muchas gracias a todos ustedes y esperamos seguir continuando trabajando juntos. Esto no pudiéramos lograrlo sin todo el apoyo de todos ustedes. Muchas gracias, se los agradezco mucho.
Felicidades. The final proclamation will begin by Supervisor Nesman honoring Hillel of San Diego, California State University, San Marcos. Accepting the proclamation will be Karen Perry.
All right, Karen, hey, come on up here. Well, good morning, and today is my honor to welcome the Executive Director of Hillel San Diego, Karen Perry. Since 1992, Hillel of San Diego has built an inclusive community for nearly 3,000 Jewish students who attend the University of San Diego, University of San Diego State University, University of San Diego, Cal State San Marcos, all the CSUSMs, okay? Hillel she's actually a pillar of the San Diego community and provides students with the valuable tools and opportunities to be Jewish leaders throughout their diverse programming. They advocate on behalf of the needs of the Jewish students by commemorating Shabbats and holiday celebrations such as Hanukkah, starts this Thursday at sundown. It has obviously been an incredibly hard time for the Jewish community for many, many decades, and for Jewish people across the world. And on October 7th, approximately 1,200 Israelis were brutally murdered in the terrorist attacks. More Jews were killed on this past October 7th than on any day since the Holocaust. While we're getting good news of hostages being released, we know that the scars are going to last forever. So I want to thank Hillel of San Diego, Cal State University San Marcos chapter, for all they did following the attacks and providing mental health services while educating the larger communities on ways to show up as allies for their community. So whereas the County of San Diego, we are committed to recognizing and honoring those organizations who are dedicated to the best ideals of public service, and Hillel of San Diego, Cal State University San Marcos, is one such worthy organization. So therefore now be it proclaimed by myself and our chair, Nora Vargas, and all the county supervisors on this 5th day of December 2023 that we commend Hillel of San Diego County, their chapters, for making a positive impact and for advocating and educating students to be inclusive, diverse, and become world and community leaders, and hereby declare Hillel Day of San Diego County, but throughout San Diego County today. So thank you very much, Karen. Thank you, thank you. And here, do you want to say a few words?
Sure. Thank you so much, County Supervisor Jim Desmond, Chairwoman Nora Vargas, and all of the county supervisors. My name is Karen Perry, and I'm the Executive Director of Hillel of San Diego, and I have the honor of supporting Jewish life on all 4 of our university campuses. We are proud to work in partnership with the community in San Marcos to support the needs of Jewish students. With the rapid rise of anti-Semitism on campus, in fact, it's risen tenfold since October 7th. This support right now is so critical. Hillel of San Diego, first and foremost, is a home away from home for Jewish college students. Going to college can often be hard, especially for our current students who have had to navigate their formative years in the pandemic. having a Hillel professional serve as their surrogate friend, mentor, family. It often serves as a lifeline that empowers these young people to become successful adults. At Cal State San Marcos specifically, this year we are proud to have implemented a weekly mental health coloring and coffee program to support students to decompress and receive meaningful pastoral care. Especially now, during this crisis, students need our help. Our sukkah on campus encouraged students and the community to learn more about Jewish traditions and provided a welcoming place to celebrate one of our Jewish holidays. And our regular Shabbat gatherings bring the community together to light candles, enjoy a meal, and connect to one another. We continue to work with administrations to actively advocate for Jewish students so that they can continue to feel safe and included on campus. Now more than ever, Hillel supports students and connects them to their own Jewish identity, to their community, and to Israel. In a time when the world is so often divided, I am grateful that Hillel exists to support students coming together. Thank you again for this beautiful honor. We are so grateful for the partnership and support from the county supervisors.
All right, Karen, thank you very much. Come on, we can get a picture back here.
All right. We're now going to proceed with non-agenda public communications. This is an opportunity for the public to address the board on subject matters within the board's jurisdiction, but not an item on today's agenda. The only action that the board may take is a referral to the chief administrative officer. Reminder, according to the rule 4A, members of the public that are non-English speaking and need interpretation assistance will get twice the allotted time for their comments, which is 4 minutes. I also want to remind every member who is here today, I know there's a lot of excitement in the chambers, but reminder that according to the board rules and procedures, now that we're starting our official meeting, audience members shall not whistle, clap, stomp feet, or anything that disrupts the proceedings. To better facilitate the meeting, we will have 5 speakers in person and 5 speakers with phone, and then the rest of the non-agenda public item communications will be heard at the close of today's meeting. Clerk, can you please call the speakers?
Thank you, Chairwoman Vargas. We have 44 requests to speak on matters not listed on the agenda, 19 in person and 25 requesting to speak by phone. For those that requested to speak by phone, please dial into the conference line now using the instructions that were provided to you. We'll begin with the in-person speakers. As the Chairwoman indicated, we'll be calling the first 5 speakers. All the remaining speakers will be heard at the conclusion of today's session. As your name is called, please come forward and stand against the east wall under the murals until it is your turn to speak. You'll have 2 minutes to address the board, and I'll ask you to please state your name for the audio record. I'd like to invite forward Bryant Rumbaugh, Norma Chavez Peterson, Larry Christian, Alam Mutaseb, and Kira Green. If I've called your name, please come forward.
All right, still Brian Rumbaugh, batting leadoff. I actually didn't get a chance to listen to your inauguration, and I really hope that as we move forward, really you bring a little bit of a different change of pace to this. What you're going to find is really there are a lot of people that are scared of a lot of things, and they're scared of kind of the direction of our country. Every time I come here to this podium, I'm doing my best to try to pretty much figure out a way to get our citizenry more engaged, and also really kind of recognize that as Americans, we have more of a responsibility than per se voting. I am one of Jim's constituents. I briefly had a chance to talk to him about kind of my plan, my hopes, my dreams, okay? What I will say about your election, previously is, according to the number that I saw, we essentially had about 24% that actually showed up and voted, let's just say, even though we really don't even have to show up anymore. It's not exactly anything to be, ultra proud of, okay? When I say that, I'm talking about us as a citizenry, okay? You essentially won a 3-2 margin with whatever, 8 of the jurors or 9 of the jurors actually didn't even show up or were asleep. Now, voting is not compulsory in this country. We believe in freedom. But what we are going to have to understand is that our responsibilities are we have to lead this world. Because what's gone on in America the last few years, I got to tell you, 40 years ago, people would not have imagined that it would have occurred. And this is a trajectory that is no longer going to be acceptable. I am not going to stand here and watch this go down the drain, okay? Ultimately, we got to find a hook. For me, taking money out of the politics, creating an engaged society, creating a responsible society. I am not a Trumper. I am not going to be voting for Donald Trump. I am going to be voting for a man by the name of Dr. Shiva, okay? I highly recommend you look.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Congratulations, Supervisor Monica Montgomery Stepp. It was quite a celebration. Good morning, buenos dias, Chair Vargas and supervisors. My name is Norma Chavez Peterson. I serve as the Executive Director of the ACLU, and I'm a proud member of the Invest in San Diego Families Coalition. Together, we advocate for San Diego County government that centers the rights, the values, and needs and aspirations of working people. I'm here today on behalf of the coalition to urge the Board of Supervisors to take a significant step toward realizing your public promise of a more equitable and inclusive and thriving San Diego County, and to adopt a transparent, community-involved process in the hiring of our next CAO. The CAO plays a powerful role overseeing more than 40 county departments, as well as allocation of all the county personnel, capital, and budgetary resources. We urge you to embrace a hiring process that is transparent and includes meaningful community input and insight. San Diego County needs and deserves a hiring process that effectively identifies a new CAO with the experience, the acumen, and demonstrated commitment to our shared values of equity and social justice. We call upon the board to adopt an inclusive hiring process that includes a transparent timeline and robust public engagement. Additionally, we urge you to establish an application review committee and a hiring selection committee with community representatives, including members of our coalition. You've already done this before. There's a precedent, there's a best practice in terms of engaging community stakeholders when you hire the director of the Office of Equity and Social Justice, the OIRA office, and even the probation chief, just to name a few. The CAO hire will be the most important hire of your term. This is an incredible opportunity for the board to hire an individual with the values and drive to implement policies that result in a more inclusive and equitable San Diego County. With that goal in mind, again, I'm here to urge you to engage in a transparent and community engagement process.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello. My name is Larry Christian. I'm a resident of District 4. I am president of Karama, a local independent nonprofit that focuses on issues of the Arab and Islamic world with a special emphasis on Palestine. Karama is the Arabic word for dignity. We have been working in San Diego's Arab and Muslim community for more than 30 years. San Diego County has a growing Arab and Muslim community, including a significant Palestinian American population. It can be hard for those not familiar with the people and issues of the Arab and Islamic world to really understand, but the experience of the dispossession of Palestinians in 1948 and the ongoing occupation of Palestinian territory is fundamental to the identity of the entire community, Palestinian and non-Palestinian alike. The attacks on the population of Gaza that we see on our television screens every night is traumatizing for the whole community, even more so since it is made possible by the massive flow of arms from the U.S. Many in the Arab and Muslim community feel invisible and marginalized, that their existence and their pain doesn't matter to those who should be striving to represent San Diego County in its entirety. I urge you to show that you respect the dignity and humanity of this important part of the social fabric of San Diego County. Resist calls that further victimize a community already under attack. Instead, join with those who call for an end to the bombings and to the intentional denial of food, water, shelter, and health care for millions of people. Lend your voice and San Diego County's voice to the condemnation of what is now the world's most brazen war crime since World War II. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good morning. My name is Dr. Ahlam Muhtasab. I'm a professor of media studies at Cal State, and I'm from District 4. I'm also the co-chair of the Palestine Arab and Muslim caucus of my union, CFA. Today, I'm addressing the board with an urgent issue, which is their silence on the genocide being committed for 2 months now against the Palestinian population at the hands of the terrorist state of Israel. So far, the Israeli army has killed more than 16,000 Palestinians. The majority of them are civilian, including 6,600 children and 4,300 women, and injured 42,000 Palestinians. 75% of them are women and children. It is estimated that 6,000 civilians are trapped under the rubble, dead or alive. Over 1.5 million Palestinians in Gaza have been displaced by the Israeli army. Israeli indiscriminate bombardment totally damaged over 300,000 residential units in Gaza. It destroyed and partially damaged all hospitals in North Gaza and destroyed over 330 educational facilities, including many of the United Nations schools where civilians have been sheltering. We are enabling with our tax money and our silence what the United Nations call war crimes and crimes against humanity in Gaza. Professor Raz Segal, one of the world's experts on genocide, stated in Jewish Currents on October 13 that what is happening in Gaza is a textbook case of genocide. Since then, the word genocide might not be sufficient to describe the horrifying facts or acts of the Israeli army in Gaza. Last night, Hadil, a distant cousin of mine, texted me asking if I knew anyone in Gaza who would give them food, as they haven't eaten in 2 days. Your silence is a form of dehumanization of Palestinians, which has impacted our community in San Diego and beyond. Islamophobic attacks are skyrocketing. It is time to speak.
Thank you. Your time is up. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hold on, Andrew. Oh my gosh. Andrew, hold on. Excuse. All right, so I'm just going to make it very clear to all of the members of the audience that under rule number 4F, Consuelo, I'm going to be very clear with you right now. I don't want to start off. We have a very long meeting today. All right, so this is your first warning, Consuelo. Rule number 4, no person in the audience at a board meeting shall engage in conduct that disrupts the orderly conduct of any meeting, including but not limited to the utterance of loud or threatening language, whistling, clapping, stamping on feet, speaking over or interrupting the recognized speaker, repeatedly waving of arms or other disruptive acts. So I've told you a couple of times, I've shared this with every member of the chamber. It is very important that you follow the guidelines. We have public members. It was very clear that during the celebration, we made an exception today because it was a very historical and important moment. So now, we are now in the public meeting. I want to make sure that every person that is here today is able to give their public statement and that we are able to be respectful. So, for the record, I want to make sure, Consuelo, that I've given you your first official warning for disrupting the meeting. If you continue, I'm going to ask you to leave the meeting. All right? Is it clear with you? Go ahead.
Thank you. Good morning, members of the board. I am Dr. Kara Green, Executive Director of the Center on Policy Initiatives, and here today on behalf of the Invest in San Diego Families Coalition. Over many years, alongside many of you, this coalition has worked to create transformative, community-driven change at the county level. In the county structure, it is the board that directs the change, but the CAO is responsible for implementing it. We urge you to follow your stated strategic initiatives of transparency and accountability, equity and community, and create a community-oriented public hiring process for the new Chief Administrative Officer. The County CAO is one of the most important public roles in the San Diego region. The budget and operational decisions that this person makes are responsible for making an impact on millions of local residents. We need a CAO who is visionary and who has a track record of fighting for worker, racial, and social justice, who will help create a San Diego where everyone can thrive. We commend Chairwoman Vargas for committing to a transparent public hiring process with community involvement in the search for the new Sandag CEO. The ISDF Coalition, which is composed of more than 20 community, labor, and faith-based organizations, urges the Board of Supervisors to make the same commitment for a county CAO hiring process. We ask that you create a transparent timeline, provide many opportunities for San Diegans to meet, question, and assess the candidates, and establish review and selection committees with community members, including members of the ISDF Coalition. Our coalition has already shared a letter with your offices. We call upon you to implement the recommendations of the Invest in San Diego Families Coalition. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we'll hear from those that requested to speak by phone. Again, we'll be hearing from the first 5 callers. The remaining callers will be heard at the conclusion of today's session. When it is your turn to speak, you'll be unmuted and you will hear a recording that will tell you to begin your comments after the beep. I'll remind the callers they should mute their TV or live video stream before they begin speaking. We'll start with our first caller.
Paula Bold. Tolerance comes in all forms. It includes tolerance of other cultures, customs, languages, communication styles, tolerance of different foods, politics, and beliefs, realizing that clocks may be set differently, and allowing a bit of time before marking people late to work or for schoolwork. A biggie is tolerance of legal rights, such as due process, free speech, the Brown Act, including listening and not cutting off that last sentence right at 2 minutes. If you want people to take it to the streets, you're doing a great job. You said it, Nora. There is nothing that we appreciate more than folks participating in this process. Don't discourage us by picking and choosing which message or person is off topic or rude, because sooner or later it will be the pot calling the kettle black and everybody will be turned off. Tolerance leads to respect, not making false arguments based on fear, as Joel said, not over-regulating things, as Nora said. The equity practiced by this board is the opposite of tolerance. However you spin it, equity pits people against each other by race, religion, creed, gender, or zip code. Clearly, people need a handout to succeed, but there's no excuse for the equity practiced here. Let's be kind, a bit patient, and realize that one size does not fit all. Thank you.
I'll hear from the next caller.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors, Chair Nora Vargas. My name is Terry Ann Skelly. I came this morning to remind us all that December is Drunk and Drug Driving Prevention Month. As a parent of young adult sons, I acknowledge that this is the demographic most often involved in drunk and drug driving behavior. In fact, it's drivers between the ages of 21 and 24 that account for 27% of all fatal alcoholic and marijuana-impaired crashes, followed closely by 25 and 34-year-olds at 25%. Recently, one of the questionable and apparently funny news stories that got a lot of media attention was entitled, and I quote, "California pot companies sued for not getting smokers high enough." Already of special concern to me and other parents are high concentrated marijuana products, which are almost exclusively the type of products sold at pot shops to this age demographic. It's hard to take marijuana businesses seriously, that they care about our young people and the health and safety of our cities when they joke about getting high. The sale and advertising of these products have become an unfortunate reality here in San Diego. This holiday month is important for young adults, their parents, and others that care about them to realize the potential of damage, destruction, and death that exists when driving under the influence of marijuana, alcohol, or other drugs. And examine our language, our media, and our policies that promote and enable marijuana use and the sales. Thank you for hearing my concern this morning.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
Hello, my name is Ramzi Al-Khater, and I'm a resident of District 5. Alongside our Jewish brothers and sisters, Arabs in San Diego are in pain, and we are suffering and we are scared. Threats against Jewish, Muslim, and Arab communities have increased across the U.S. since October the 7th. Every day, the county continues its silence, puts San Diego County residents who are Arab and non-Arab Muslims at risk of heinous hate crimes. On October 13, the Islamic Center of San Diego was vandalized. On October 14, Wadia al-Fayoum, a 6-year-old Palestinian American boy, was stabbed to death by a white American man. On November 15, Dr. Talat Jihan Khan, a Pakistani woman, was stabbed to death outside her home in Conroe, Texas, by a white American man. On November 26, 3 Palestinian American college students were shot by a white American man. Your silence is enabling hatred. You must protect your Arab and Muslim constituents from the hate crimes that we have been seeing nationwide. Since October 7, Israel has killed more than 16,000 Palestinians, including at least 6,000 children and 4,000 women, and injured at least 40,000 Palestinians, 75% of them children and women. In the occupied West Bank, Israel has killed at least 254 and injured more than 3,000 Palestinians. As a constituent, I urge you to use your voices to condemn the U.S.-funded Israeli genocide of Palestinians. I urge you all to pass as a resolution that will call for a permanent ceasefire in Gaza, an end of U.S. funding to Israel, and an end to the illegal Israeli occupation of the Palestinian people. I urge you to issue public statements condemning Israel's occupation of Palestine and the siege on Gaza, an egregious violation of human rights. Thank you.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
Fadwa al-Palestine. I can be Palestinian and want freedom, peace, and safety for Palestinians in Gaza and the West Bank, while also wanting peace and safety for those who are Jewish, while also holding the Israeli government accountable for genocide and ethnic cleansing of Palestinians. Not all Palestinians are Muslim. There are Christian and Jewish Palestinians as well. Hamas is not in the West Bank, yet the Israeli government has been and is currently killing Palestinians there. Alongside our Jewish brothers and sisters, Palestinians and Arabs in San Diego are in pain, we are suffering, and we are scared. Every day the county continues its silence, puts San Diego County residents who are Arab and non-Arab Muslims at risk of heinous hate crimes. I urge you to condemn Israel for the killing of 20,000 plus Palestinians and injuring 40,000 plus Palestinians, 75% of them women and children. I urge you to acknowledge your Arab and Muslim constituents in San Diego to protect us from hate crimes. I urge you to speak up and call for a permanent ceasefire and freedom for Palestinians under occupation in Gaza and the West Bank. Half of Gaza's 2.3 million Palestinians are children. Over 6,000 children in Gaza have been killed by the Israeli government since October 7th, and thousands more have been injured. The children of Gaza held a press conference on November 7th for the world. This is their speech. Since the 7th of October, we've faced extermination, killing, bombing falling over our heads. All of this in front of the world. They lie to the world that they kill the fighters, but they kill the people of Gaza, their dreams and their futures. Kids of Gaza run out of their hopes and wants. We come to Al-Shifa Hospital to keep us from bombing. We suddenly run into death more after bombing the hospital. The occupation is starving us. We don't find water, food, and we drink from the unusable water. We come.
Thank you. We'll now hear from my final caller this morning.
Hey, it's truth. I heard Nora said she doesn't consider our speech as historical moments. That's offensive, just like that clapping earlier. This is just some of the county's secret spending since October. Tara gave $14,000 of the people's money to the Center for Community Energy, Inc., a corporation that is pushing for decarbonization that will ruin the environment with its non-recyclable and combustible lithium batteries and infrastructure. They're also partnered with extremist climate cult organizations such as the Sunrise Movement, Sierra Club, Green Building Council, the Green New Deal Alliance, Green New Deal at UCSD, Climate Action Campaign, Coastkeeper, and the 350 Minions. Tara also gave $20,000 to Impact Cubes, which is an arm of the Lifestyle Foundation, a pro-Israel organization. They're about to have an event with so-called journalists talking about propelling the propaganda or flooding the zone. And Nora gave $75,000 to Hispanas Organized for Political Equality based in LA. They're already supported by Chevron, Southwest, Sempra, and Disney. And since Nora is on their advisory board, I call conflict of interest. Now about the proclamations. Carlos was right about representation. It absolutely matters. And with this World Design Capital Organization, originally called the Institut de Estétique Industrielle, which was always allied with the United Nations, both America and Mexico will lose representation. The World Design Capital is not a cultural event. It is a public propaganda faced by traders at Sandag to promote regional governance. Not two governments, a new entity called a binational mega region operating under the color of law, usurping our local government and real representation. I want everyone listening to watch this video on YouTube. It's called Sandag Binational United Nations Habitat. It will explain what's really going on. Reps from Mexico were told that the American government and the Mexican government would be combined into a supranational, binational association of governments. People already suffer from lack of representation. So imagine a government-like agency even bigger with more people and no home base.
Thank you. And Chairwoman Vargas, that concludes the request for non-agenda public communication this morning. Again, all remaining speakers will be heard at the conclusion of today's session.
Thank you. All right, the next item on our agenda is the approval of the minutes, statement of proceedings for regular meeting November 7th, Flood Control District meeting of September 27th, 2023, Housing Authority meeting of July 19, 2023, In-Home Supportive Services Public Authority meeting of June 27, 2023, Redevelopment and Successor Agency meeting of June 27, 2023, San Diego County Fire Protection District meeting of October 24, 2023, and the Sanitation District meeting of October 25th, 2023. Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Is there a second? We have a motion and a second. Please vote.
Chairwoman Vargas, that motion passes unanimously with all supervisors being present and voting aye, noting for the record that Supervisor Montgomery Stepp is abstaining.
Thank you. We're now going to proceed with the formation of our consent calendar, items 1 through 9 and 11 to 21. Well, actually, items 1 through 9, I'm going to go ahead and pull item number 6. And then we're going to, item number 10 has been withdrawn from the agenda, and then item number 11 to 21. So members of the public will be able to comment on the consent calendar after the supervisors pull any items that they would like for any discussion. So any of my colleagues would like to pull any additional items in discussion?
I would like to pull item 13, but I don't need a presentation.
Okay. Any other items? Vice Chair Lawson-Remer? Okay. Supervisor Montgomery Stepp?
I don't want to pull any items, but I just want to make comments on item number 5, if possible.
Yes.
I just want to make it clear that I am always in support of public safety initiatives, but for this item, I want to emphasize that the grant should be used for education and safety, not to profile anyone because of their religious, gender, or ethnic backgrounds. Domestic terrorism and hate crimes have been more prevalent than terrorism related to international affairs. So I just want to make sure that this is, there's a focus on education and safety for this grant funding. Thank you very much.
Right. Supervisor Desmond?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I have comments on 7, and then 13 was pulled, is that right?
Yes.
Joe? Okay, so on item 7, this is the sunset review process. This is the second reading from Health and Human Services. I voted no on this during the first reading, and I'm going to be registering a no vote on item 7 again. The first point of our homeless policy reads that the County of San Diego will commit to a housing first approach in all interventions or system changes. So housing first works for some, but clearly it does not work for all. We should be able to tailor our policies, and I know staff tries to do that, but we should be able to tailor our policies to individuals based on their needs, and we can't do that when you have Housing First as our only tool that we're allowed to use in all interventions. Our homelessness went up 22% in San Diego County, and I can't agree that this policy is working perfectly. I think we should keep it, but we should have many more options. For that reason, I'm going to be registering a no vote on item 7, and I'll hold my comments on 13 until we hear that. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. So is that a motion, sir? All right. Okay. Is there a second? Someone? All right. And so I have a couple of comments on number 3, the fiscal year community corrections partnership plan. I want to thank the multiple groups that came together to update the community corrections partnership plan, which underscores our commitment to community center solutions. I'm especially proud of the work being done to maximize alternative custody options and learning to the community-based approaches for rehabilitation. On item number 5, I also want to thank the governor's office for investing in the safety of our communities and the great opportunity, and also want to make sure that we are, I know that some of the funding really impacted the Hurricane Hillary impacts that had, and so it's, I think $3.2 million from the State Homeland Security Grant Program is going to the Emergency Management Performance Grant, so I appreciate that. And then item 11, I am glad that both Vice Chair Lawson-Remer get to ask our county team. This is extremely important for us to bring this item forward and to be able to focus on the annual point in time count, that this is really another opportunity for us to really identify you know, the number of folks who are unsheltered, and continues to be a way for us to collect the data that we need to be able to help our unsheltered populations. And so I am looking forward and grateful to all of the staff that already does so much work, but then all of the folks that really go out there and volunteer during this time. So thank you for that. And then I'll reserve my comments on item 13 for later. So with that, I'm going to turn over to public comment on those items. And so just, do you want to just repeat so that the public is aware of which items they're going to be able to speak on?
Thank you, Chairwoman Vargas. We have 21 requests to speak on items on the consent calendar, 8 in person, and 13 requesting to speak by phone. As a reminder, items 6 and 13 were pulled from the consent calendar for discussion. So any members of the public that requested to speak on those items, again, 6 and 13, please hold your comments until the board discusses those items. We'll receive public comment on those items separately. Any members of the public that requested to speak on the remaining items on the consent calendar, please, by phone, please dial into the conference line now using the instructions that were provided to you. We'll begin with the in-person speakers. As your name is called, please come forward and stand against the east wall under the murals until it is your turn to speak. I'll be inviting you in groups of 5, so please listen for your name. I'd like to invite forward Mark, Michael Brando, Pam, Sandra Martinez, and Audra. If I've called your name, please come forward. And again, I'll ask you to please identify which item on the consent calendar you're speaking on. Please state your name for the record, and you'll have 2 minutes to address the board.
Mark, 8, this item is committed to its mission to increase immunization rates in infants, children, adolescents, and adults, especially in the most underserved communities, even though COVID poses no appreciable threat to anyone but seniors with pre-existing conditions, and no education on the risks of the vaccine adverse event reporting system or the statements made by former Pfizer Vice President Mike Aden have been presented to the public at large. The fact that vaccine corporations are held harmless from damage lawsuits shows the total corruption of our justice system. 11, homelessness in our community. America's national debt is currently closing in on a staggering $33.74 trillion. And according to Ray Dalio, founder of the world's largest hedge fund, we are at a point in which we are borrowing money to pay debt service. Homelessness will increase as well as national bankruptcy if people don't join together to stop it. And UNEP supervisors do nothing to inform the people about the Federal Reserve, which is intentionally causing inflation, just as the founding fathers and President Andrew Jackson warned about. San Diego County spent $2.37 billion between 2015 and 22 to profit off of the homeless and totally fail as intended. See these YouTube video titles and sections below to understand. Item 14, people don't even know about refunds for property tax, and now you're stealing their money. Item 15, leases to the San Diego Metropolitan Transit Board, which plans to unconstitutionally restrict your driving, as seen in this Sandag meeting title on YouTube at 1 hour, 22 minutes, 50 seconds. That is this one here. This is Mayor Wells talking about how they don't do what we want. And 15, leases to San Diego Metropolitan Transit Board, which plans to unconstitutionally restrict your driving.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Michael, welcome, Monica. I'm speaking on number 8. This agenda item says that it aims to eliminate vaccine-preventable disease by improving vaccine coverage done through evidence-based practices. I've said it once, I'll say it again. That's a lie. Why? Because the whole nonsense of the COVID injection is based on fraud, and that's coming to light more and more very, very quickly. Keep your eyes open for that. I noticed through Dr. Christiane Northrup's Instagram account that Carlsbad had a beautiful display. Unfortunately, this is the subject of all the people that have been injured by the injections or killed by the injections. If you go to Instagram at Doctor of Divine Biology, you'll see this image. It's up in Carlsbad. Also, related to this topic and about this topic, because since I don't have time to go into all the details about the agenda, Mark Gober talks about this in his new book. Helen, I know you like to read probably. This is a great book called An End to Upside Down Medicine, Contagion, Viruses, and Vaccines, and Why Consciousness is Needed for a New Paradigm of Health. This unravels all of this nonsense of the last 3 years and about the poison injections. And what's great about Gober's work and this subject, it has a lot of notes and bibliographies in the back that shows exactly where everything came from. We've got a great community here. We don't need lip service to having equity. We need to actually care for one another, and that's what this is about. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Pam, number 8, as needed community vaccination services for COVID and other injections. So many vaccines, so many injections. Do you know there has never been long-term safety studies performed on the child immunization schedule of 72 plus injections? Oh, sorry. Oh, good. Can I start over since you guys were talking and she was talking to me? You guys are losers. Anyway, we all know the long-term study of the COVID shot is of the public, the individuals who are injected and are currently injured, living with the injection side effects, or dead. The county spent $1 billion on COVID and people still died. And even with the $1 billion, the county claims vulnerable communities did not have access. If this is the truth, then HHSA, Public Health Services, Immunizations Unit, and San Diego Immunization Coalition of 2,000 plus individual immunization partners failed in their mission and endeavors, especially in the most underserved communities. These coalitions are not needed. I like to believe the marginalized, vulnerable, historically left behind, whatever term you always use for these communities, made the smart decisions by not accepting the COVID injection and not because they didn't have access. This county was pushing this shot everywhere, and you know it, and especially in the vulnerable communities. No one needs a government invasive medical procedure pushed on them. Please, people, do your research, ask questions, know what is being injected into your body, and especially into the bodies of your children.
As the next speaker is coming forward, I'd like to invite the remaining speakers in person. Consuelo, speaker slip with the name Karma, and Bryant Rumbaugh.
Hello, I'm Dr. Sandra Martinez, and I'm going to be talking on number 8, which is the vaccine services. As a doctor, what I've seen over the past 4 years is absolutely horrifying. The collusion by pharma, government, medical institutions, and the media, the abuse inflicted upon people by the medical establishment and leaders, and the corruption of science by formerly reputable sources was beyond anything I could have ever imagined. The COVID gene therapy injection has been an absolute nightmare. For me personally, the friends and family death toll is up to 23 from the shot. Healthy young friends died suddenly. Others died after a short, unexpected illness. The COVID shot will create horrors for decades to come, from sudden deaths, heart problems, muscle and joint issues, immune suppression, turbo cancers, and more. So far, COVID gene therapy has resulted in 700,000 extra deaths and 20 million injuries in the US. There's no actual evidence a single life was saved, since the numbers the government spouts are complete fabrication. In this item, you refer to evidence-based practices, yet none of the policies implemented by this board in the past 3.5 years had one iota of scientific evidence. This board was informed repeatedly and warned and given solutions, but those people were mocked and mistreated. It is all coming out now. Stop inflicting harm and let this contract expire. If you or anybody you know has been injured by the COVID injection or any other vaccine, there is help. We Care for You 99 is a support group for the vaccine injured. Email us at wecareforyou99@aol.com to learn more.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
My person uses the name Audra. Where's Tara at? With her sunglasses and all. It's very weird. Anywho, love it. So it's like, you know, you want to support the DUI homicide unit. It's funny because it's not even, you don't even get arrested for DUIs anymore. You could be high as a kite on PCP and drunk and hit somebody. You don't even get arrested. But you know what you do get arrested for is just coming to meetings. It's crazy. But then also, you know, you just want to deal with people's competency and their ability to stand trial, which actually goes with the item that you pulled for the CARES, because you can take conservatorship over these people, and it's just terrifying to think about. And then you're just always focusing on, you know, behavioral health, and you changed, there was the AB 109 changed the definition of a felony, right? And so then we're just letting people out. It's like, it's good, it's real good. And then DHS, I love how they want to, you know, deal with terrorism or whatnot, but they're not even gonna protect our borders. No, they're gonna look for domestic terrorists. You guys are right here, so they could just come and get you. And then, yeah, the vaccines, those are genocide shots, but it's like, why would you acknowledge that when we have genocide going on and you're actually supporting it? It's crazy. Don't look here, right? Solicitation for volunteers, I'll be doing that point in time count again. I wonder how many, you know, asylum seekers are gonna be there, so is the number gonna go up to like 50,000? Who knows, because we have like 42,000 or more that were dropped off in the community. So good. You're taking people's money for their taxes. You're like, we're gonna wait 4 years even though there was COVID, right? Don't worry about it, we're just gonna take it. And then, yeah, HHS should not have more space to do anything, and you shouldn't be, you know, increasing people's salaries just to retain your workforce when everybody else is suffering. But it's like, heck, let's just keep raising everything. And then the election poll workers, it's funny because it's like, if you ask any questions, they let you go. They don't want anything to be exposed with that.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
All right, still Brian Rumbaugh. So I'm going to be speaking, I'm going to mix it up. I'm going to speak on number 5. Emergency Services, Department of Homeland Security. When I see that word homeland, it actually reminds me of, that was a word that was very prominent in another era in history. That would have been pretty much Adolf Hitler. And, you know, here in America, you know, we can kind of look back on how the Homeland Security, the DHS, was really created. You know, post 9/11, a very scared society. There was certainly a time where Americans were fired up because we had just been attacked. Did we quite understand who it was that attacked us? I personally believe not. But here we find ourselves once again getting into emergency management services, big government, big federal government printing money, going through the Governor Newsom's office, coming down to you guys. Monica, you're certainly going to be receiving and spending a lot of big checks here, you know what I'm saying? I mean, this is definitely, I've been telling these people for a year about, this is all about funding. And what I'm trying to really get the message out is the Republican form of government required us to be responsible at a small level, okay? So when we are perpetuating a system, such as what's been going on, we're gonna find ourselves getting in a lot of trouble. Over the course of the last, I believe, 12 years, we've gotten, I want to say it was $20 trillion in debt. I mean, is there any motivation in that, do we think? Do we think that maybe we're being attacked? Okay? Americans need to be responsible. This is my homeland here. I was actually born in this county. Okay? So I do want to see some change occur here. I want to see it start here. I want to see some improvement. Okay? We can't have this big federal government and the state government that are corrupt. You call them deep staters, you call them whoever.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
I'm going to touch base on a little bit of all of them. So, Consuelo. Our lives begin to end the day we become silent about things that matter. Want to know what offends a corrupt, toxic politician? The people standing up for themselves. You watched the Hunger Games and sided with the resistance. You watched the Divergent and sided with the resistance. When it's fiction, you understand, yet you refuse to see it when it's the reality you're living. Wild. When the media controls the information you see, they control what you believe. When they control what you believe, they control your mind. When they control your mind, they control your emotions. When they control your emotions, they control your actions. When they control your actions, you are no longer in control. When you are not in control, you are not yourself. When you are not yourself, they have won. Please pay attention, please get involved, please wake up to what's going on in this county and on the entire planet. Take control of your future. Grow your own food, preserve your own food, trade and barter and gift, cook from scratch, save your own seeds, become self-sufficient. That is their true enemy.
Next speaker, please.
Karma here, and I'm glad to hear that it looks like karma is going to be striking. See, I heard ACLU wants to make the choice on who becomes the next CAO. Now that we have 3 people with the ACLU, I'm pretty sure that they're going to make the choice, and you're out. This is your making. You gave them the ability to select people to become in office. They're going to use that to choose Helen's replacement. I don't like that. I heard the people talking and expressing that. I heard the people from your group, ACLU, expressing that. I'm really curious on how many people that collected ballots for you to get you elected changed people's votes, subtracted people's votes. Curiosity, do you know that number? Are you kind of curious? I am, because only 24% of the ballots came back, which meant 74% of the ballots could have been used to switch out someone's vote. I'm curious on how much did that happen. I believe if I were to run under the premise of teaching people how to commit election fraud, telling them not to do it, but asking them if I get placed into this position.
Which item are you speaking on?
All of them. Every single one of them, because you guys were elected and you guys are making the choices. So in order for them to stop this from happening, we must take those spots. So I will, if I need to, I will ask the people, tell the people how it's done, ask them not to do it, tell them that there's crimes doing it, but the registrar of voters is not looking for a solution.
Thank you. We'll now hear from those that requested to speak by phone. Again, when it is your turn to speak, you'll be unmuted and you'll hear a recording that will tell you to begin your comments after the beep. I'll remind the callers they should mute their TV or live video stream before they begin speaking. We'll start with our first caller.
All of bold. Not. There should be board meetings every 2 weeks. In fact, given the volume of crap you throw at us, every week. That is what Rule 1 says, meetings every week. I suggest a meeting every week and cancel it if it's less than 15 items. That would give the public more time to speak on non-agenda. Perhaps even you could allow a half an hour at the beginning of the meeting with 3 minutes per speaker. At the rate you're going, in fact, maybe you should have a beef session every week. 3, I'm glad to say that 3 goals of the CCP plan are prevention, alternatives to custody, and reentry support and evidence-based supervision. There's too much AI and data-driven stuff around which needs a thorough review or 3. Every evidence-based is a lot better and quicker and ultimately cheaper. The CCP Executive Committee doesn't have anyone from the community at large. Not much of a partnership. I almost stopped reading there. On the list of SD County agencies, there were 2 agencies, several departments, but not a lot of community participation. It's a sham. I urge you to reject this plan and rewrite it to include real community participation. 8, once the government has a supply, it can push the vax on us like it did during COVID with its one-size-fits-all orders and mandates which totally messed up our schools, our economy, and our lives. The board letter says the contract awarded for the competitive solicitation provides community vaccination services for COVID vaccines and other immunizations. What emphasis on COVID? No.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the next caller. Next caller is Kathleen Lippett. Your device might be muted. We'll come back to that caller.
This is the voice of reason above you, truth. Item 2, for $400,000, the sheriffs are going to be giving away inmates' medical records to the state. Item 3, the state criminals created AB 109 in order to push felony inmates into county jails rather than in state prisons. Item 5 is almost $4 million in federal debt dollars from the corrupt DHS for hazards, violent extremism, terrorism, and other events in high-density urban areas. Nothing's defined, and it all sounds like racism and tyranny. And sorry, Monica, but nobody believes you really care about public safety. Item 7, illegal indigent aliens, criminals, are becoming sponsored applicants and recipients while keeping the Housing First Solutions Last policy with everything being trashable during a declared state of emergency event. Item 8 is $3 million in state and federal debt dollars to implement the lying CDC's vaccine management. But if the county really cares about health promotion, then why can't we get Joel to stop eating junk food? Item 9, I want 10 a.m. start times for all meetings. Item 11, the county is going to point and count the heads of the homeless in order to collect the state and federal checks while they stay on the streets. Item 12 is more inflation and salary increases for county workers, yet the item says there won't be a fiscal impact. That makes as much sense as increasing wages to meet inflation. Item 16, this whole consent is a confliction of our interest with zero transparency. Item 18, pretty much everyone in government is a poll worker, if you think about it. Item 19, you guys don't write laws, so Tuesday should not be called legislative session. You guys are not the check or the balance, and you're not legislators. Sorry if you believe that, you're not. Item 20, Monica is not leaving MTS. And no to Lindsay Rydell-Ruther to the Commission on the Status of Women and Girls. Lindsay works as a Democrat campaigner in Vinco, concerned with, quote, getting the right people in important decision-making, end quote.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Beverly, and I'm a mother and a volunteer with Children's Health Defense. And I wanted to say that I'm talking on agenda number 8. Again, my name is Beverly. I'm a mother, and I'm a volunteer with Children's Health Defense, California chapter. We fight to keep environmental toxins out of our children's environment. We've been giving resources and community for parents with vaccine-injured children and those who have lost their children from a vaccine since 2017. Sadly, the vaccine injuries are not going down due to proposals like this, where counties are more concerned with financial incentives that lead to over-vaccination. And as we saw with the COVID vaccine, a vaccine that did not, have long-term testing and was given under EUA, which means experimental medical procedure. Not forthcoming, Pfizer finally started to give out their FOIA requests, and the results are in high rates of myocarditis in never before seen in children before, along with a long list of disturbing injuries and chronic health conditions. The data is in. Pushing proposals with vaccine manufacturers with no liability from injury or death is putting our community in harm. I've seen firsthand how the county coerced students on their school grounds with an experimental procedure. Do we want more of this? In the end, you will be liable for the actions you take to take money from big corporation pharma. The parents will remember you. I ask you to do the research, read the FOIA results, read Dr. Hooker's book, Vax and Unvax. Do the research. You will be remembered. You are not off the hook just because pharma is. Thank you.
Thank you. Now hear from the next speaker.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors, and welcome, Monica Montgomery Stepp, to the Board of Supervisors. I want to add my support to item 1, the funds that we will receive from the California Office of Traffic Safety. I think it's exciting that you are considering this today because as the previous speaker mentioned, December is Drunk and Drugged Driving Month, or Prevention Month. I wanted to share with you some information that came from UC San Diego School of Medicine. They put together a pamphlet called Driving High is a DUI, and they reminded us that 56% of drivers in serious injury and fatal car crashes tested positive for at least one drug, and that drug is marijuana. And we need to remind ourselves that it is illegal in California to drive under the influence of marijuana or any other drug. And it's wise for us to appreciate that often edibles are consumed by those that are using marijuana. And sometimes because of their delayed effect, people end up using more marijuana than they mean to. And because SANDAG has told us that the age of initiation of marijuana use in San Diego is now 12, it's very important that we get these messages out to youth, young adults, and to adults. And I am concerned that these are not the good messages that we see here in the county of San Diego. Instead, we see billboards that convey information that marijuana use has some sort of relief for stress and depression. And those sorts of messages need to change. Thank you.
We'll now hear from the final caller.
Before you continue, I just want to make sure, just in caso that you were disrupting the meeting, so this is your first warning. Okay, this is your second warning for disrupting the meeting, and this is your second warning. And so remind you that on the third warning, you will be asked to leave, okay? And that means that you will leave the rest of the meeting, and please do not be using those signs. Go ahead.
We'll come back to Kathleen Lippett. Again, the next speaker is Kathleen Lippett. Your device might be muted. Not hearing any audio from that caller. That concludes public comment on the items in the consent calendar.
All right, with that, we have a motion and a second. Please vote.
Chairwoman Vargas, that motion passes unanimously with all supervisors being present and voting aye. Noting for the record that Supervisor Desmond registered no to vote on item 7.
All right, so we're going to go ahead and take on item number 6. Item number 6 is adopt a resolution to guide implementation of Senate Bill number 43 and establish a multi-sectoral planning process to guide implementation. I'm going to go ahead and take the speakers from the public.
Thank you, Chairwoman Vargas. We have 29 requests to speak on this item, 18 in person, 11 requesting to speak by phone. I'll also note for the record that we received 8 e-comments, all in favor. For any members of the public that requested to speak on item 6 by phone, please dial into the conference line now using the instructions that were provided to you. We'll begin with the in-person speakers, starting with those in favor of this item. As your name is called, please come forward and stand against the east wall under the murals until it is your turn to speak. I'll be calling you in groups of 5, so I'll ask you to please listen for your name. I'd like to invite forward Catherine Nacario, Courtney Baltiski, Tom Packard, Derek Wixon, and Demetrios Alexio. I've called your name. Please come forward. You'll have 2 minutes to address the board, and I'll ask you to please state your name for the audio record. You're welcome to come forward in any order.
Good morning, Catherine Nacario. Thank you for allowing a few minutes of your time today. As CEO of NAMI, San Diego, and Imperial Counties, I'm an advocate for behavioral health services across 2 counties and always pleased to see any initiative or legislation that increases access to behavioral health resources and services and reduces suffering, such as SB 43. As the voice of mental illness for 45 years, we respectfully request your consideration in delaying the implementation of SB 43. What we know is that an intentional and purposeful planning process ensures successful programs in our county, such as when we rolled out mobile crisis response teams and crisis stabilization units. Our care continuum continues to grow. However, we need to consider the impact on our hospital EDs, which already are significantly impacted, especially as we enter the flu, COVID, and RSV season. Allow time to further address the gaps that we already know in our mental health services and substance use disorder services before we implement. Our family members, caregivers, and clients applaud these steps and appreciate the opportunity to address you today. As NAMI, we say, nothing about us without us, and we are dedicated to system changes that deliver the right care at the right time and at the right level without creating further trauma for our families and consumers. Thank you so much.
Next speaker, please.
Good morning, Chair Vargas and honorable supervisors, and a heartfelt welcome to Supervisor Monica Montgomery Stepp. My name is Courtney Baltiski with the YMCA of San Diego County, here representing our youth and family services. We respectfully urge you to delay the implementation of SB 43. It was just a few weeks ago that our team was here receiving a proclamation for Runaway and Homeless Youth Prevention Month. We were here celebrating the partnership with the county and the Housing Our Youth initiative. We're here again in the spirit of aspiring allyship to young people. There's no doubt that compassionate care is needed for unsheltered community members, especially those experiencing severe mental illness. However, much of the implications of SB 43 apply to transition age youth, but are really against the research and community-proven practices for young people. When it comes to young people's lives, we cannot take this lightly. Time to plan, understand, and collaborate will only strengthen a plan and shared accountability. Thank you so much for your consideration.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Chair Vargas, members of the board, my name is Tom Packard. I'm a member of Showing Up for Racial Justice North County and I'm a professor emeritus of social work at SDSU and a resident of District 3. Early in my career, I worked in the Bellevue Psychiatric Hospital. I developed some real appreciation for the value of involuntary treatment under the right conditions. Later, I was a program evaluator here with San Diego County, and I was an organization change consultant with the city of San Diego, and I know how slow bureaucracies sometimes work. I also know that bureaucracies can work well if they're properly led and properly resourced. I strongly encourage you to delay the implementation of SB 14 until 2025, using the advice of leaders of affected organizations to set a specific date which allows for adequate planning and preparation. Concerns include developing an expanded definition of new criteria and standards for their use, training law enforcement, first responders, and providers, planning and implementing expanded services to those who are going to need emergency services, increase in the number of due process hearings, inadequate support for individuals being placed on conservatorships. Please allow adequate time for county staff and other stakeholders to develop a comprehensive plan to address these issues and others. With Care Court implementation still in its early stages, this delay will also ensure that new knowledge about Care Court planning and implementation and effectiveness can inform SB 43 planning. Thanks for your attention.
Thank you. As the next speaker is coming forward, I'd like to invite the remaining speakers in favor, Giorgio Carrillo, and Marissa Verond.
Good morning. My name is Derek Wixon. I'm a firefighter paramedic with CAL FIRE San Diego. I'm here on behalf of CAL FIRE Local 2881 to support the implementation of Senate Bill 43 on January 1st, 2025. Honorable San Diego County Board of Supervisors, on October 10th, 2023, Governor Newsom signed into law Senate Bill 43, amending the Lanterman Parish Short Act. As you're aware, SB 43 significantly expands the definition of the gravely disabled, now including severe substance abuse disorder as a category. We have a history of support on the national, state, and local level in combating the behavioral health crisis in America today. Every day here in San Diego County, our firefighters respond to emergencies in which they encounter individuals in behavioral health crisis. The number of these incidents has been on a steady increase for several years. CAL FIRE Firefighters Local 2881, representing professional firefighters of CAL FIRE San Diego and the San Diego County Fire Protection District, support the implementation of Senate Bill 43 and ask the board to defer the implementation until January 1st, 2025. This is in alignment with the text of the bill, which authorizes deferment of implementation to January 1st, 2026. We believe that implementation on January 1st, 2025 would allow for all stakeholders to convene and develop a plan not only to prepare for implementation, but to ensure our first responders have resources needed as the behavioral health system continues overhaul in a forward-leading manner. We should not overload an already stressed system until we can fully prepare that system. We are committed and proud to be your San Diego County firefighters. We ask for your support on this. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Chair Vargas, honorable members of the Board of Supervisors, and obviously Madam CEO. Always great to see you. Thank you to the Chair for the leadership and Board of Supes for consideration of this very important item. The county, and also want to say thank you to the County of San Diego for a continued partnership to address the regional needs for behavioral health in our communities. I know we've had a ton of conversations in this space, and it's important, especially for the most vulnerable residents who often struggle with homelessness. I'm here on behalf of our hospitals and health systems to support taking time for SB 43 as the law allows and start the planning process. So not delay and sit on our hands, but actually get to work to ensure that we can develop a system of care that meets the needs of our community and start the planning process with alacrity and ensure the region is ready for implementation. We're simply not ready today to start the system. None of our hospitals disagree with the context of trying to get people help. It's more about having a system in place so that we can be successful. Behavioral health is a top priority for our hospitals. It's a top priority for the community. Healthcare providers are at all stages of needing care to help the increasing number of behavioral health patients who need involuntary treatment today. Hospitals are at capacity. There's a lack of post-acute care facilities. We have zero as it relates involuntary detox beds, zero. The County of San Diego's conservative office is already struggling with capacity. They're at or near capacity. And every day in our communities, vulnerable patients experience significant delays accessing critical services. As you know, we've had over 17,500 administrative days where patients were delayed getting to the right level of care. That was last year alone. That's up to 50 patients per day who, if the appropriate level of care was available, they could be discharged to. This will further stress that. And as it relates to exactly what our colleagues from CAL FIRE said, ED boarding continues to be a challenge as well. We're up to...
Thank you. Thank you. Your time is up. Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Esteemed supervisors, my name is Marissa Ferrand, and I am the Executive Director of McAllister Institute. As a partner of the County of San Diego, our nonprofit is one of the leading resources for individuals and families impacted by substance use disorders, including over 19,000 admissions last year. While there are a diversity of perspectives to consider on this topic, I think there are a handful of items on which we will all agree. First, SB 43 will have far-reaching impacts. Second, the behavioral health needs of our community are great. And above all, people who are suffering deserve care. Access has been one of McAllister's core values since our founding 46 years ago, and it's something that our 400+ employees are working towards every single day. But they are on the front lines of the crisis that is before us, answering calls for beds that are not available and piecing together resources that simply don't exist. At this time, San Diego's primary vehicle for SUD care is not set up for involuntary holds, and none of the county's drug Medi-Cal programs are resourced to support individuals who are unable to provide for their personal safety or medical care. In fact, the markers of acuity that actually qualify someone as gravely disabled are the exact same risk factors that disqualify someone from accessing the services that are currently available. If community-based providers aren't resourced to support individuals at such vulnerable moments, that means it will fall to other systems. I cannot speak to the exact impacts on those systems, nor to the people that they serve, but that's exactly why we support the call for a multi-sectoral planning process. Such a convening would allow us to join this board and our colleagues at the cities, as well as hospitals, subacute providers, first responders, patient advocates, and those who are most likely to be impacted to ensure that San Diegans can receive needed services and that individuals on involuntary holds have somewhere to go. Of note,
Thank
this
you.
will require new...
Thank you. Thank you. Your time is up. Thank you. Now I'd like to invite forward the speakers in opposition of this item, Giorgio Carrillo, Jason Haber, David Nislight, Colin Stowell, and Adrian Granda.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. My name is Giorgio Carrillo. I am a resident of East Village, and I am urging you to implement this as soon as possible. The basic task, the basic function of government is not to create roads, it is not to fill potholes, it is not to indoctrinate children in schools, it is not to provide health care nor housing. The most basic task is to protect the citizens. You must protect the citizens of East Village. We are in the middle of a humanitarian crisis on our street that is directly related to some of your policies and Mayor Gloria's policies. We must do something to protect, and when I say this, I really have never seen any one of you down in East Village just see what these policies look like, and respectfully, I request that you come down to East Village. I do see you partying in Mexico City with Todd Gloria, and I do see you on trips to South Korea, but I do not see you in East Village, where we are under attack each and every single day. There are children that are scared to go to school. I can't even go to Faultline Park to walk my dog because they are crazed individuals that need our help. But what we cannot do is take a tool away from the police right now, even if it's just for one case, that may save a life. You have no idea what it's like to live in East Village, to see people who are suffering through mental health crisis or meth crisis, as I like to call it, running around with a knife naked, only to hear a police officer tell you, well, there's nothing that I can do. So I urge you to do the right thing And I will say this. Mayor Gloria wants you to do this as well. What does that tell you? San Diego, the city, is uncontrollable. It is out of control. Our policy is failing our citizens, and we must do something different. It starts here at the county. Let's fix it.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good morning, honorable members of the Board of Supervisors, Chair Vargas, honorable CAO, Robbins-Meyer. My name is Adrian Granda. I'm the Director of Government Affairs for the City of San Diego, here on behalf of San Diego Mayor Todd Gloria. And I'm here respectfully asking and urging that the supervisors reject this proposal today and begin implementation of SB 43 when the law takes effect on January 1, 2024, while also directing your staff to engage stakeholders in a meaningful way on an implementation plan. Senate Bill 43 is a landmark bill signed by Governor Newsom in October that reforms our state's conservatorship laws, expanding healthcare access to a number of our sickest residents. Earlier this day, the mayor joined two mothers, Anita Fisher and Caroline Stewart, two moms whose families have been devastated by severe mental illness. And they understand as well as anyone that this can't wait. The sooner we launch, the sooner it will actually start helping people as intended, and very well saving lives. In 2022, the mayor, in his State of the City, said he was going to commit himself to conservatorship reform because we recognize our behavioral health system is broken and undermining our ability to address our homelessness crisis. The mayor sponsored SB 43 this year, along with the big city mayors, the two leading psychiatrist associations, and NAMI California. And I just want to be really clear about what SB 43 actually does and what a delay would mean. SB 43 allows more people, specifically those with severe addiction issues and those whose mental illness prevents them from managing their medical care and personal safety, to be eligible for conservatorship. A delay means that people who could receive life-saving care under the new rules will be denied that opportunity. Our first responders are here with us today. We have Chief Stoll as well as Assistant Chief Connolly here to talk about what's happening today in our ERs. We agree with the hospitals wholeheartedly. They do have impacted ERs. But we need to work on these things together. We're in full agreement. We need to address this in a meaningful way, increase bed capacity, detox beds. And the fact that my first responders spent 130,000 hours last year on emergency response on behavioral health issues means we need to address this issue.
Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Chairwoman Vargas and honorable supervisors. I'm Assistant Chief Paul Connolly from the San Diego Police Department, and I'm here on behalf of Chief David Neslight. I'm here opposing this item and asking you not to delay implementation of conservatorship reforms in SB 43. Our police officers spend an inordinate amount of time responding to calls related to mental health crisis and drug abuse, and unfortunately, we have people dying on our streets. These incidents happen on our neighborhood streets, on public transit, and encampments, and they make our communities less safe. As police officers, we'd rather be spending our time preventing or responding to crimes instead of calls related to untreated mental health illness. This isn't going to change until we get more beds in the system and start taking a different approach. The changes in SB 43 give you the opportunity to step up and do something different that expands access to longer-term treatment. By connecting more people to services, you could potentially end the cycle of 911 calls and short-term psychiatric holds followed by street discharges. Our officers are all too familiar with taking someone to the mental health hospital on Rosecrans, only to see those individuals released again and again, with the same officer sometimes picking that person up on the same shift. We need your help in making behavioral health work better in our county. Police officers shouldn't be mental health workers on the street, but we get called because we're the only ones that have the duty to respond. We need this system to do better, but we can only get there if this board is willing to take the lead on SB 43. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. As the next speaker is coming forward, I'd like to invite the remaining speakers in opposition: Dion Akers, Mark, Pam, Sandra Martinez, Audra, Consuelo, and Karma.
Good afternoon, Chair Vargas, members of the County Board of Supervisors, Supervisor Montgomery Stepp. Good to see you again, just in a different venue. My name is Colin Stoll, and I have the privilege of serving as Fire Chief for the San Diego Fire Rescue Department. My firefighters, paramedics, and EMTs see the same individual cycles from the streets to the emergency rooms, back out to the streets, to jails. Sometimes a violent episode results in injuries or possibly even their death. Last year, in my city alone, our first responders, police officers, firefighters, and EMTs responded to over 53,000 calls related to behavioral health issues, spending over 130,000 hours dedicated to these types of calls. That's equivalent to 38 first responders, full 10 hours a day, every day, just associated with these individuals. My department is overseeing the city's CARE Act implementation, and even though this program is targeted at a relatively few number of people, they have a major impact and the strain on the emergency response system. Our department started a community paramedicine program years ago, which focused on the high 911 utilizers. We have 28 people just last year who called 911 over 50 times. And we've got over 150 individuals who have called 911 between 20 and 50 times just last year. These callers cost the system millions of dollars and thousands of hours of ambulances away from being able to respond to other emergencies. SB 43 would help break up this system of cycling through the 911 calls to the emergency rooms and to the streets and actually get these people care plans managed under the county. I urge you to not delay this. This will be crucial to us, certainly.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Chair Vargas and members of the board. My name is Jason Haber. I'm here representing the city of Carlsbad, and I'm here to reiterate the city's opposition to the proposed resolution. As expressed in the joint letter that was signed by Carlsbad Mayor Keith Blackburn, the city of Carlsbad supports the expansion of conservatorship laws, allowing for increased guardianship control and health supervision of those suffering from mental illness, and recognizing mental illness and addiction as contributors to chronic homelessness. We encourage the county to implement SB 43 without delay and work with community partners to ensure the necessary resources are in place as soon as possible to meet the demand and provide the critical services needed to care for our community's most vulnerable and at-risk populations. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Mark, item 6 is pure evil. Expands LPS conservatorship from unable to provide their own food, clothing, or shelter to severe substance abuse disorder as an excuse for conservatorship. Nora is a tyrant. I'm sorry, Nora, it's just, that's what you're doing. It's a vague description. It's way too vague. The way it'll be implemented is very dangerous. Hospitals have shareholders. Here is a quote I just read just now from the National Institute of Health. Investor-owned multi-hospital chains now operate many of the nation's private psychiatric hospitals. So this will make a profit for the corporation and for the psychiatric and, no doubt, the pharmaceutical community. This is your chance, by the way, Monica, because you just took an oath. Well, one thing I did respect that you were doing before is you were saying how unfair it was to arrest people for being homeless if they weren't provided a way to not be, like, you know, homes or beds or something. Well, this is similar, and people need to see these videos. All these titles are on YouTube, or one of these three, as well as articles that I do, not that I do, that I've seen on mainstream media. So here's one. This is on inflation and what causes it. You can see it from 6 minutes, 40 seconds to 24 minutes. Your fifth grader would understand this. Every American should know this. If any of you leaders, Monica, don't know this video from 6 minutes and 40 seconds to 24 minutes, you should. It's your duty. No one's mentioning inflation. It's going to bankrupt the country, and it's causing homelessness at an ever-expanding rate. So this is useless if you don't address this. It's dangerous. It's taking away our rights, and conservatorship is serious. Taking someone's right on what happens to their body and their property, This is totalitarian.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Karma's back. Hey, Nora, could you please pay attention? I don't have a gavel, so I cannot do anything towards you when you're playing on your phone. What, video games? What are you doing most of the time when you're not paying attention to the people talking? Now, I don't have faith in any of you guys, especially for the fact that only, what, 1, 2, 3 of you are paying attention to what the people have to say? Most of the board members are too busy paying on their phones, doing something else, because they could care less about what we have to say. I've expressed this many times. 74% of the ballots that did not come back could have been used to switch out someone's vote and get Monica elected. I've asked multiple times for you guys to compare the 2 sets of data. You know what I'm talking about, the data that comes back that says what ballots were cast by ballot types, or not ballot types, whatever, by consolidations. And the same consolidations, I would like to see how many signatures you have for those consolidations. And if those numbers don't match, for whatever reason, that would be evidence of what I said is true, that people are switching out ballots, but you won't check that. And I don't understand why not. I mean, I had a conversation with you, and I believe 100% that you weren't doing this intentionally, that you had good motivations, that you wanted to go ahead and make the system better. I believe that. I'm able to sleep better at night because of that, and I thank you very much for that. Unfortunately, you made a mistake, and I would like you to take a look at that. I would like you to analyze that. I would like to have a conversation to you about that, because I did the ballot order for you. I made it so that when we didn't have the supplies ready, I packed.
Thank you. Thank you. Your time is up. Your time is up. Next speaker, please. Next speaker, please.
What the heck, Andrew? My person uses the name Audra. You already started my time. All right. This is just very disturbing. I would like to give it a warm handoff to you, Jim, if you could take it back. No? Okay. Anywho, this is unconstitutional totally, because you're like depriving people of their right to life and do whatever they want, right? Because it's like getting in the way of people's jobs. But it's sad, these officers, the police officers that come, and it's like, talk about this, but I mean, they're the ones engaging in going to these people's homes and shooting them dead, knowing that it's like a behavioral or mental health issue, and yet they still unload their weapons on them. So that's terrifying to think about. And it's terrifying to think about that any of this county would be involved in behavioral health and determining the health of somebody else by their behaviors, right? And then we encompass it with like mental health and whatnot. But I'm sure you guys would love to put me in a conservatorship. I kind of feel like I am already with you guys. You know, the way you just like throw me in jail or beat me up. I'm sure you'd like to medicate me, right? And it's funny because it's like you don't want them doing the drugs that they're doing on the streets. You would rather give them the pharmaceuticals, right? Those drugs are different. Those ones are better. Don't take the ones you're taking. Come on. Even though I'm going to give you a pipe and a needle to use them, then I'm going to condemn you for doing it, even when we don't offer them any kind of help as far as housing. It's like there's nothing there for you, but you know what? It doesn't look good to have you on the streets, but what better way to end homelessness? Put them all in an institution, right? Right. That's so intelligent. You guys are good at what you do. Satan is literally proud. He's like burning on fire for you guys right now. And he's like, thank you for doing my bidding. You guys are such good puppets. And I have a very warm, warm place for you guys.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Final call for Consuelo, Pam, and Sandra Martinez. Those individuals requested to speak on all items on the consent calendar, so I'm recalling them for items 6 and 13.
Okay, as a fed-up citizen, I was thrilled to see this item once again, easily able to call out the hypocrisy of government. They do not give a crap about the severely mentally ill. They don't care. I don't understand why people insist on supporting such a system that has only caused all the destruction. Why they continue to believe in the illusion. It is, in fact, up to each and every one of us. We are our brother's keepers. It's not up to government. They will never help the homeless or the mentally ill. This is just another way for them to make money. This is all lucrative. Shame on them. Welcome, Monica. I forgot to tell you welcome. And your mother is lovely, beautiful. And I told her I'd try to be easy on you until she gave me a reason. I told her. So, yeah, lovely mama. That's all.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the individuals that requested to speak by phone. When it is your turn to speak, you'll be unmuted and you will hear a recording that will tell you to begin your comments after the beep. I'll remind the callers they should mute their TV or live video stream before they begin speaking. We'll start with our first caller.
Hello, my name is Dr. Vic Galati. I'm a practicing emergency medicine physician out of San Diego. Today I'm representing the California chapter of the American College of Emergency Physicians and the 3,500 members we have in California, many of which live and practice in San Diego. I'm speaking in favor of delaying SB 43. We as an organization of emergency physicians are deeply committed to helping out these individuals, and we are glad to see that there's going to be a process, but without the resources developed in advance, this will only impact emergency departments, as you've already heard. I actually worked overnight. I took care of 11 boarding patients. Those were 11 beds that I could not take care of another patient in my waiting room. If this goes through, I'm fearful that many, many more beds will just become boarding patients with nowhere to actively send them. So we're asking for some time to create the appropriate resources so that we can move people through safely and help the entire community, including those who might be waiting in the waiting room. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
Honorable Chair Nora Vargas and members of the County Board of Supervisors, I am Chris Van Gorder, President and CEO of Scripps Health, and I greatly appreciate the opportunity to address the board. We are discussing one of the most difficult issues I have faced in my career as it relates to the operation of Scripps hospitals, and in particular, ensuring the community's access to our emergency departments. On behalf of Scripps Health and our employees across the county, we are in support of Chair Vargas's proposal that would usher in a thoughtful, responsible implementation of SB 43 starting now, with the law going into effect on January 1st, 2025. This proposal gives stakeholders an opportunity to properly plan and educate first responders, healthcare professionals, law enforcement, and other impacted community-based providers. San Diego does not have the adequate infrastructure in place to provide care to members of our community suffering from mental health and substance abuse disorders who need involuntary treatment. There are also no standardized protocols in place. We are asking for a plan, and we want to be part of that planning process. Time has been short. SB 43 was signed by the governor on October 10th, and on October 27th, our hospital association reached out requesting your consideration for time to implement. We have a responsibility and an opportunity to implement this in a way that serves our communities well. Today, your hospitals in San Diego are facing many challenges, including patient length of stay, lack of post-acute services, and the need for more behavioral health beds in our region. The data shows we already have an ED boarding crisis, not only in San Diego, but across our nation. If you've been to an emergency room in the evening, you've seen that firsthand. Last Friday at Scripps Encinitas, all 38 of our emergency department rooms were full, and 20 of those were filled with patients already being admitted. No beds were available in the main hospital, leaving patients waiting in the emergency rooms. This is not unique to Scripps Encinitas. I ask for the board's support of today's item, and we look forward to working with all the stakeholders trying to care for vulnerable members of our community with accountability and good planning. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the next caller.
Teresa Bish. I'm a past chair of the San Diego County Mental Health Advisory Board. As Nathan Fletcher stated just before resigning, that the Mental Health Services Department has failed our mentally ill, postponing implementing SB 43 in order to hold committee meetings underscores his statement. Continuing to fail our severely mentally ill is unacceptable and a breach of your duties. Our loved ones need appropriate care and services today, and AB 43 can do that. Lives are at stake. I stand with law enforcement and first responders and families whose loved ones you continue to put at risk by, and I'm asking you to please implement SB 43 on January 1st of 2024. Thank you.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
Hi, this is Melody Thomas, Honorable Chairwoman, members of the board. I would like to thank you for this opportunity to speak in support of item 6. I've been the Director of Case Management and Social Work at Scripps Mercy Hospital, San Diego for 7 years, and I am a registered nurse. My team, comprised of registered nurse case managers, clinical social workers, and many members of my team in this profession range from just a short time to over 20 plus years. We have a staff that's passionate about the care of our community, and we are asking, in order to be successful with this, we're just needing more time to give thoughtful, specific actions to operationalize Senate Bill 43. Currently, there are not enough resources for our current patients that meet the criteria for grave disability. We have multiple patients on LPS conservatorship waiting for appropriate post-discharge placements. Some patients, unfortunately, have been waiting in our hospital for multiple years for the appropriate long-term care beds. It's rare that we're able to get a patient to transition from the hospital setting to a substance abuse facility today. Patients with mental illness and co-occurring substance issues are often rejected from admission to those substance abuse facilities because of the lack of available beds. And many of those facilities, they only address either mental health or substance abuse of that individual. We need more facilities that can treat both the mental health and the substance abuse issues because they often go together and they're co-occurring. We need more resources supporting patients before they become gravely disabled. We need a coordinated entry system that's 24/7 for our patients that are experiencing housing instability so they can focus on treatment, whether it's mental health or substance abuse. This is essential for us to give us time.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the next caller.
Hi, my name is Dana Petaway. I'm not in favor of the proposal to delay the Senate Bill 43. I live in San Diego. My son was diagnosed out of the blue with schizophrenia in 2019. I spent 3 years trying to get him care. He'd spent time in and out of facilities due to his illness. He also has anosognosia or lack of insight, and it has caused serious issues with his medication adherence and proper care, which left him homeless for a year. Because he's an adult, I have no voice in his care as a parent. The bottom line is this: we're not doing enough for mental health. We see evidence of this gap every day in our communities, with people suffering publicly from mental health and addiction issues out on our streets. Senate Bill 43 is the first major update to the state's conservatorship laws in decades and extends this life-saving intervention to more people. I'm strongly urging the County of San Diego Board of Supervisors to implement the conservatorship reform codified by Senate Bill 43 on January 1st, 2024, instead of delaying these life-saving reforms for an entire year. There are people like my family in this county, including my son, who need this intervention now and cannot afford the year-long delay that the Board of Supervisors is proposing. The delay could cost people their lives, including my son. It's time to get it together today.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
It's true. First, I go to Fault Line Park often, no problem. The Lancerman Petra's Short Act was already bad enough as it said that people suffering from alcohol abuse or an alleged mental disorder who are essentially poor need to be locked up and have their rights and property stripped. But now Newsom and all the other state traitors introduced SB 43 in order to expand the definition of gravely disabled to include drug abuse. Add that to the new experimental care court tactic called conservatorship that further strips away medical freedom, forcing drugs on people, as well as forcing them into housing plans that may not be right for them. There's nothing wrong with forced rehab for criminals, but there's zero care in stealing from or forcing innocent people to do anything against their own will. And in reality, it's these hospitals and workers that are drugging people and turning them into either zombies or crazies. They and the state are profiting off the big pharma industry while they destroy our society in the process. A great example is the National Alliance on Mental Illness, NAMI, whose sponsors are mostly big pharma, including Bristol Myers Squibb, Genentech, Janssen, Kaiser, and Pfizer. These types of policies are a repeat of the eugenics era, when people who were considered less than or unequal were locked up against their will. And it was all justified by saying those people were suffering and in need of government help. And yet now the state wants people to vote in SB 326 to increase taxes to expand the state's behavioral health feast, to build the infrastructure to eventually consume everyone who is different according to the state's dictates. People like Newsom and his allies are the ones who need to be locked up and lose their rights, because this is really just another form of sweeping people off the street. And we've all seen how much Newsom cares about our city, when the only time San Francisco gets cleaned up is for Biden and other communists. And when misfight and tolerant support, I know this item is bad. So learn from history, never accept government help, because we know it's racist. Monica, you should know about this item very well. I hope you do and you vote again.
Thank you. And I have the next caller.
Good afternoon. This is Peggy Walker. What a disappointment it is to hear the region doesn't have the facilities necessarily to temporarily treat more people and is so ill-prepared to address this need. With all due respect, it's shocking, appalling even, that with the acute addiction, mental illness, and homelessness increases we've seen in this county, to hear county planning is so far behind and resources so unavailable. Addiction is the public's most costly health problem and contributes largely to the mounting behavioral health crisis this county is experiencing. As we've heard, needs are great. Because this item is extremely important not only to those to be served, but to general public welfare, it makes sense to plan, prepare, and coordinate in order to not overtax the system. However, hearing first responders talk about 53,000 emergency calls related to behavioral health and the critical cycle of 911 calls to the ER room, I urge you to begin the process to address this issue without delay. A year delay is too long. Thank you.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
Ann Riddle. Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors, and congratulations to Monica Montgomery Stepp. And thank you for letting me share some thoughts regarding this important item. I, too, am concerned about the delay. I recognize that our resources are limited, and I have to ask ourselves, how come? How do we let these things happen? That our people who need this sort of mental health and drug addiction treatment, how do we not have those resources available for them? This is not a surprise that this has been a problem. I'm particularly concerned that we don't get to the heart of these problems, that we just try for solutions. And we need to realize the role that drug use plays in the bad outcomes that we see, requiring that our people be shut away in some sort of facility to protect us all. And protection we do need. I agree with some of the speakers regarding that. I read recently from a national group called One Chance to Live, who cares about our young people and what they see and what they decide, because they recognize that 90% of all drug use begins before the age of 19. They pointed out that drugs diminish our self-possession by harming the very faculties that make us human. They inhibit our use of reason, they weaken our will's orientation towards good, and they train our emotions to expect quick relief from artificial pleasure. Let's get to the heart of this problem and help our young people understand that marijuana use and other drug use and alcohol use do not advance their dreams. And let's make sure we don't have billboards around this county suggesting otherwise. And let's not send the messages that we think it's cool to have more pot shops here in our county. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll hear from the next caller. Next caller is Kathleen Lippett.
Yes. Thank you. Yes, I'm here. Wait a second. I'm trying to. Thank you for letting me speak. Good morning, board, and again, congratulations to board member Montgomery Stepp. I'd like to share some information from Dr. Drew Prinsky, and I wonder if you would please make sure that your policies don't undermine or contradict one another. Of course, it stands to reason that we have had a growing and continue to have a growing problem with serious illness and severe substance abuse. But you have to really need to acknowledge how this county's policies, as well as the cities, are contributing to these very problems. You cannot, trying to address one without the other, it will continue to grow. So Dr. Pinsky acknowledges that the use of marijuana is leading to increased psychosis, bipolar mania, and the younger the user, the less developed their brain, the more harmful the drug. And yet, the county has determined in its infinite wisdom that this is a good idea to increase the availability, access, promotion of this drug for the main purpose of money. We need to raise awareness, and the county has failed to do that because now we have a public who has been indoctrinated by the marijuana industry to believe that marijuana is a miracle drug, that it relieves pain, anxiety, improves mood, and has no side effects, and nothing could be further from the truth. The county needs to do the job that it should have done years ago. It should have turned away the proposals by the industry to set up a commercial industry, especially in the unincorporated areas. Marijuana addicts are.
Thank you. And Chairwoman Vargas, that concludes public comment on this item.
Thank you. And so first and foremost, I want to say thank you to everyone. Thank you to the experts that came forth today to share your expertise, and then also to everyone who has been working so closely with us on the implementation of SB 43, and including the mayor and his team, because we actually all worked very closely on SB 43 and making sure that this became a reality, because all of us have been working to ensure that we address the behavioral needs of our communities. As a matter of fact, behavioral health has been a top priority for our county, and I think all of you know that this county has invested more on behavioral health with this board than anyone else. I think it's been $1.2 billion have been allocated in the last 4 years in the budget since all of us has been one of our biggest commitments. And so I want to make sure that I emphasize that. And so I want to make sure that I'm very clear about this timeline, because it's important that folks understand. I think there's a lot of misinformation about this legislative process. This is a very important issue for this county and for the constituents of our region. If you have a problem with being able to listen and to be able to be part of this process and are not willing and able to follow the rules, this is the time for you to leave right now. Otherwise, I'm going to ask you to leave without further warning. Understood? So I need quiet in the chambers. I think many of you know that my background is in over 25 years in healthcare expertise, and I've been doing this work of implementation of programs. And so it was very important to me when working on SB 43 and working on the implementation and prioritizing the work to be able to work with our healthcare experts and thinking about what this was going to look like. You know, it was September 14th when the legislation passed, and the governor signed it on October 10th. And then in a couple of days, we started having this conversation about what it was going to look like. By October 27th, the Hospital Association and other folks came to us and talked about what this was going to look like. I think if you worked on legislation before, you know that you don't start thinking about the implementation beforehand because you don't know what the actual legislation is going to look like, and to actually, because if you've worked on legislation, you know that it's not until the final piece of legislation and what it looks like that you actually know what it's going to be required. And so once we knew what it was going to look like and what it actually, the governor signed, we had something on hand. And so for us, we started thinking about how do we make sure that we can move forward. And I think many of you know that I've prioritized taking care of people in our communities, including helping those that have been living on the streets in San Diego and making sure that they've provided mental health services has been a top priority. And the governor has really made this a priority for him and really overhauling the state's behavioral system. And as I mentioned, we've been looking at optimizing every opportunity to improve care for everyone here. And so we've been, as a county, we've made a lot of, we've been recognized as a national entity. And I think all of you know that we've taken a leap of faith by making sure that we have been the first to implement a lot of programs, including the Community Assistance Recovery and Empowerment Grant, the CARE Act, which provides a new pathway to deliver mental health services for those living and delivering mental health care services, untreated schizophrenia spectrum, and other psychotic disorders through this new civil court process. We did that before anybody else was doing that. And as of October 1st, the County of San Diego became one of the 7 counties in the state to implement this CARE Act pilot program, and it's something that we've been working on. And as evidenced by our early implementation of the CARE Act, I want to make sure that I emphasize that because it demonstrates that the County of San Diego has been a leader on this issue, and that we have not been afraid when it comes to implementation to go first. And our county team, because I think it's extremely important to emphasize that our county team has never been afraid to implement smart policies or to address some tough issues. But I also insist that we've always been very careful and that we do things right and we do it well. Because we're talking about real people, and we're talking about somebody's daughter, somebody's son, and we're talking about real families. And so it's critical that as important it is that when we do our overhaul of the behavioral health system at the county level, that we create the right infrastructure so that we don't leave anyone behind. Last week alone, I attended a SEIU roundtable with healthcare workers, and they were sharing with me about how difficult it has been around staffing, particularly around recruiting and retaining new health workers and how tough it is for them. And then I think some of you heard that this morning, the City of San Diego council members, Campillo and Lee, both held press conferences talking about adopting a resolution going before the City Council to declare a behavioral health crisis in the City of San Diego, because of the shortage of behavioral health beds in the city of San Diego. And you heard from the Hospital Association right now that there is 0 detox beds. And that's exactly why it's really important for us to move forward with this initiative and this resolution, because we need to make sure that we have not only enough beds, but that we also allow qualified first responders and qualified clinical personnel to be able to be trained so that they are able to apply 5150 holds or mental holds and refer for conservatorship people who are gravely disabled as a result of mental illness or substance use disorder. Because SB 43 is going to help steer more people with severe substance abuse disorder towards the addiction care they need. When we're dealing with individuals who are in need of emergency mental health services, we want to make sure we have the right treatment options available so that when we connect them to care and break the cycle of simply going through the revolving door. This is something that I've heard loud and clear from my community and from the community at large. They want to see real care available for the loved ones. So as more individuals will be eligible for care under SB 43, we want to make sure that they are not just a data point. We want to make sure that we're taking care of them because these are real people. They're their sons and daughters, friends, loved ones whose safety and well-being are of utmost importance. But we need to be planful of our approach. Involuntary treatment is a significant action requiring coordination across multiple agencies. The system we create will be thorough, it will be community-based, and it will be equitable. This also means we have to engage with the communities who support this population day in and day out, and that means we have to create something sustainable. That is why the proposal in this resolution ensures that we have the capacity to meet these goals before January 5th by establishing a multi-sectoral implementation planning process. So the part of this is really important about this planning implementation process is the county will convene a work group composed of stakeholders that are involved with and or will be impacted by SB 43 to help the implementation process. The stakeholders can include but not limit to hospitals, community service providers, representation from some folks who have lived experiences, municipalities, first responders, among others. And I want to make sure that everyone understands that throughout this process of the implementation, there will be periodic report backs provided to both the Board of Supervisors and the community at large so that the public can understand what we're doing. You have my commitment that within the first 90 days of the first meeting, we'll have an initial report back that will be provided to the board and to the community, and subsequently followed by additional reporting back every 90 days thereafter. This report back is intended to ensure that there is a transparency and accountability as we move forward and that there's opportunities for input. I, like many of you, understand the urgency to act and move forward as soon as possible. So I also want to be clear that nothing precludes us from fully implementing SB 43 prior to that. So, and if we become prepared to do that sooner, you know, there might be an opportunity, but over the coming year, as we continue to refine our Care Act program, we will put it in motion and this funding process so that it is useful and it could possibly be helping improve access to care. I'm looking forward to working with my colleagues at both the county and along with the various municipalities so that stakeholders can be part of this solution because government can't really do this alone. I'm looking forward to the work that we're going to be doing together. I'm happy to make this motion to approve, and I'd like to urge my colleagues to support. And go ahead.
No, I'll second. I'll second your motion.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Supervisor. And then I'm going to ask Dr. Berman to come up here so that we can go ahead and I want to ask you a couple of questions because I want to make sure that you can talk a little bit about SB 43 and then we can give us your perspective. I know that you've been very thorough in this process and provide some perspective. So, and then my colleagues can go ahead and ask questions as well.
That's great. Thank you so much, Chairwoman Vargas. I'm prepared to give folks some background on what current LPS detainment and treatment policy is, and then talk a little bit about what the changes that SB 43 will bring are, so that we all have some level setting. I want to make sure that that you all feel that that's useful. So I can do that, and then I'll talk a little bit about what I anticipate the kind of near-term impacts
of the kind of switching on of these new 5150 hold criteria will be. And then I want to talk some about what I think we should be focusing on in terms of the bodies of work that we would, kind of undertake most aggressively if granted some time to prepare for the switching on. So I want to talk about those three things. Supervisor Desmond uncharacteristically is asking me to get on with it. So I think people understand that the intent of SB 43 is to expand involuntary treatment for behavioral health conditions. In California, involuntary treatment policy has remained largely unchanged since it was written and signed into law in 1967. So this change, SB 43, I think, as we've established, is a big deal. The basic idea behind involuntary treatment is that there are cases where people can't act in their own best interests, with certain diagnoses and other factors necessary as determined by the state. And in these cases, government and healthcare providers should intervene. These interventions need to follow specific and stepwise processes. They begin with a so-called 5150 hold and the transporting of a patient to an emergency department designated as an appropriate destination for 5150s. Most of these holds are made by peace officers, but mobile crisis teams may also, for example, apply and transport 5150 holds. The initial hold can last up to 72 hours, during which time a psychiatrist needs to determine if the hold should be extended for a longer period. There are multiple additional involuntary treatment durations that are part of current LPS, what we call LPS law, the longest of which is conservatorship, which a judge determines based upon clinical recommendations and which lasts for a year with options for yearly renewal. So with that as the current practice, SB 43 does two things primarily. First, it adds to the diagnoses that are eligible for involuntary treatment. Where the LPS Act originally emphasized serious mental illness and psychosis in particular, SB 43 enables involuntary care for any substance use disorder, or SUD, as a standalone condition. The relative prevalence of SUD as compared with serious mental illness alone makes this very consequential. SUD is around 10 times more prevalent than serious mental illness in our communities. In order for someone with a substance use disorder to be involuntarily held, transported, and treated, there needs to be concurrent evidence of either imminent threat of harm to themselves or to others, or what is known as grave disability. So the second thing that SB 43 does, right? First is substance use disorder. Second is that it changes the meaning of grave disability. In the original LPS Act, grave disability is defined as the lack of capacity to provide oneself with food, shelter, or clothing. SB 43 adds additional factors, namely access to necessary medical care and quote-unquote personal safety, which are only defined at a high level and which, coupled with the previous criteria, the diagnosis of substance use disorder, will likely result in substantially more people being involuntarily transported for care. So what impacts will SB 43 have in the near term? People with addictions, as you've heard multiple speakers attest, already crowd local emergency departments. And because EDs are not designed to treat or connect to addiction treatment, people with substance use disorder, they are not designed to connect to addiction treatment. People with substance use disorder, many are in and out of emergency departments over and over again during the course of a year. You've heard speakers attest to this. SB 43 will almost certainly result in many more folks being brought into emergency departments with similar presentations. But SB 43 comes with no new resources for hospitals, substance use treatment providers, or county-run public conservator offices. It doesn't establish clinical assessment criteria that will incline clinicians to extend holds, and it doesn't do anything to create the operational tools that will actually get people with substance use disorder from emergency departments into ongoing addiction treatment. So the primary outcome that we expect from SB 43, without the granting of time to build these operational elements, is that emergency departments will be much more crowded And the revolving door at the emergency department for people with SUD will just spin faster. People with substance use disorder brought involuntarily to emergency departments would likely suffer poor outcomes. And people needing emergency care who don't have substance use disorder will likely have their care compromised as well. SB 43 has the potential to be beneficial in that it incentivizes the building of tools that may help people with SUD. The resolution before you today is evidence of that incentive working. But implementation of the statute itself does not set any of these activities in motion. Now, what can we work on? If granted time to prepare for the switching on of SB 43's new 5150 criteria, parties would need to collaborate around multiple bodies of work. These would need to be defined by the collective, which would be represented by the recommended convening in the action before you. But there are some areas of emphasis that I can forecast. First will be operational connections between emergency departments and community-based addiction treatment. Forging these will require investments and innovative payment strategies. Second will be the building out of locked substance use disorder treatment for those with SUD who end up being conserved. We currently, as has been noted, have zero such capacity in the county or across the state, I would note, as it's not recognized as a level of care by the American Society of Addiction Medicine. Even though the numbers of people actually conserved with this profile would be relatively low, we would need to develop more than just nominal capacity of locked addiction care. Third would be added capacity and additional protocols and procedures within the public conservator's office. We anticipate needing potentially as many as 20 additional FTE and would need to establish, in collaboration with clinical and service experts across the state, policies and procedures and clinical thresholds for making the new sorts of conservatorship recommendations anticipated in SB 43. And fourth would be working to establish alternatives to emergency departments as viable sites for substance use disorder standalone 5150 transports. We currently have no such alternatives in our system of care or anywhere in the state, and this would no doubt be a positive development for patients. More than anything else, this would take policy advocacy for regulatory and reimbursement change at the state. These are all areas where meaningful progress can be made within a year, and on some fronts even earlier than that. And with this, we would be one of the first counties in California to implement SB 43. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Supervisor Desmond.
Well, thank you, Chair Vargas, and thank you, Dr. Luke Bergman. Appreciate your explanation here of what this is and what it isn't. And you know, I'm really encouraged, and hallelujah, the state has finally given us the kick in the rear to get people into the help they need. And through this SB 43, they're doing that. But now, unfortunately, we're having to scramble to get, and they're not giving us no money, no resources, but to scramble to get our act together. And I doubt we'll have it fully together in a year. But I'm counting on you to do the best we can. But I really think we got to do this the right way. We can't just say, okay, we're going at it, we're going to turn the switch on now. And until yesterday, I learned yesterday that we can't just turn this on low. I was thinking like on the stove, you got simmer and you got full blast. I usually go right to full blast. But you, so Claudia, could you address that, our county council, as to there is no on, or like a slow on, it's either full on or off?
Correct, Supervisor. You cannot piecemeal or phase in the legislation. The changes have to be all implemented at once to the program. So.
Okay, thank you. So I was more in favor of how do we turn this on slowly? How do we get everybody working together? So I think we can't overrun our emergency rooms. We just can't do that. We can't take that risk. And unfortunately, you know, there's a lot of people out on the streets that need help. And finally, we can get those that have drug addictions, we can get them into involuntary treatment and into the help they need. And I think, you know, a lot of their families will be very appreciative if we can help their loved ones. But we just can't turn it on right away. One of the things that, I know it's not this subject, but our border appears to be overrun, and we have more and more people coming across our border than we can manage. And unfortunately, we don't want that to happen to our emergency rooms. And I can appreciate the hospital association and everybody saying, hey, we want to get this done, but we got to do it right. Anything you need training in, and you need time to build this up. But I'm not going to support future delays. 1 year, that's it, is for me. Is we got to get this thing turned on. And the other side of it that has been talked about a little bit, and we've known this for years, is that the hospitals don't have any place where they can place people after they get out of, I guess, post-acute care, or they're about to be discharged. We don't have any long-term beds for somebody who needs they no longer need a hospital bed, but they need some sort of other care. We got to get our act together here to make sure we have that end of the pipeline as well, because otherwise, after they get out of the hospital or they're ever released from the hospital, they're occupying beds that really shouldn't be occupied with mental health patients. And so we got to make sure that we got both sides of that going. So I wasn't very, I really wanted to turn this on today, yesterday, 2 years ago, but I'm glad we're finally getting this kick in the rear to get this implemented and make it happen. So thank you very much. I'm happy to support this item.
Thank you. Supervisor, Vice Chair Lawson-Weimer.
Sure. Thank you so much. I think we all agree that we face a crisis in our community with mental health and addiction and homelessness. And I know we've, as a board, collectively, all of us have been working pretty tirelessly to tackle that challenge. And I think as our chair mentioned, we've invested more in behavioral health than any board ever before. And we've really made those investments. I'm proud of that we've gone from 0 shelter beds to nearly 900 in the last 3 years. We've hired 5 times more county homeless outreach staff. We've launched the MCRT program and created hundreds of new positions. So I think we all recognize the severity of this crisis. And that's really my starting point, is the fact that this was a unanimous action by the state legislature, the Senate, and the Assembly to say we really need to do more and do better to treat people, to provide care to people who are in crisis, that it is morally abhorrent to allow people to just die on our streets and not get the care that they need and deserve. So, I think where I'm starting from is just really a strong commitment to doing everything we can in our power to act with the utmost urgency to address this crisis of mental health and addiction in our communities and tackle the homelessness crisis. So I really appreciate the presentation that Dr. Bergman made. I have a number of questions. I'm trying to better wrap my head around, just looking at the board letter, wasn't, really clear to me all the kind of pieces that would need to be implemented or developed in order to make this operational. So humor me, I just have a number of questions to try to get a better handle on things. I just want to kind of go through what you outlined. So, you outlined that one of the pieces of the work that would need to happen is greater operational connections between hospitals and community care facilities. So really to the logistics of how this could be implemented. Another item that you mentioned was building out of the locked substance use treatment facilities and the subacute care, because we currently don't have any beds. You talked about adding capacity and conservatorship of, you said something around the neighborhood of 20 new FTEs, as well as potential, really outlining clinical thresholds and new policies around how to, assess whether people meet those clinical and diagnostic thresholds. You also mentioned alternatives to hospitals for 5150 holds. And in addition to those 4 areas, I know some of our public speakers mentioned about training, other aspects around trainings and protocols. So I think what I'm just trying to wrap my head around is, okay, we know this was passed in September. So what have we done in the last 4 months on these areas to prepare, given that we've already known we've had 4 months?
Well, I think sort of time of commencement of work for us has been the signing.
Has been what, sorry?
Has been the signing of the bill rather than the passage of the bill, just to note that. I think thing that will be most meaningful in mitigating risk that we see with the turning on of SB 43, which is really driven, I think, most.
But sorry, I just want to get clear.
Yeah.
So in the last, 3 months since we knew this was coming, what have we done to prepare? We're acknowledging that you've just outlined a significant body of work that needs to be done.
Yeah.
So what have we done?
Yeah, so I'm pointing to, pretty directly, the fact that the area of work that can most mitigate risk is in this linkage, the first of the 4 bodies of work that I spoke to, which is connections between hospitals and community care. That's actually an area of work that we've been addressing since before this legislation was even passed. I think we have an opportunity now to really ramp that up, but there have been a couple of initiatives that we've been driving forward that are also at the heart of this work, that we have been also thinking about the utility of in the context of the likelihood of SB 43. And so those two are one, the ED Bridge program. So that is a program that is run, administered by the state and is meant to push into emergency departments capacity to better address substance use disorder, to do kind of exactly what that point.
The ED Bridge program.
The ED Bridge thing, exactly. One of the things that we out of Behavioral Health Services within HHSA have developed is an incentive payment as a part of the admin day payment to encourage hospitals to more quickly and wholeheartedly adopt the ED Bridge initiative within their emergency departments, knowing that this already is, kind of an area of high risk, and that it would be more substantially that in the context of SB 43. So ED Bridge is one that we've been working on, and we've seen, I have to say, and heard from the state a lot of gratitude about the fact that every emergency department in San Diego is participating in ED Bridge. That's unusual across the state, in particular for.
So if they're already participating, I think what I hear, right? I really hear this sort of need to make sure that this is implemented like well, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I really hear that. But on the other hand, I've seen what our county has done when we focused on a crisis, right? I've seen us stand up emergency vaccination clinics across our county and vaccinate hundreds of thousands of people nearly overnight. I know in my district, I was intimately involved in standing up a superstation in the Del Mar Fairgrounds. Within a week, we had a superstation stood up. Within a month, we had over 100,000 people vaccinated. And that sounds like a very significant operational challenge in my view, and it certainly experienced it as one. Yeah. I really appreciated the leadership of our county Health and Human Services team in driving that forward, and the difficulties and challenges of coordinating with hospitals. We coordinated very closely with our hospital partners to do that. So I'm just, again, you gave me 4 areas, and then there's one more that was outlined by folks testifying, and I'm just trying to really get granular on these operational connections. What is really required? You've talked about the ED Bridge program. We need to build that out. You said we've already been working on it. So what else really specifically do we need to do?
So I think, can you also, share with the Vice Chair the fact that at the same time, because I think this is important to share, that Care Court was also being implemented during the same time on October 1st. And then I think it's also important to share that a vaccination site, we have our nurses, doing the vaccination site is very different than actually a behavioral health component and the complexities of that, because I think it's apples to oranges, because those are very different. I want to make sure that we're very
That's why I'm asking these questions.
I want to make sure that you're very.
Do you want me to ask them to you instead? Would that be preferable?
No. I just want to make sure that we're very clear about how we're sharing information, because I think it's really important what she's asking, so that we're very much more taking a deeper dive into some of the questions that she's asking, because I think they're really good questions. So I want to make sure that we take a deeper dive into them, and that you're including the Care Court stuff, because I know I kind of talked about them, but I think it's really important that we mention that was also being executed at the same time. And then also the funding piece, right? Because when we were in an emergency crisis around COVID, there was funding coming from the federal government specific for that. SB 43, there is not additional funding coming for those programs at this time. And so
I agree. That's part 2 and 4 of the questions I intend to ask Luke. Thank you.
So, right, so ED Bridge is a body of work that we've been focusing on since you asked, what have you been doing previous to what it is that we would sort of commence now? ED Bridge is an area of work, also one of the programs that we have been describing in the context of the opioid settlement funds, San Diego Relay, which is a program meant to help people with non-fatal opioid overdose connect to care. That's another program that will be useful in managing.
I mean, I think let me try to ask this slightly differently.
Sure.
I think what I'm trying to better understand is within the context of the programs, and I'm glad to hear, actually, that there's already a few that you have in mind that are very specific, that it's not generally consulting about operational connections, but you have two at least very clear programs. I'm trying to better really get a clear sense of what additional work needs to be done on programs that have already been launched to allow us to get to a point of those operational connections between hospitals and community care facilities being robust enough to implement this program. And what are those benchmarks and what is missing, given that we have already had 4 months to move forward on this and better understanding sort of what's next?
Yeah. So the relative to ED Bridge, it's really a question of scale and robustness of the service that we have. What we know works, so people whose job it is to engage with, doesn't hold, because the administration of a vaccine is very simple. The engagement of somebody in substance use disorder care is extremely complex, logistically and
So is the idea then that there's going to be additional staffing, people hired for these roles?
I wouldn't say at this point that we know we need additional staffing. This is something we would have to address collaboratively. We have an opportunity now with payment reform in behavioral health services actually to build payments more creatively to try to incentivize that kind of connection. So I wouldn't say at this moment, again, this is something that would have to be discussed in the context of the convening that's proposed, but we have opportunities to configure services so that that linkage is much stronger, so that the presence of addiction care in emergency departments, navigating
using the incentive payments to create those incentives.
That's an opportunity that we're just now able to enjoy because of payment reform.
And that's something that you think could be implemented in how long would you imagine being implemented?
We're rolling out payment reform generally over the course of this year, and actually beginning with levels of care in substance use disorder. So that's a thing that I think we could tackle in relatively short order.
What does relatively short mean?
I think that we would have meaningful things to report at a 90-day report back.
A 90-day report, you think you'll have meaningful progress on this particular bucket?
I do.
Okay, thank you. Like I said, you gave me 4 and there was one more for the community. We got 1 down. The second thing that you mentioned was the building out of locked substance use treatment facilities because we currently have 0 beds. I think what I'm really struggling with is, clearly we have a huge challenge on this, right? Like that's obviously a problem. We don't have any beds. This, as my colleague mentioned, in my view, seems to be the most significant hurdle we have to implementation of SB 43 is that there's nowhere for folks to go.
Yeah.
What I'm kind of wrapping my head around is we've been working on this challenge for the last 3 years since I was elected. There are no new resources, as my colleague identified. This is a mandate that didn't come with more money. What is your thinking of how we're going to have more money and more beds, and how many more beds within a year, since that does clearly, when I listen to the hospitals and folks, that's where the rubber seems to be hitting the road. We have nowhere for folks to go. Everyone's saying we need a year so that we'll be able to not have jammed up emergency rooms. What's the plan? Where's the money going to come from? And how many more beds are we going to have in a year?
Yeah. So most of the people who are transported to emergency departments on 5150s in light of SB 43 will have their holds dropped because their intoxications will clear. And what we would anticipate clinically to happen is that those holds would be dropped. Those people would be best navigated into our existing substance use disorder treatment system. We don't need to build new categories of beds in order to serve those people. They represent the predominance of whom we would need to treat. For folks who are, moved toward conservatorship, right? Once we sort of work out what the standards are, what the thresholds are for folks who would be moved towards conservatorship, we would need to have this new locked substance use disorder treatment capacity. It's not a thing, in terms of current clinical practice around substance use disorder. It's not part of the American Society of Addiction Medicine array of levels of care. So we kind of have to invent it. It would need to be in a locked space. And we would certainly talk about what our options are. Because the number of beds that we need to accommodate people moving into conservatorship, I don't anticipate being great. Again, especially.
So then I just have a question of a couple, like sort of bifurcated follow-up. Good to hear that you don't anticipate that number of beds being great, since I am also hearing that we don't have much of a plan to produce those beds in the next year. But then why is everyone so worried that our hospitals are going to be overflowing if what you just said is that within 72 hours, most of these folks are not going to be intoxicated and they're going to be released and they won't be needing to move into those beds. So there's like a logical inconsistency. Either we're going to be facing massive overflows of our hospitals and nowhere for folks to go, or we're not.
So, well, first of all, I would say that currently, as has been described to you today, hospital emergency departments are heavily impacted by people with substance use disorder who are, quote unquote, boarding in those settings. And this is not in the context of conservatorship, not in the context of extended holds. This is in the context of every effort and every latitude to connect those people to ongoing care in the community. We currently see high impacts in hospital emergency departments because of that, and it stands to reason that volume will dramatically increase because of SB 43, and so those dynamics would also become, I would say, exacerbated.
You're saying the volume of intake, not the volume of people who stay, but the volume of people who are brought in.
Correct, but just people brought in, because it's quite a number of hours before intoxication clears usually. We would anticipate most people being transported.
And you think the number of people brought in will increase because police officers will be more likely to bring people in once this is passed?
Correct. Peace officers would be more like, that's sort of what that's to some extent what the authors of this legislation have had in mind, is that peace officers would be entitled to apply 5150 holds to a different category or cohort of people.
So then the challenge that you're really identifying is a sort of a 72-hour challenge of people being brought in because the police officers are now empowered to do so, but then their intoxication wears off, so they don't end up needing a step-down facility, but you end up with more folks in the emergency room, but not really much of a demand. Maybe we need some beds, but not hundreds and hundreds. Is that correct?
That's why the first intervention that I'm describing that I would prioritize most is getting people dropped off into ongoing addiction care so that we increase, or rather decrease the amount of time that they are in the emergency department to try to clear those
Because
beds.
you're having police officers bring them somewhere else other than the emergency rooms.
Well, no, I'm saying in the context of SB 43, peace officers will bring people who fit these criteria to emergency departments because those are the only LPS designated clinical spaces where it would be allowed per the statute for folks to bring them. So they have to go to emergency departments. This relates to the fourth.
Yeah, that was your fourth bucket. Alternatives to hospitals for 5150s holds. So we can skip to that, and then we can kind of go back to number 3.
Great.
So you mentioned we need alternatives to hospitals for 5150 holds. And so I just wanted to better understand, what is it going to take? We said we need reimbursement and regulatory changes.
Yeah.
And so what does it look like? What are those regulatory and reimbursement changes that would be needed to create an alternative to hospitals?
Yeah, this is another thing that we've been thinking about for quite some time, actually, and that we've been working on advocating at state levels for quite some time. I think SB 43 will provide us a better opportunity to make headway on that front. The clinical service that I would really have in mind would be one that already exists in our San Diego County continuum of care, and that is as a first order of business, a hospital-sited community crisis stabilization unit. So we have both community-sited crisis stabilization units and hospital-sited crisis stabilization units. We talk about them all the time. CSUs are regulated in such a way that the only care that's allowable in them is mental health crisis care, not substance use-related care. That would be.
And that's a state regulation.
That is a state regulation.
So you think in the next year you have a plan, or you think we can make a plan? I shouldn't say you have a plan. You think we can make a plan to both get the state legislation changed to allow substance use disorders to be treated in those facilities and get funding to build them?
I wouldn't say that the building of additional, we already have plans to build a 7th. I think we're holding steady for the
Do we
time
have
being.
plans to build it? When are those going to be constructed?
So the commencement of the next CSU to be built that's a community CSU, so it's not among those that I would target for expansion of this kind of regulatory, or the establishment of this kind of regulatory relief. That's in East County. We're expecting construction there to begin in the spring. But what I would focus on would be our hospital-affiliated and cited CSUs. So we have one at Palomar, we've got one at Bayview, and then we have our
And do they
CSU at the Psych
currently have
Hospital.
enough capacity if they're not expanded,
I would say they do have enough capacity.
even without any additions mentioned?
As important complements to emergency departments. So I'm not suggesting that the entirety of the volume that we're seeing in emergency departments would go into CSUs. I'm saying that they can be an important part of what we do to mitigate harms that might be caused by the overwhelming volume that we would otherwise see in CSUs.
And so the
EDs.
key step here would be amending state legislation to allow us to utilize those CSUs for substance abuse disorders.
I'm not certain that we would need a legislative fix. This is a regulatory problem. So it's possible that we could get regulatory latitude without
But
legislation.
if there is a legislative fix, we're happy to. We're going to have a legislative discussion on number 13, and I'm happy to ensure that, I think that this work group, I just want to make sure, because I think we still have a couple of other folks that want to speak, but if there, I think one of the things, Supervisor, Vice Chair Lawson-Remer, is that is why this work group is so important, because we are not the experts, right? I mean, you are one of the experts, but the reason why we're going to have lived experiences, folks with lived experiences, the reason why we're going to have hospital experts, providers, and the other folks from the municipalities and EMTs and firefighters and anybody else be part of this committee is that they will be able to be part of the discussion, and they will be able to provide some of these sort of what else do we need to do to break down those barriers.
Right.
And I think that there's enough power in the room to say that if there is some regulations that we need to change. I mean, what we did with SB 94, what we did with CareCord, with what we can do with CSAC to change regulations, we have a governor that is committed, we have a state legislature that's committed, and I believe that we can do this.
That's very helpful. So this is extremely helpful. So let me just then add the last kind of question I had, and then sort of summarize and make sure I'm really clear. The last bucket, or you had 2 more buckets. One was about adding capacity in their conservatorship office.
Yeah.
And so you had 2 kind of buckets around that. One, which was clinical thresholds and training around clinical thresholds, and the other is hiring new people. And we don't quite know how many new people, but we know we're going to need some new folks, and we're going to need to hire them. So on the establishing and training around clinical thresholds, what's the sort of best case time horizon on doing that?
So this is a body of work that counties across the entire state are taking a very aggressive approach to. So the California Behavioral Health Directors Association has already established convenings with combinations of medical and behavioral therapeutic experts working on the establishment of these thresholds. So we are participating in those. And though we, are aiming to be, one of the first counties to implement that work, and I've been in pretty constant contact with CBHDA leadership, we anticipate to progress over the next number of months.
Like 2 months or like 12 months?
I would say like within the next quarter, we should see something coming from that. Within the next 2 quarters, certainly more progress.
That's super helpful. And then the last was around education, more broadly on protocols. I feel like that's a question it's not fair to ask you. It'd probably be more appropriate for some of our public safety folks, but I think that's just better understanding, like, what does it mean to train our officers and our peace officers to be able to evaluate folks. And I don't see anyone here, and it's, Dr. Bergman, not fair to ask you those questions, but just as I kind of keep track of what these pieces are. So as I kind of summarize, and I just want to share where this is enormously helpful. I think I obviously did not get a chance to find out any of this information prior to this morning about why, what we've done so far, and what would be needed to be done to make this work. I think what I'm really hearing you say is this: the kind of the working around the incentives on the operational connections. The 2 programs that you mentioned, that we've already made some headway, and you could imagine making some real headway, in the next 90 days. That seems very promising, and is where we have already some traction and a lot of room to move. That the locked substance use facilities, where we currently have 0 beds, we probably won't need very many beds, but we'll need to do something. And I'm not hearing much hope that we're going to get very far in that even in a year, because that's a funding issue. And that sounds like the most kind of naughty piece of the whole problem. But that your anticipation is that we won't have a huge demand for those facilities, because really a lot of these folks are intoxicated for just 72 hours and won't need to be moved into those facilities. So where you're really looking at is the regulatory and reimbursement changes to allow us to use our CSUs for substance use facilities. And I think the chair really adequately addressed that we can be partners in making those changes. And then you talked about that we, in the next 2 to 3 months, real hope that we can make progress on these clinical thresholds for our training conservators. And so I think this is super helpful. I think listening to all this, and I'm just really trying to weigh and balance the fact that obviously we need to do this right. These are really important operational considerations. But also I do, know that we have an absolute crisis on these issues in our community. And I have to acknowledge that I am concerned that we haven't made much progress on this, even though it was passed in September. I think if we were having a conversation saying, we were pedal to the metal, right, starting in September, and we've made a lot of progress, but we still need a few more months, I might have had a sort of a different reaction. I think I'm a little concerned that we haven't. We weren't focused with the urgency and the crisis that I think that this demands the minute the legislation passes. So I think that's just to kind of encapsulate what I've been thinking about. I can't support this as currently written because it's just, honestly, a comeback in a year, given that we didn't do much since September, feels way too broad for me. But I would be very interested in supporting some kind of plan where, you guys take 90 days, you get as far as you can, you report back, you let us know, and then, you aim to do this as quickly as possible. Maybe it has to take a year, but that you are aiming to go as quickly as possible. And again, this is not a specific amendment proposal. I'm just sort of putting out there kind of where I'm at. If we could have some approach where you're going to make a plan, come back in 90 days, report back with a plan, and then, pedal to the metal and just take this with crisis and urgency instead of saying you've got a year. I'd kind of rather say to you, you've got as little time as possible, take as little as you need to do a good job. So those are just my thoughts.
Thank you, Dr. Bergman. Supervisor,
thank you very much, Chair, for bringing this forward. Dr. Bergman, thank you for kind of level setting what SB 43 in its the sort of strict interpretation or the language of the actual bill and what it does. Because I think that some of the things that I heard from the public is that I guess the notion that the implementation would help what we're currently seeing out on the streets. And my understanding from the questions that have been asked and from the presentation is that it has the potential right now, because we do not have the appropriate resources to make things worse. My concern with that is that I never want to communicate to the public that we're trying to help a situation when in actuality it may hurt the situation. Because what happens is we chip away at whatever trust we have left. And we know, I think the majority of us understand that we have a huge problem on our hands in our communities, but also in our families, where this type of intervention is needed. I think the LPS Act has not been modified for 50 years, I think. I think that's what I read on, my first day. It's a great first day, by the way. This is awesome. This is great. I think the best thing is that my mom talked to Consuelo, and, that was the best thing. Okay. So
beats my presentation.
We shall see. But I did want to express that because I had a lot of some of the questions that the vice chair did ask about whether this mandate has been funded, whether implementation of it in the bill would increase the number of beds that we have. I think the answer to that is no, right? And that's what it does come down to. I will say this, I'm also concerned with implementation on January 1, 2024, when peace officers, to my understanding, have not had any type of training on what this really means and what type of discretion they will have. Right. That's very concerning to me, because we know that when we implement things like that, then and don't have clear guidelines, discretion sometimes causes we see biased treatment out in our communities. So that would be something that I'm interested in seeing, those types of standards in the 90 days, provided that this passes today. I also want to see an evaluation, a plan of hiring and what you internally feel would need to be done in your department, and also what the hospital associations believe will need to be done in their arena. In 90 days, I really would like to see something quite concrete. And I also would like to see, especially as a newbie, you know, how this, if there is any interconnection between care court and this. My understanding from our conversations is that this is involuntary, 5150, and care court is not. It's a voluntary process, right, that requires a little bit more from our police departments and fire departments across the county. So I just want to express that in my support for this. I am trying to balance urgency, because we do need deadlines. We absolutely need those. We're creating one for ourselves here for a year. But within that, we really have to ensure that we are doing the absolute most that we can to meet this mandate. And that includes lobbying at the state. Because you know, this is on us now. We cannot pass the buck. However, there are sometimes things done at the state, in my opinion, it's my opinion, that don't take into account a lot of the other factors. And so we're stuck in a situation where it looks like delayed implementation when it's actually we want it to work. So I don't know if you have any additional comments or want to you know, respond to anything that I said.
I appreciate what you're saying. The suppositions that I've heard you make are correct, and I'm happy to take my seat if that's what's appropriate.
Okay, thank you very much. That's all I have.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dr. Bergman, I want to thank you for all your answers. We have an opportunity later in this meeting to do a budget adjustment. Do you have any budget asks to meet the deadline? We are on a strong timeline here, and in my district, this is one of the most crucial items that I've faced. It's what I campaigned on. It's important to me that we move as rapidly as possible.
Yeah.
If you want, you can come back with that answer after thinking about it when we get to that board item, but I'd be happy to make an amendment to make sure that we're fully funded moving forward and that we have no excuses before the public. Thank you.
I appreciate that. Your remarks are causing Ebony to look at me in ways that are much harsher than anything.
I'd like to remind you that Helen works for us still to this day, and I think Ebony works for her.
All right.
Thank you. Thank you, Supervisor.
Okay.
I think, yeah, so just it's kind of building on some of the comments from Dr. Bergman, and I think, Chair, in your remarks, you had mentioned about a 90 days, but I didn't see it in the board item. So if you could just like revisit what, because it's not here, anything about any report back. So was that part of your intent, like legislative intent? Is there a 90-day report back period or something like that? Okay, sorry. So just, I want to make sure I understand. So is the idea is every 90 days or the first 90 days, or what's the?
So part of the discussion was what I wanted to do. I'm used to doing work with community where I bring people in and then together we identify what is the best goals and objectives, and then we come up with a timeline together so that it's bringing something that we come back to the board. But I heard loud and clear that people wanted to impose what we wanted to do, and so I thought if I come up with a 90-day recommendation, it would help lower the anxiety that some of my colleagues had. So I made the recommendation that the first 90 days would be a good tool so that I could have a good first meeting with all of the stakeholders and folks. And then they and their expertise can help me put together what it would look like, and then we would bring it back with a timeline of what it's gonna look like. Having worked in this field before, it feels like it's very important that in order for us to be effective, we really take the time to really look at what is going to be. I don't just want to impose it, but I do want to have the first 90 days and then come back and then share it with everybody and what that's going to look like.
That's very helpful. But as I said,
And I hate over-regulating, because I think it's like if you just put everything in like, okay, every 90 days and then just people just meet to meet and then don't do anything, then, but I think everybody who knows me knows that I'm pretty action-oriented and I will get things done.
So, no, that's very helpful. I mean, as I said, I'm very anxious about implementing this as soon as possible. I think we're in a crisis. I would love to, I can't support it right now, but I'd love to get to be able to vote for it. I think for me, there would just be some very small changes, especially knowing that the intent is to have a report back in 90 days. That's very helpful. I think if we had an amendment to number 2, which is establish this process to implement SB 43 on January 1st, 2025, if instead it was implement SB 43 as soon as possible on or before January 1st, 2025, I think that would provide the deadline that you've outlined, but some flexibility to allow us to accelerate this if possible.
Council?
I would suggest, I think you could just replace the word on with no later than, and that will allow you to implement sooner than the deadline, but provide the deadline if needed.
No later than, with my legislative intent very clearly that I think we all share, as soon as possible, but that would be fine with me.
Can I ask, can I talk, I don't want to put, I want to, it makes me very nervous because I was very clear with when I understand what you're saying, and I want to give the flexibility to, if there might be a pilot program or something, I had already said that we could do that, right? And so right now we said that we could start something if we wanted to, if there was an opportunity. So can you, what would
Chairwoman, let me see if I can take a shot at this. We would come back in 90 days. We'll give you an update on what has happened at that point in time. At that point, we could give you a better feel for whether we would be able to implement sooner than January 1 of 2025. But I don't think it's necessary. I think we ought to be clear in the action today so that we know when we're talking with our partners what we're driving to, with the legislative intent to do as much as we can, as soon as we can, to implement as soon as we can.
Is that, I mean, this is a question for council. How would we effectuate that in the legislation so that we're not bound to wait until the 1st of January if our stakeholders do decide that they're ready to move earlier?
I could introduce another board letter.
Or we would come back in 90 days and say we think we could do it sooner, and we would ask at that point to implement it at whatever time we think we would be ready to go. But that gives us 90 days to at least look at that. But for now, we know it would be January 1 of 2025 unless we were to come and recommend that we could do it sooner.
Now, and I want to make sure that it's very clear. So we are right now in December, and my goal was to have the meeting sometime in January, right? Because I have to get everybody together. So I want to make sure that you're not counting the 90 days from now. I want to, you got to give me a little bit of time to put everybody together.
I thought it was the CAO who was going to implement the process.
Well, yeah, but we're going to be working together because I'm going to be part of it as well. So we're going to
I'm looking for whatever direction you want it to be in.
So we're going to be working together on this. And so we're in the middle of December. We're going to try to get everybody together. So we'll probably get a meeting together right now in 90 days. So it'll be probably February, March, right? February?
we will have a meeting whenever
Yeah,
you
okay. I
ask
just
me
wanna-
to have
I
a
wanna
meeting.
make sure that we're
If
very
that's
clear.
January, February,
Yeah.
we will be ready
So
for a
90
meeting.
days.
We have a lot of work to get started, and Luke will be starting that, well, he's already
Yeah.
started that, and he will continue
So 90 days
to
from
drive
now.
that.
Okay. Yep.
If you're looking to lead a community forum that you're involved in, that would be part of the work that would lead up to something that would come back to the full
Yeah.
board in the way of
Yeah.
a report. If that's what you're asking, we can do that.
It's not a community forum, it's a group.
It's a group, okay.
Yeah,
It's not a community
Yeah,
forum, but it's of
this is not a
community
community
members and
forum.
partners.
Yes. It's because you're changing my whole board letter right on the dais, and I don't want to do that because I want to make sure we have a very productive, multi-sectoral, working group meeting, which is what we discussed when this board letter was created. And so it's okay to vote no, and then we'll come back and we revisit it, right? And it's okay to disagree, right? It is what it is. We have a board letter before us. We've had a lot of discussion on what this looks like, and it's fair. I'm okay with that.
So the 90-day clock, just so I make sure we're clear, we would start that after a meeting that would take place in January, so we would come back in April.
Yeah.
Does everybody come?
Well, because right now we're in, what is it, December 5th, so 90 days from now would be what? March, okay, that's fine.
Okay.
Yeah. The second meeting in March.
Okay, Luke, second meeting in March.
All right, so we have a motion and a second. Let's vote. Oh, did you?
Just real quick, Chair. I'm fully supportive of what's forward, what is going forward before us today. I do want to say that what I have heard on the dais from all of us is that we want this to be done within a year. And that in order to continue the sense of urgency, not only for ourselves, but for everyone that's going to be working on this in the collaborative, multi-sectoral effort that you will be working on with the CAO, that I think that it is not a bad signal to put those additional few words in the resolution, just because it is an accountability structure for ourselves. I will vote for it moving forward. I know the intent, but making sure that intent is clear in the wording, I think is a step that I am okay with taking, and I just wanted to say that publicly.
Okay. So I'll put it in the resolution. We don't need it in the board. Do we need it in the resolution or the board letter?
County Council. You would put in both locations in recommendation 2 and into the resolution itself.
Okay, so we'll do are you okay with that?
I'm not sure what words are being changed.
So we just add, what we'll add is that it'll be a 90-day report back to the board in the second meeting of March.
And there was honor before, so that we know that.
No, I did not accept the honor before.
And this is a nuance, but it's, the word that you're asking is really for return to the board. A report back is usually written and sent up, and I think what you're asking for is this to come to the board again in open session in 90 days.
Yep.
Thank you.
We got it. All right, we got a motion and a second. Please vote.
Chairwoman Vargas, that motion passes with Supervisor Anderson and Vice Chair Lawson-Remer voting no, all other supervisors being present and voting aye.
All right, fantastic. We're going to go ahead and take about a 30-minute lunch. I know that we had a time-certain item around the budget, so what we'll do is, it's 2:10. We'll come back in 30 minutes. Is that 2:40? Why don't we do 2:45? So it's like, and we'll do the budget at 2:45, and then we'll come back, okay? Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairwoman Vargas and members of the board. I'm here today to provide a regional economic update, the county's financial statements for the fiscal year that ended June 30, 2023, and on FEMA reimbursements. And with that, we'll turn the presentation over to Ray Major.
Thank you very much. Next slide, please. The biggest story of 2023 was really inflation and the Fed's attempts to curb it and to keep us out of a recession. If we look back to the beginning of this year, we saw that inflation was at about 5% and real GDP growth was at about 2.2%. At the time, about half of the economists who were surveyed felt that we were probably headed into a recession. The other half felt like we might be able to orchestrate a soft landing. Fast forward to the latest data that we have, which is September 2023, inflation has dropped to about 3.7% nationally, and real GDP growth has gone up. And so the new forecast in terms of the probability of a recession has fallen, and there's more of a probability that we will have a soft landing. Forecasts looking forward see the Fed possibly raising rates one more time and then holding them steady through 2024. So much of the economic conditions that we see today, we would be also seeing next year. Next slide, please. In the last couple of years, since the inflation has started, prices here in San Diego have increased by nearly 20%, creating incredible financial stress on the residents of San Diego. The U.S. News and World Report came out and claimed that San Diego was the most expensive place to live in the nation. And so that's a new moniker that we've never had before. When you take a look at where the costs are that San Diegans are paying that are higher than the U.S., a lot of it has to do with housing, also food and other necessities. Next slide, please. Since the last couple of years, what we've had is inflation that has exceeded the Fed target of 2%. And right now, inflation here in San Diego is running about 4.8%, and this is higher than the rest of the nation. It peaked at about 8.2% in September of 2022. There are certain items within the budget that have kept San Diego leading in terms of inflation, and those include the cost of shelter, which is up 8.4% in the last year, electricity, which is up by 16.2%, and then gasoline, which is up by about 5%. Next slide, please. San Diego, however, has a very robust and resilient economy, and we have a lot of industries within the San Diego economy that are strong and continue to be strong even during these trying times. Those include the innovation sector, the military, healthcare, and tourism has rebounded for the last 2 years. And so there are a lot of jobs in the San Diego economy. Many people have taken on second jobs to pay for some of the expenses that they're incurring. But when we look at the unemployment rate here in San Diego, it's at about 4%, which is a little higher than it has been historically, but it's not anything where we would be concerned about a recession quite yet. Average wages have gone up in San Diego also. So in the last 2 years, the average weekly wage has gone up from about $1,400 a month to about $1,575 a week. Sorry, those are weekly figures. That's about a 9.7% increase. However, during that same time period, we experienced 16.3% inflation. So at the end of the day, the residents are actually falling behind with their ability to purchase goods and services. Next slide, please. It's becoming much more expensive to borrow money in the San Diego region, well, all over the nation, actually. And what we see is credit card rates have gone up to about 25.9%, up about 8.7% since March of 2021. The reason this is important is that many people are making up that gap where they don't have enough, they're not making enough income to pay for the necessities. They're making it up by putting that on credit cards. And so San Diegans have some of the highest credit card debt in the nation. A lot of people have maxed out their credit cards and then they continue to pay those off at extremely high interest rates. Personal loans are also high. If you need a new car, your rate will be about 7.9%, and fixed rate mortgages on homes are at about 7.6%. which is up 4.8% since last year. And this really limits the amount of things that consumers can purchase, and it impacts sales tax revenue because a lot of the things that you're paying for do not have sales taxes associated with them. Next slide, please. So what we see is a anticipated slowdown in consumer spending just because things are more expensive and there's more money being spent on necessities. And so when you take a look at 2023, we believe that our sales tax revenue, and I'm showing the Transnet revenue, but that is the same as any sales tax revenue we have here in the region, will be modestly lower than it was last year. So we had a couple of years of increase where we saw the COVID stimulus payments work through, also inflation and increased prices made things more expensive, higher sales taxes on those items. And this is evidenced also by the last 4 months of data that we have that shows that collections have been slower. So we believe that in the next year that we will have slowing rates of increases or actually decreases in sales tax revenue. Next slide, please. Housing remains probably one of the biggest crises still in the San Diego region, and the interest rates that we've experienced have really hurt the housing market. The single-family median-price home in San Diego now exceeds $1 million as of August 2023. And if you're looking at purchasing that house, you have to have a 7.2% mortgage on it. The estimated mortgage payment, the average payment that somebody would have to have now for a home is about $5,700 a month, and rentals have gone up to $3,200 a month on average. What's happened in the housing market also is that as interest rates have gone up, people who have taken mortgages in the past have interest rates that are lower, and their payments are actually lower because they're paying less interest. And so 92% of all people in the United States have a mortgage interest rate of less than 6%. And so if the average mortgage is now 7.6%, nearly 100% of the people have interest rates that are lower than the ones that are currently being offered. That makes it extremely difficult for somebody to move from one place to another because they're essentially going to have to take on a larger payment for the exact same house that they would be selling. And so what we've seen is inventories fall, and we've now seen on a base of 1,240,000 houses in this region, we only see 1,770 that are available for sale. So this is a problem that isn't going to be solved soon, and certainly not next year. And we really have to wait for interest rates to start coming down before we're going to see any change in this particular sector of the market. Next slide, please. So the overall economic look that we're seeing in 2024 is that there are going to be continued financial pressures on the household. We don't believe that there will be a recession, but inflation is running at about 2.5 times what the Fed target is. Cost of living continues to be expensive in the region in the next year, and the cost of borrowing and debt also continue to be high. But there will be job security because of the distribution of of employment within the sectors here in this economy. We should do okay in terms of employment. There should be modest wage growth, but we see slowing business investment because the cost of capital, along with slowing commercial property demand. And so, in conclusion, we see a slowing spending, and that's going to impact sales tax revenue and probably have modest decreases in the amount of sales tax over the next couple of years.
Thank you so much for that update, Ray Major, Deputy CEO, Sandak. That update that he provided dovetails nicely into the updates that I want to provide to you all today. So we'll transition over into the discussion on the financial update of the county, starting with our first quarter budget performance reports. We are projecting positive results from budget for all of our funds of $97 million, which is just under 1% of the county's total amended budget. The chart on the right shows the anticipated sources of fund balance in the general fund. While the overall positive operating balance is expected, you'll note that the Health and Human Services Agency and the Public Safety Group are anticipating negative operating variances or balances. But this is offset by overall positive results within the general fund, and all of our business groups are staying within their legal appropriation limits, so no issue there. The largest anticipated source that's generating fund balance here in the general fund is general purpose revenue. And that's the county's discretionary revenue that is generated here locally, which is expected to be $51 million higher than expected, primarily due to new retail facilities in the unincorporated area that have attributed to higher than anticipated sales and use tax revenue, along with better than anticipated interest revenues, which is a reflection of the rise in market rates, as well as greater than anticipated cash balances. To put the first quarter projections for the general fund into context, historically, our first quarter projections have been over $100 million. But over the last few years, we've shown a downward trend with projected operating results averaging about $60 million. This is important to note as we're aware that there are additional budgetary pressures that county departments are facing, and that this will continue to influence our projections as we move forward throughout the year. As I mentioned, additional budgetary pressures, I want to share that we are seeing a shortfall of up to $27 million in HHSA realignment revenue this year, which is forecasted to grow that shortfall due to cost drivers in the realignment areas, social services, child welfare, public health, and behavioral health. Realignment revenue is driven by sales tax, which you heard mentioned earlier by Mr. Major, is slowing. Outside of the general fund, all funds combined are projecting a variance of $42 million, which is 1.4% of the total amended budget. And this is primarily due to positive variances in special revenue funds, which includes the road fund, which is the result of changes in capital project timelines from when the project was first established and budgeted and moving forward in this fiscal year, and delays related to staff vacancies and projects moving forward. Then also in public works special revenue funds due to lower than anticipated maintenance cost. And these balances reflect the impacts of sales tax revenue that are being felt also in the Prop 172 Special Revenue Fund, which supports key public safety activities. Those revenues are coming in about 1% below the growth assumption that was used when budget was built, which translates into about $8 million. And we're going to talk more about sales tax specifically later in this presentation to just focus on that and highlight that more. So moving on from the current year projections, let's take a look at some of the key elements of the financial statements for the fiscal year that just ended June 30, 2023, just recently completed. Here we have Tracy Drager, our auditor and controller, here to present you with those financial statements.
Thanks, Ebony. So I'd like to update you on the soon-to-be-published financial statements for the County of San Diego. The statements are as of June 30, 2023. This slide includes the year's most recent balance sheet data and the prior year for comparison. Overall, fund balances have increased from $2.3 billion to $2.8 billion, as shown on the bottom row of the table on the left. One of the biggest drivers in this increase is the receipt of a large consumer protection settlement totaling $182 million, which is reflected in the restricted balances. I'll briefly describe the categories that show up on the balance sheet, which are in the far left column. The not liquid category represents non-cash county resources, such as inventory, supplies, and loans that are being repaid to the county. The specific legal use is a category of fund balance where a law or funding agency requires the county to use a revenue stream for a particular purpose. The county can only use these funds for their legally stated purposes. Earmarked is a grouping of fund balance by which the board has taken specific action, usually through the budget, to spend funds. Examples of earmarked funds include construction projects and service contracts that usually span multiple fiscal years. The last category is the general fund reserve. While this category can be used for any legal purpose, through the administrative code, the board has designated this for emergencies, economic volatility, and mitigation of long-term risks. You'll note there are two subcategories, the General Fund Reserve Minimum and the Available General Fund Reserve. The General Fund Reserve Minimum is the amount required to be maintained as a reserve by the Administrative Code. The second subcategory, Available General Fund Reserve, is the amount in excess or deficit of the reserve. Focusing on the overall General Fund Reserve, you'll note that the total amount has increased from $616 million to $797 million, but remains below the required minimum reserve, which we'll discuss more next. According to the Administrative Code, the General Fund Reserve minimum is set at 2 months of operating expenses, which is $864 million. In comparing the 2023 actual General Fund Reserve of $797 million to the minimum of $864 million, the county fell short of its minimum reserve target by $66 million. Although it is anticipated that the reserve will nearly be replenished by the first quarter projected results of the General Fund. And while the General Fund Reserve is below the minimum requirement, it is still available for specific uses with a 4/5 vote of approval by the board. Further, the $66 million shortfall is being driven in part by continuing delays in reimbursement from FEMA, which I'll discuss next. The first quarter projections assume total FEMA eligible costs of $437 million. There's 23 projects that have been obligated or approved by FEMA and have resulted in cash received of $254 million, which leaves an outstanding balance of $183 million. Of this outstanding balance, we expect $25 million will be obligated in time to record it for fiscal year 23-24 financial statements, and this amount is also reflected in our quarter one projections. The remaining $158 million will be deferred to future years and includes the 10% FEMA withholding. Most of this remaining amount is tied to our non-congregate sheltering project. The Health and Human Services Agency has been coordinating closely with the county's Office of Emergency Services and the Office of Economic Development and Government Affairs to move this project forward in the FEMA review and reimbursement process. Amounts received in future years will generate fund balance in the year the reimbursement is received. And with that, I'd like to turn it back over to Ebony to talk more about the county's financial outlook and key factors.
Thank you so much, Tracy. I'd like to now bring the discussion back to talk about certain elements that we're closely monitoring as we get ready for the upcoming budget cycle, starting with sales tax. You know, as you've heard, we've seen the impact of the economy on key sales tax revenues, which support key programs here, which were realigned by the state in the Health and Human Services, as well as in public safety. After several years of robust recovery following the initial drop in 2020, we are now seeing a notable slowing in our sales tax receipts. And this is impactful as the county receives $1.4 billion of revenue based on sales tax. I noted in our Q1 results that we are under-realizing a certain amount of sales tax-based revenue streams. Healthcare realignment, again, is coming in up to $27 million lower than what was budgeted, and Prop 172 funds are coming in up to $8 million lower than what was budgeted. Besides the impact from this year, our county sales tax consultant is projecting a slowdown in annual growth rates over the next 5 years, and you'll note that this is lower than our pre-COVID levels in terms of future projections of growth. In the latest state revenue outlook released by the State Legislative Analyst Office, we see that the state is facing a similar situation. The December report notes that based on actual receipts for personal income tax, corporation and sales tax, current estimates for revenue are now $26 billion below budgeted levels due to a rise in borrowing costs and a slowing state economy. And this weakness is anticipated to carry through for the next several years. This year, the state solved its budget, the $27 billion deficit, through cost reductions and delays in cost shifts, as well as tax increases. These actions didn't have a significant impact on the county here locally. But if the state continues to see these sizable budgetary shortfalls, it's unlikely that counties won't feel an impact. We'll be closely monitoring the financial condition of the state and its budget strategy over the coming weeks and months as county staff are making our way through the long-term financial planning process in preparation for our budget cycle, which is upcoming. Although activity in the local housing market has slowed, property taxes remain a reliable and stable source of revenue for the county. With the rise in mortgage rates and high median home prices, as Ray discussed, we are seeing a notable slowdown in sales activity. And with this in mind, we are planning for a 3.5% growth in the county's assessed value for the upcoming budget year. This current year's budget was built off of a projected growth rate of 5%, and we saw final results of roughly 7%. The greater than anticipated growth, along with current economic conditions and market slowing, have all been factored into our planning process for next year and beyond. And we'll continue to work closely with our assessor recorder county clerk and his team to proactively plan around this key assumption. I'd like to turn the discussion from revenue elements that the county staff closely monitors and now look at cost factors of the county's financial outlook. In the spring of this year, I shared the county's financial outlook with you, which at the time indicated a gap between revenues and expenditure needs of $92 million for fiscal year 24-25. We have begun the annual process of updating our forecast, and the latest updates to our financial planning activities for fiscal year 24-25 now reflect a mismatch between expected revenues and expenditure needs of $143 million or $142.7 million for fiscal year 24-25 again. I'll highlight that we are earlier in the priority and strategy development process in terms of our cycle than we were the last time I shared this update with you all, and that the budget requests both then and now are comprised of requests for funding that will require careful review, prioritization, and strategy formulation by the executive leadership team. The County Budget Act provides a legal framework to allow for all county department heads to submit their budget request, and this chart is a reflection of that process. The blue bars indicate department requests for general purpose revenue, and the yellow bars project general fund resources, including anticipated growth in locally generated discretionary revenues and program revenues, including state and federal sources, to name us a few. The gap represents requests in excess of projected resources to support a combination of ongoing mandated and discretionary fixed cost increases, to support program expansion and/or to offset revenue shortfalls. Focusing on 24-25, the total general purpose revenue request in excess of projected resources is a combination of requests to expand programs across the county, as well as to mitigate revenue shortfalls. In addition, 24-25 assumes the depletion of health realignment stabilization funds, which have been critical to our financial strategy for the Health and Human Services Agency for smoothing out annual mismatches between expenditure and state revenue growth. The cumulative funding gap increases dramatically the next year to $360 million, and then continues to grow ultimately to $429 million over the next 5 years. We see the significant growth headed into 25, 26, and beyond, largely due to the depletion of that realignment stabilization fund in 24, 25, as well as the wind down of ARPA-related funding sources and various program costs that are forecasted during that period. I will note that this slide focuses on ongoing operational expenses. It doesn't capture one-time operational needs or issuing debt for capital, nor does it reflect the full scope of affordable housing, homelessness solutions, sustainability initiatives, behavioral health things like we discussed this morning, or other areas like infrastructure financing districts. One of our most significant cost drivers at the county is retirement. So I'd like to provide an update on the retirement fund based on information from the latest valuation report that was presented to the Board of Retirement earlier this month, or last month actually. The chart on the top of this slide provides a summary of key indicators from the June 30, 2023 valuation in comparison to the same report from last year. One of the elements that I'd like to highlight for you on this table is the UAL, or the unfunded actuarial accrued liability, which was $4.8 billion in 22 and has increased to $5.12 billion. This is because of the effect of staff growth and pay increases, which were notably greater than the assumptions that were used by the retirement system actuary, among other factors. I wanted to highlight that for you. Turning our focus to the SDCERA annual investment returns chart, which is at the bottom of this slide, we can see that the annual investment returns fluctuate notably year to year. The SDCERA board has adopted an assumed rate of return of 6.5% annually, and any amount of variation from this return will have an impact on planned contributions to SDCERA going forward. Most recently, in the current fiscal year, market returns through the end of October are a negative 4.4%. So this is a risk that we are going to continue to monitor closely for our long-term planning process. As I close things out with you all today, there really are no surprises here in the update that was provided today, since as a county, we've regularly been monitoring and discussing our risks. However, what we are seeing is that the need for action has become clearer as our fiscal outlook has continued to indicate signals of warning signs. So we've touched on the latest information on those risks throughout our presentation today. So I really want to use our time, the remaining time, to talk about the most significant risks that warrant our collective attention and action. And this slide enumerates those risks. And along with these risks, I'd like to acknowledge inherently the pending transition of the county's chief administrative officer, which will intrinsically bring about a level of change throughout the organization and inherently influence our budget process. And I have to say that we are beyond privileged to be a part of an organization with an outstanding leadership team that is poised and ready to steer the county and partner with new leadership as we move through this important transition. And under the leadership of this board, we will prepare a prudent budget strategy that leverages all of our county resources, maximizes revenues, streamlines service delivery, and crafts innovative strategies to maintain long-term solvency and budget stability. And to that end, there will be several broad mitigation strategies that will serve as a guide as we navigate through the budget planning process. County department heads and finance staff are actively undertaking a review of existing resources, as well as opportunities to generate revenue. We're performing a careful review to ensure that all county financial resources, including those that are outside of the general fund, are being put to use. And we'll also be pressed to look closely at the operating and capital infrastructure needs, as well as priorities of the community and your board, and to formulate and deploy strategies related to the timing of program implementation or aligning service levels with the most equitable delivery of these services. So as we look ahead, looking through an equity lens, we'll be carefully considering bridge funding at-risk activities so that we can mitigate any disruptive impacts to the people of San Diego when they need us the most, while providing the critically needed space and time to develop tactical plans to advance structural program reform as appropriate. We'll continue to engage with the community and with your board in the coming weeks and months as we formulate budget strategy to ensure that it balances operational priorities while representing the broad needs of the community as well as the priorities of your board. That concludes my presentation, and I want to thank you for your time and attention.
Now proceed with public comment. For the public's awareness, there are nearly 200 remaining individuals that have requested to speak on the discussion items this afternoon. With that volume, in accordance with the board's rules of procedure so that all individuals have an opportunity to speak, time's going to be limited to 1 minute per speaker. With that, for this item, for item 34, we have 7 requests to speak, 4 in person and 3 requesting to speak by phone. Also note that we did not receive any e-comments on this item. For any members of the public that requested to speak on this item by phone, please dial into the conference line now using the instructions that were provided to you. We'll begin with the in-person speakers. All speakers are in opposition. As your name is called, please come forward and stand against the east wall under the murals until it is your turn to speak. I'd like to invite forward Mark, Audra, Bryant Rumbaugh, and Consuelo. Again, you'll have 1 minute to address the board, and I'll ask you to please state your name for the audio record.
Mark, a minute is absurd. Okay, all of this is because they simply will not stop inflation, which didn't exist before 1913. That literally it's being caused by the Federal Reserve. You guys are being screwed beyond your wildest dreams. There's absolutely no doubt about it. All of the founding fathers, the past presidents knew about this. You guys need to see these videos that you can see online. They're all on YouTube, or there are titles in news. This one is about FEMA. They're talking about reimbursing FEMA. The horrible powers FEMA shouldn't even be allowed to have. It's totally totalitarian. Zeitgeist, 6 minutes, 40 seconds to 24 minutes will tell you why we're going bankrupt. They won't stop it, so they're going to tax you more. That's what the bottom line of what they mean when they say maximizing alternate funding sources and continuing stabilization strategies. They're just going to tax you because they won't stop the bankers from ripping you off. It's a scam.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
All right, still Brian Rumbaugh. So, you know, with regarding that retirement, that's definitely one thing. Within 1 year, went from 4.78 to I think 5.12 billion. Unfunded liabilities. Okay, we need to recognize, yes, that we are under attack. You look at those credit card rates. You still have a ton of Americans that are still living their lives that way. They are unaware of the monetary supply, the M1 supply. They are unaware. They've been purposely misled their entire lives. And they still, to this day, think that they need to essentially allow the government to fix the problem that the government created. Go back in and have 0% interest rates. You guys have been talking about heroin addicts for how long? I got this dude right here who apparently has a problem with me coming up and being an engaged citizen. Am I taking up your time? I've been here a lot. I fight for you. I know you got a problem in your fucking neighborhood.
Hey, sir.
Rise up.
Next speaker, please.
Let that guy speak. He's the most important guy in the room.
Sir, you're being disorderly, and this is your first warning.
Yeah, it's very important that everybody gets heard. And since we show up here to every meeting, I encourage everybody here who has a problem with everybody else speaking, show up or shut up. Maximizing alternate funding sources and continuing stabilization strategies. Yeah, we're going to be paying for that. I had something written on my other phone. What? Oh, shoot, yeah, a minute. Holy crap, okay. Well, that's all I got. I ain't got much. Yeah, just show up, people. Pay attention to what they're doing. They're up to no good, and get involved.
Can you please state your name for the record?
Consuelo.
Thank you. Remind the speakers to please stay on topic pursuant to the board's rules of procedure.
Ruh-roh. My person uses the name Audra. I am so glad you are closely monitoring this. I mean, because, and who doesn't love budgets, right? Spending other people's money. How fun is that? It's super fun. And I mean, because it's good that there's no fraud, waste, and abuse or money laundering or anything like that going on. So I was just thinking, it's like, why don't we just, I don't know, print more money, or we could go after the people's like Social Security bonds, and then you guys can just take the money once like we get those. Or what I was thinking too, it's like FEMA has camps. We could just put everybody in there. And then like, what else could we do? Oh yeah, so like with the whole climate, just to save the climate, what we could start doing is charging people per like breath that they take or how many flatulence they excrete during the day. And just, you know, I mean, who knows, just maybe, like you could probably charge me quite a bit just to be here. And then you guys can just use it for whatever, right? I mean, it's good. It's so good. You guys are good at what you do.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the individuals that requested to speak by phone. We'll start with our first caller.
Hold the bold. Don't believe Sindeg's happy talk. The feds and the state are broke, so you can't count on their money coming in like that FEMA reimbursement stuff. I mean, car loans are up, housing is up, tax receipts are down. The things you do, the things that, you know, that make or provoke lawsuits, you know, all of those are adding to the risk. You'd better get your reserves up. And I mean, make them legal even. I hear they don't meet the legal requirements, so you need to do that too. And I mean, one thing you should have done is listen to us about 3D.
Now hear from the next caller.
Truth, Ray Major, what are you doing here at the county? I get enough Sandag reports as it is. But my summary version is inflation's not going anywhere but up. That's the warning sign. You guys failed to reserve $66 million, and you're blaming FEMA for your decision to go along with the lockdown era. But I like how that fraud's called a closeout process, because this is all business, all right, which is why we get a fake public input of 60 seconds. You got $2.1 million to test for drugs with drug money when government has no business testing people. Leftover neighborhood reinvestment and community enhancement program money will go to other projects without public input. There's money for the supervisors' offices because of Monica. Maybe she'll have her own security, but she'll definitely have her own coffee server, which she's already used to in San Diego, and a team of county minions who probably won't answer emails. I don't support $946,000 to Helen to use toward the expensive housing blueprint, because that's a green print with that extra cost. There should be no projects like the community center, fire station, bike park. That's what needs to be built. Otherwise, county government needs to be.
Thank you. And Chairwoman Vargas, that concludes public comment on this item.
Okay, thank you. So I want to say thank you to Helen, the county staff, and to Ray Major for that briefing today, even though there was a lot of happy information. But for the economic insight. And I want to say thank you for all of the diligent work that has been. I know that we've been working together to really better understand our fiscal stability to ensure that we are able to continue to deliver stability to the region, services to the region. Our fiscal management and decision-making have been tested, right, by the impacts of the pandemic and our economy. And I think that there's still a lot of work to be done, especially acutely with the housing market and sales tax inflation and the state's budget. And I think that all of us, while we as a board actively seek to serve the residents of our communities, we actively there's a lot of programs and needs that we have to ensure that we have a resilient future for all. I think that this is a really important time for us to really be very thoughtful and intentional about how we're looking at this budget and the county, the status of where we're at and the risks that we may face. And I think that you've highlighted some key initiatives and the budget gap, the gap that we may be facing in the years to come, and long-term costs continue to grow. It's, I think, important that we look at what the revenues are in the foreseeable future, right, that we need to look at. And our general fund reserve is currently below minimum, right? And so our funding sources are experiencing increasing pressure and the competition that is there. So I think it's still early in the year, and this is a good opportunity for us as a board for us to be really looking at this and for us to be thinking about it throughout the year as we're gearing up for the start of the year. And I know that you mentioned this, but as we're going to be transitioning to a new CAO and what that's going to look like, I think that we need to be very thorough. I know that I've had conversations with some of your leadership, the different leaders throughout the county about that direction has been given already so that folks can be thinking about what that looks like. I am very much interested in thinking about what do we look at for innovative and streamlined ways of delivering services for those needs, and also for staff to bring back other opportunities for revenue sources, existing and potential to the board, so that we can make better decisions as well. But then I also want to ask staff to really think about coming back with a complete review of the ARPA framework. I know that I've had a couple of conversations with you about that, and including the Evergreen Fund. I know that we've tapped into the Evergreen Fund for a couple of other different initiatives. And so I want to make sure that we are not leaving money on the table, and then we're also using available resources to develop the budget to support core county services. And so I want to make sure that we have that opportunity, especially because we have a new supervisor on our board, and so I want us to all be engaged in that process. And then, as you know, one of the things that as a county, we are the safety net of our communities, and so we provide many programs and services to our residents and that are not available elsewhere. And so in order for us to continue to be a safeguard, we have to make sure that we craft solutions with multiple approaches, and that we're able to maximize our revenues and managing our costs with robust solutions and careful review of our programs. And so I want to make sure that we keep equity at the forefront, making sure that we're using that budget equity tool that we created, that I think it's been very, very helpful for your teams to use. And so we've pushed really big priorities. There's some on the pipeline. I know that there's a lot of new legislation that's coming down that we have to be able to implement. And so what does that look like as well? And so I'm very mindful that those resources are very limited, and so I want to make sure that we're looking at that as a board, and we're really thinking about those tough decisions ahead. And so I am grateful for the work that's being done, that we're being very thoughtful, and I want to thank county leadership and the staff for really looking at what could we stop doing, what can we do better, and I know that that's not often what we do in county, right? What do we not do anymore? What's not working, and how do we look at doing things from a different perspective that we can continue to help our communities and do the work that we need to be doing. And so with that, I'm happy to make a motion to support the CEO's recommendation. And then Vice Chair Lawson-Remer.
Yeah, thank you so much. You know, I am so grateful for all the work that your team does. I just had a question, hopefully wanted to kind of better unpack one of the slides, the slides on fund balance. If we could throw those back up there, that would be great.
the right slide?
Yeah, we can go through both of them. Yeah, I just wanted to do both. I just want to better understand, we can kind of take them in turn. The general fund reserve, the fund balance, the next slide. No, or maybe it's the previous one. Yep, there we go. This is what I wanted to better understand. So if you could just give us a little bit more details on why on the general fund where we have, I mean, the non-general fund is different, right? There's obviously that's being driven by the special funds, but the general fund, what's really driving the expenditure variance?
Sorry, go back one. There we go. Thank you. So focusing on the general fund, so we have both non-general fund and general fund. There are two slides here that look very similar, 13 and 14. 13 is focused, the chart that's on the right is focused on the general fund, which is our primary operating fund that we typically look to and influences our general fund reserve. So this slide here, the chart on the right, the sources that are generating the overall fund balance are primarily general purpose revenue. That's the $51.4 million that we see in the blue bar there. The majority of that is interest earnings on cash balances, but there's also a smaller amount of sales tax revenue that's being generated by.
Ebony, sorry, I might have just misunderstood. My apologies. I thought it was expenditure variances that were driving it, because it says it's 44 million, and not revenue variances.
Thank you for that clarification. I appreciate that. The revenue variance is driving the net result of $55.8 million. However, there are a combination of expenditure variances and revenue variances that drive that overall balance. So what you'll see here in the general fund, and this is all groups, there are different variance levels. So this is reporting for the county overall. Expenditure amounts that net to 44 million, and then revenue amounts. So while the general fund, the interest earnings, and that little bit of sales tax that I talked about is driving general purpose revenue by $51.4 million, there are other revenue shortfalls. We talked about the health realignment revenue shortfall of $27 million, for example. That would be netted against the amount that you see here in the general purpose revenue. So the $11 million is a net figure. We would have to go and look at each county group and department to see the negative amounts that are offsetting that.
In the revenue, and what about the expenditure
And the
side?
same on the expenditure. So there'll be expenditure variances that are plus or minus. Everybody's in the positive on the expenditure side. There are no negative expenditure variances in the general fund. So the amounts that you see in the general fund will be plus and minus overall.
I mean, is that mostly unfilled staff positions that were allocated and they haven't been filled? Or are there, specific capital projects? Just want to get I just wanted to better understand what is this, where is our 44.4 coming from?
Sure. So in the general fund overall, a big portion of it, probably about half of it, is salary and benefit variances from budget. It doesn't necessarily mean it's generating a fund balance, but it's a variance from budget. So that's about half of it. And then there are amounts that are in other places across the county.
Got it. So about half of it's sort of like lower salary and benefits than budgeted, and the other half is sort of miscellaneous capital projects that have not yet been funded.
It's not necessarily all capital either. I'm sorry, I'm just getting the board letter out so I can give you the precise amount. So it's in the board letter on page 7, if you happen to have that. We talk about the general fund expenditure variances, and we go through and we itemize. So for example, $25 million of the variance in the general fund was salary and benefit appropriation variance, and then services and supplies, which is expending for contracted services, for example. There are variances across the group, and we go through and we itemize for you all of the major drivers behind those variances. So they're across the board in different spending categories.
Okay, no, that's helpful.
Vice Chair, can I just add also, if you want to just pull out the attachment to the board letter also that has those details, you can look and see the explanations of the revenue variances. So if you
and the expenditure ones.
Yes, it's all in the narrative. Sorry, my phone thinks I'm talking to it.
Thank you, Helen. We do try to give
but
you a
it
couple
is-
different views, yes, of what Helen is describing in the various attachments. So in the board letter proper, also in Schedules A and B, you'll see just dollar figures, and then the notes to Schedules A and B, you'll see the actual description by department.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Ebony. Appreciate you.
Supervisor Desmond?
Thank you, and I appreciate the presentations and the general understanding here, but, you know, we got to watch out what we're spending here soon. But Ray, I had a couple questions for you. First one's on slide 5, on the paper version. Hopefully it's the same. And I know you went over this fairly quickly, but I was looking at that transportation cost, and I was wondering, how is it that, I guess, we are lower than the here in San Diego County on transportation costs? I don't know. I took a trip to Vermont in the fall, and it was $3.60 a gallon here, and it's like $5.60 a gallon here. So what's in that transportation number that gives us a slight edge here, it looks like, from the rest of the country?
It includes, in addition to the gas costs, is the gas cost, the cost of automobiles and maintenance also. And this is relatively close to the rest of the nation. I don't see this as being that big of a difference from a national average.
Well, everything else we're off.
Well, the thing too in September, because what ends up happening with the gas prices too is that they're so volatile here that sometimes we'll see a decrease. We're still higher than the national average, but you see this huge decrease every once in a while in gas prices, and it may be the month that this particular data was collected.
Yeah, I should have filled up my car that month. Another one on, you had, I think it's slide 9. You're showing a big delta there in the Transnet revenue in October of 23. There's a big difference there. You anticipate in 2024. Is that just what's been collected, or is that anticipation for the entire? You got a gap there in the October 23rd, the middle column, I guess, or the middle segment of the slide, of that gap, 146 million versus 426 million.
Oh, so that's what's been collected to date.
Okay.
And our forecast for fiscal 24, which is June to June, would be about 426 million. So we see a $4 million decrease.
Okay, I didn't know if that was a projection or that just, okay.
Yeah, that was our projection. So you can see the monthly figures on the right-hand side show that there's just been a slight decrease each month, and we anticipate that continuing.
Okay. And then for Ebony, there was, on the FEMA reimbursement, we're anticipating, I don't know, slide 15, if you want to go there. But on the FEMA reimbursement, we're expecting 25 million for this year, and then 100, I thought we were going to be all paid up by May of next year. Is that, I guess that's no longer happening.
Thank you for that question. I appreciate it. Just to clarify for the board, the challenges that we've been facing specifically as it relates to eligibility for non-congregate sheltering. There's been some clarification that we're seeking in terms of guidance that we received during COVID on what costs were eligible versus what costs we actually incurred, and there's been a bit of a mismatch there. So we've been working with Cal OES, as you heard Tracy mention, to get that clarification for the entire state. We all need that clarification, and in the meantime, the claims that we have submitted for reimbursement, the review process has been delayed. So that was something, unfortunately, that was unanticipated, of course, and has meant that our reimbursement claims are still in the queue, pending the review process. And until that piece is clarified, we're kind of in a holding pattern.
So are the feds telling us, no, you don't qualify, and we're saying, yes, we do?
We've gotten some guidance to give some clarity, but we are pushing back on that guidance because it's different than what the guidance was at the time of the decision-making in terms of action. So there's an amount that we have that we know is at risk. We can, if there are specific questions on it, I'd probably ask Amy Thompson from the agency to come up to speak to it. But there are some amounts we know that are at risk. We're pushing back, trying to get all of that. And in the meantime, the entire claim is held up, if you will.
And what is it we're putting these FEMA dollars for? Is this to build back up our reserves? Or what did you say, were these FEMA dollars earmarked for something?
When they come, so the $158 million, for example, is what we're really talking about. $25 million is already reflected in the $55 million that we just discussed for the general fund. The $158 million, when we receive it, It will be available to, for example, replenish any amounts that we draw down if we draw below the minimum for budgetary planning purposes to bridge fund things. We talked a little bit about that. But it would be available for use in the future when it's received. We don't anticipate that it's going to be received during 23-24 is the bottom line message here.
Okay.
It's going to be 24-25 or beyond.
Okay, and then I guess for our chair, you had mentioned the evergreen funds of that I'm going to be asking for some dollars for, and we got some dollars coming out of it. Maybe we set some of that aside for SB 43 funding, because it seems like we're going to have a great need in a short amount of time to get some things to go. And so anyway, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
All right. We have a motion and a second. Please vote.
Chairwoman Vargas, that motion passes unanimously with all supervisors being present and voting aye.
Okay. All right. The next, thank you everyone for all of your work. We really appreciate you.
Thank you, Ray.
I'm going to go ahead and take item number 13 now. And you want to read number 13?
The next item for discussion will be item 13, the 2024 legislative program.
I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to a public comment.
Thank you, Chairwoman Vargas. We have 9 requests to speak on item 13, 6 in person and 3 requesting to speak by phone. Also note that we received 2 e-comments, both in favor of this item. For the individuals that requested to speak by phone on item 13, please dial into the conference line now using the instructions that were provided to you. We'll begin with the in-person speakers. All the speakers are in opposition of this item. As your name is called, please come forward and stand against the east wall. I'd like to invite forward Mark, Karma, Audra, Consuelo, Pam, and Sandra Martinez. These individuals requested to speak on all items on consent, so I'm recalling you for item 13. If I've called your name and you'd still like to speak, please come forward. Again, you'll have 1 minute to address the board, and I'll ask you to please state your name for the audio record.
I don't see numbers yet. Okay, Mark, so this is just continue on UN Agenda 21 treason through our county strategic plan. You need to see Rosa Corey's video. It's on YouTube. If you don't see this, you simply won't understand. Rosa Corey, why should you listen to her? She was a district department chief, district branch manager for the Department of Transportation. Her expertise was in land use and property valuation. She was an expert court witness recognized by all California courts as the highest authority. And she noticed Agenda 21 being done, and that she couldn't even evaluate property value or land use or property values correctly because of it, and that it was totally corrupting our government and changing our system to be international, cross boundaries, mega regions. It's really horrible, and now you'll get to hear some of it.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
About United Nations Agenda 21, Sustainable Development. And as Americans, you're going to find yourselves completely at odds with and deeply concerned by the agenda for the 21st century. And that is what it's called by the United Nations and the world, the agenda for the 21st century. That's why it's called Agenda 21. It is a blueprint. It is the action plan to inventory and control all land, all water, all plants, all minerals, all animals, all energy, all construction, all means of production, all information, and all human beings in the world. Inventory and control.
Next speaker, please.
Hey, how you guys doing? Karma's back. Hey, Tara, I got a question for you. Are you a little hungover today? Celebrating her victory? Switching enough votes? Making sure she got in play? Why else would you be wearing sunglasses indoors?
Can you please be respectful and focus on the topic at hand?
Sure, I'm going to talk about elections because you guys were elected and you guys are acting like you were elected by the people here, but obviously you were elected by lobbyists and organizations that go around collecting ballots, switching them around, and we have no checks and balances for that. I have talked, I have expressed this multiple times, and the only thing I get from you guys is pushback, 100%. And you want me to respect you and you don't respect us? You can't even look at me when I'm talking to you? And you think that we should have that respect for you? Fuck you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
My person uses the name Audra. The common law is the real law, the supreme law of the land. The code, rules, regulations, policies, and statutes are not the law. Sel first re. Legislative statutes enforced upon the people in the name of law are fraud. They have no authority and are without mercy. Justice without mercy is godless and therefore repugnant to our United States Constitution. Lawmakers were given authority by the people to legislate codes, rules, regulations, and statutes, which are policies, procedures, and law, to control the behavior of bureaucrats, elected and appointed officials, municipalities, and agencies, not the people. But we're never given the authority to control the behavior of the people, as we read in the United States Supreme Court. But all laws and rules, practices which are repugnant to the Constitution are null and void. Marbury versus Madison. What you guys are doing is null and void. These rules are for you, not us. You need to get it straight and step in line because you guys are below the people.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. We'll now hear from those that requested to speak by phone. We'll start with our first caller.
Truth. The legislative program adds to the county politicking with taxpayer money, and only 80 people provided input. That's a reflection of only 0.0002% of people. The 2024 priority issues include behavioral health beast, harm reintroduction, more climate change goals, electrification of everything to overload the grid, data infrastructure, more racist equity, reducing vehicle miles traveled, the gun reduction agenda, and abortion promotion. And the very first guiding principle is working with Mexico for the unrepresentative binational mega regional governance system. Data infrastructure and reducing VMT go together from Mandat.
Collecting and using data from various transportation services and systems. This helps government agencies plan and manage the transportation system.
Digital infrastructure, physical assets are increasingly smart and connected, allowing constant real-time monitoring.
This won't happen on its own, and it needs a conductor like Sandag. And we're doing a study with the World Economic Forum.
We'll look forward to that report.
Next OS, 5 big moves, video title.
Thank you. And Chairwoman Vargas, that concludes public comment on this item.
Thank you. I'm happy to make a motion. Is there a second? All right, we have a motion and a second. What? Did you?
Yeah. This is item 13?
Yes, sir.
You want it pulled? Okay.
We had already pulled it. Yeah.
I know. That's good. I just want to make sure it was, okay. Well, I just wanted to.
You want to make a comment, sir?
I would like to make a comment. Thank you.
Okay, now you're on here. Go ahead.
Caught me off guard with only one speaker. Okay. I'm going to be registering a vote on 13. However, I want to note for the record, there's several items in this legislative program that I voted against, including gun violence reduction initiatives, also voted against advocating for a legal immigrant legal defense, particularly for felons, and the use of harm reduction for substance and disorder treatment. So I agree with some of the aspects of a harm reduction, not all. But also this legislative program has a number of statements and issues that I am supportive of. So I'm going to vote yes on it, but I don't want to throw the whole the baby out with the bathwater. But There's some of these things in here I don't agree with.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, so. Okay, we have a motion and a second, please vote. He pulled it. I guess, I don't know, we'll see right now.
Chairwoman Vargas, that motion passes with Supervisor Anderson voting no, all other supervisors being present and voting aye.
Now you know. All right, so the next item on the agenda is discussion item number discussion number 22, ending taxpayer-funded deportation defense for criminal non-citizens. Can you please call the public for speakers?
Thank you, Chairwoman Vargas. We have 29 requests to speak on this item, 12 in person and 17 requesting to speak by phone. Also note that we received 4 e-comments, 2 in favor and 2 in opposition. Any members of the public that requested to speak on item 22 by phone, please dial into the conference line now using the instructions that were provided to you. We'll begin with the in-person speakers, starting with those individuals in favor of this item. As your name is called, please come forward and stand against the east wall under the murals until it is your turn to speak. Again, you'll have 1 minute to address the board. I'd like to invite Pam, Mark, and Consuelo. And again, ask you to please state your name for the audio record.
Consuelo, it's very important that we stop funding all criminals, especially including people who work for the government, like Andrea Cardenas. We're still paying for her. You said earlier, Nora, you don't hear, you said something regarding about your community. You don't hear from your community because, quite frankly, your community don't even know you exist. And the majority of that demographic doesn't know squat about local politics, let alone how to get involved. Not that they'd want to, because then they'd be ignored constantly if they weren't saying what you want to hear. Yeah.
Next speaker, please.
Mark, I'm not opposed to not funding criminals in court that are immigrants. However, it's important to realize why this is happening. If you see the video, Goodbye American Sovereignty, Hello USMCA on YouTube from 3 minutes to 6 minutes, it'll explain that Trump signed away and Biden did not rescind, giving power in the USMCA document, our free trade agreement. Chapter 30 gives power over trade and immigration to a foreign unelected council we only have 1 American member on that's not elected. This is part of being the North American Union. That's what's really intended, is to destroy America and make us that. And it's already happening, and you better stop it. Now, why I agree with this? Well, here's some captions for articles. California officials defy ICE detainer, release convicted child murderer. Illegal immigrant convicted of murder in Venezuela, found living in state, funded housing in Massachusetts. I can't even show more. 1 minute is not okay.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Sir? Warning, yes.
What, for saying something for a few seconds afterwards?
No, for being disruptive. Next person, please. You want me to also write you down now? Because I'm ready to do it.
Pam, I hope everyone reads this item, because the last time this item was brought forward, those opposed were so obviously uninformed, even Tara and Nora. This is to end taxpayer-funded defense lawyers defending violent, criminally convicted non-citizens from being deported out of this country. These violent individuals are not entitled to the privilege and benefit of living in the U.S. They need to be deported. These individuals don't care about society, your families, this country. They've committed violence. This is not about the sweet, innocent little families illegally crossing our southern border. These are convicted, violent, criminal non-citizens who have convicted of aggravated felonies, trafficking of humans, crime involving moral turpitude, look that up. To all of you who oppose this, please feel free to welcome these convicted violent criminals into your neighborhood around your children.
Now I'd like to invite forward the speakers in opposition of this item. As your name is called, please come forward. Maya de la Torre, Audra, Pauline Reyes Perariz, Melissa Shepard, and Karma. Those are the first 5 speakers. You may come forward in any order.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Paulina Reyes Perariz. I'm the managing attorney with Immigrant Defenders Law Center, a San Diego resident of D4 and the chair of the San Diego Immigrant Rights Consortium, which has supported this program. IMDIV believes that no immigrant should stand alone when facing deportation from the United States, which can tear them apart from their family, loved ones, and the only place they know as home. The Immigrant Rights Legal Defense Program is a critical resource to San Diego residents and their families. Unlike criminal court, immigrants in deportation are not afforded an attorney and are completely disadvantaged before the start of their case. Where this recommendation may require an attorney to divulge information of someone's case is impractical and wholly against attorney-client privileges. Immigration law is completely changing. A deportable offense today may not necessarily impact someone's ability to become a citizen in the future. So prohibiting effective representation now is extremely harmful to the citizen and the community they live in. I urge the board to vote no.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, honorable supervisors. My name is Melissa Shepard. I'm a directing attorney at Immigrant Defenders Law Center, where our attorneys participate in the program as panel attorneys. The detention or deportation of an immigrant often means the loss of the household's primary income, disrupting the family's financial stability. Access to counsel in immigration court is essential and can provide to keep families together, can keep a veteran facing removal with representation to keep them home in the country where they help keep us safe. The immigration program is a critical resource to San Diego families facing our immigration system, and even more important for those who have completed their criminal sentences already. This group is even more vulnerable and require an experienced immigration attorney to fully assess their options. A conviction doesn't automatically make someone deportable or ineligible for permanent residence or naturalization. Immigration law is convoluted and not as simple as whether a crime makes someone deportable. I urge you to vote no on this agenda item. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to invite for the remaining speakers in opposition, Brian Rumbaugh, Maria Chavez, Patricia Mondragon, and Clint Carney.
Hey, how you guys doing? Karma is here. And apparently I got a minute to talk about what? Agenda item 22. So we want to shorten people's time. Fine. I really don't care. But what I will do is waste my entire minute for every single issue and extend this because this did not need to happen. But Nora really, really wanted this to happen. And because she wanted this to happen, you at least got me for every single issue. So please, I say no to issue, what was it we're on again? Oh, thank you. Oh, shoot, I can't read. 22. Opposed.
Next speaker, please.
Hello, I am Maria Chavez. I'm an immigration attorney here in San Diego. I am currently the Immigration Legal Director for PANA, Partnership for the Advancement of New Americans. I hold and have held many leadership positions locally and nationally for immigration attorneys, and I currently live in Chair Vargas's district. I oppose Agenda Item 2. All immigrants have a right to and deserve fair and competent representation. Having the Legal Defense Fund shows that the county cares about its residents, keeping families together, and that it is truly a welcoming community. The recommendations to determine eligibility for the program based on criminal convictions could potentially be asking attorneys to violate attorney-client privilege by having to disclose this information to the county. Attorney-client privilege is a central tenet to our legal system and should be protected at all costs. Additionally, given the incredible complexities regarding criminal immigration consequences, complexities that take longer than a minute to explain, these definitions are constantly in flux, and I request that this agenda item fail.
Next speaker, please.
All right, still Brian Rumbaugh. So I'm going to go ahead and say that I... Full minute. What's that? All right. Anyhow, what I will say is we are a nation of laws. I saw a brilliant little thing last night, you know, whatever, a YouTube video, let's just call it. Essentially what it was a path to maintain liberty for us. It was faith in God, morality, laws, plenty of other things, and I'm going to continue to talk about it. It's called the Pilgrim Monument. I suggest people learn about it. As far as criminals, I got to tell you something. We cannot be spending tax dollars to essentially defend these people. We are a nation of immigrants. I have stories of a fencing contractor that had an employee for 27 years in 2005, and he went to jail for his employee who wasn't undocumented. Man.
Next speaker, please.
Hello, Supervisors. My name is Clint Carney. I'm with Survivors of Torture International in San Diego. Our clients come from all over the world, and many of them experience torture in jails and prisons. And then they arrive in San Diego County, and they're in an immigration detention center in the same environment where they were tortured. Every person in the immigration detention is not a criminal. Our clients are running for criminals. They're not criminals. Every single person in detention deserves to be represented by an attorney. The U.S. immigration system is second in complexity to the tax code. So I urge you to keep this program in place, do not remove funding from it, and support this program moving forward. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Patricia Mondragon, Regional Policy Manager for Alliance San Diego and D4 resident. Congratulations, Supervisor Montgomery Stepp. I voted in D4. My vote was counted. It was not fraudulent, and I'm excited to see you filling that seat. Access to legal counsel is a fundamental human right and a cornerstone of a healthy and fair justice system. All people deserve due process regardless of who they are, where they were born, or what they have experienced. Rather than restricting the program, we should be discussing expanding this important program and making it truly universal. San Diego County's Immigrant Rights Legal Defense Program makes our immigration court system more just and more humane to ensure all immigrants in our community have access to basic due process. We urge you to vote no on this item. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
That person uses the name Audra. Joel, you think you're going to have a better chance this time? Look at who we have as the chair. Are you kidding me? I mean, I wonder if you guys, if it was like some people in Hamas, if they were the ones being defended, if you would be like, oh my gosh, don't do that. We need to deport them. I'm sure there's some of them in there, Nora. Think about that. What are you going to do? But yeah, Joel, I mean, who knows? I guess we'll see what Monica does, right? I mean, you were begging for some seconds before, and nobody would even give you the time of day for that. But I mean, some family members might be affected by this, right, Nora? Who knows, right? That's why we have to have open borders. Yeah, it makes so much sense. So this is definitely probably not going to pass. So all you guys are going to be good, right? Yeah. I mean, we have 4.5 or more illegal immigrants in this nation, so it's more than the county we have here.
Thank you. Final call for Maya De La Torre. We'll now hear from the individuals that requested to speak by phone. When it is your turn to speak, you will be unmuted and you will hear a recording that will tell you to begin your comments after the beep. I'll remind the callers they should mute their TV or live video stream before they begin speaking. We'll start with our first caller.
Hi, Felicia Gomez. Good afternoon, Chair Vargas and Supervisors. My name is Felicia Gomez. I'm a Senior Policy Advocate at the ACLU of San Diego and Imperial Counties. The ACLU is a proud member of the Invest in San Diego Families Coalition. We are here to strongly urge the Board of Supervisors to vote no on the board letter introduced by Supervisor Anderson. Access to legal counsel is a cornerstone of our justice system. All people deserve due process regardless of who they are, where they were born, or what they have experienced. However, under the U.S. immigration policy, people seeking asylum or facing deportation are not provided court-appointed counsel. This is fundamentally unjust. The groundbreaking San Diego County Immigrant Rights Legal Defense Program closes the justice gap in the federal immigration court system. Statewide data shows that detained immigrants who have access to counsel in immigration court succeed more than 5 times as often as their unrepresented counterparts. When a loved one is detained or deported, it impacts their entire family and the San Diego County community. The detention or deportation of a family member often means a loss of the household's primary income. For people facing deportation, legal representation can...
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
Jalen Choi. Good evening, Chair Vargas and Supervisors. My name is Jalen, and I'm a resident of District 3 here representing Alliance San Diego. First, I want to say congratulations to Monica Montgomery Stepp on the new position, which is very well deserved, and I'm excited to see the great things they'll do for the San Diego community. On the item, it's written in the 5th and 14th Amendment of the U.S. Constitution that every individual has the right to our judicial system, that no person shall be deprived of life, liberty, or property without due process of the law. Immigrants facing deportation are not provided court-appointed counsel in the immigration court system and are often forced to face the complex immigration court system without legal representation, not to mention the amount of Latinx immigrants who are more vulnerable to pleading guilty for crimes they do not commit under threat of deportation. And by restricting the program, the county is violating that right, which is afforded to every individual, no matter who they are or where they are born. Not just in San Diego, but across the whole country, we have an access to justice crisis.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the next caller.
Good evening, Chair Vargas and Supervisors. My name is Esmeralda Flores. I'm the Southern Region Policy Manager for Chila. I'm also a resident of D4. Welcome, Supervisor Montgomery Stepp. I am here again today to express our opposition to this item and our continued support for the Immigrant Rights Legal Defense Program. In May of 2021, this Board of Supervisors approved this program to provide immigrants facing deportation access to legal representation, the first throughout the entire southern border and a model for universal representation nationwide. By providing legal representation to anyone who cannot afford an attorney, regardless of their alleged criminal background, we protect our widely shared values of due process, fairness, and justice for all, a value already exemplified by public defenders all over the nation. This fundamental legal protection should not go away just because some of our representatives lack of understanding of the complexity of the immigration system and its devastating consequences. We know this program is changing lives and protecting families in our community. I urge you to please vote no. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the next caller.
Erin Sermono-Grassi, Policy Director at Alliance San Diego. I'm also a District 2 resident. I am extremely disappointed in my supervisor, Supervisor Anderson, for bringing this forward again. I'm calling in strong opposition to this board letter and to reiterate Alliance San Diego's strong support of the Immigrant Rights Legal Defense Program. The Universal Declaration of Human Rights protects the right to a fair trial. Access to legal representation helps guarantee that individuals will have their due process rights protected and ensures a fair trial. It doesn't matter whether or not someone has a criminal history. Everyone has human rights. They're universal. And every level of government has a responsibility to uphold and protect those rights. The Immigrant Rights Legal Defense Program helps guarantee immigrants in our region will have access to legal counsel and a fair trial, and helps keep families together in our region. This program has been a critical lifeline to our community members, and we urge you to vote against this. Also, we want to thank Supervisors Lawson, Reamer, and Vargas for supporting this program over the years and your commitment to the immigrant community. And finally, congratulations, Supervisor Montgomery Stepp.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the next caller.
Good evening. My name is Kate Clark. I'm the Senior Director of Immigration Services at Jewish Family Service of San Diego.
and on the steering committee of the San Diego Rapid Response Network, the mechanism by which countless non-citizens have accessed real-time emergency legal services, preventing the swift deportation, keeping families together, and providing critical legal representation, which we have seen time and time again, the success of the county's immigrant rights legal defense program. I'm here today in opposition of Agenda Item 22. San Diego County must continue to fund and prioritize the work of the Immigrant Rights Legal Defense Program because access to counsel is a civil right that should be afforded to everyone, regardless of a non-citizen's criminal history. The Immigrant Rights Legal Defense Program helps close the gap in legal representation and make our immigration system more just and humane. This program demonstrates the county's commitment to due process and building stronger communities. I urge you to vote no on 22.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
Truth, I support ending American taxpayers paying for criminals who entered our country illegally to get free lawyers. When the average American citizen, county resident, could never afford such premium lawyers. Item says diversity benefits the county culturally, socially, and economically. I would 100% agree. People who come here legally are great contributors. Criminals are not. $5 million a year of Sandiaga's money has been used to pay for lawyers for human and drug traffickers, child abusers, murderers, and rapists. What kind of sick individual would support funding these criminals' defense? All criminals and all traitors should be immediately deported after a fair trial. Well, the fact that you had to direct Helen to get the exact convictions of each criminal is sad. That just serves as further evidence that this program was set up without any checks and balances or inherent oversight and needs to end immediately. And the lesson today is respect communication or expect more opposition. Because those 200 people, where are they at? Nowhere. That's right. Yeah, we're getting screwed with 60 seconds. Business as usual, right? That's what I expect you.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
All about the so-called criminals in this agenda item are not all criminals. Most countries act on a guilty until proven innocent basis. It is heartless and un-American to deport anyone if in fact they are innocent, and they should be given a chance to prove it before they're in jail. The question should not be whether they have these awful prior convictions, but have they served their time and are now good citizens. I mean, some of these convictions are like 10 years old. And paying welfare to their families, if they are separated, might be more expensive. And we'd lose any contributions the guy might make to society. I agree that the CAO should research and report on the immigration rights legal defense program, but just
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
My name is Rocio Sanchez Flores. I'm an immigration attorney, but today I would like to speak as an immigrant, since other people have already repeatedly talked about the importance of due process. I'm lucky enough to have an education and to understand that the law applies different to immigrants, so I have always been careful about not doing anything that could affect my process. After about 10 years, I became a U.S. citizen at the cost of becoming estranged with some family members, friends, and my Mexican community due to my precautions to not break any immigration regulations. I'll tell you two quick stories to illustrate why many immigrants may have a criminal background but are not necessarily criminals. Maria was in the passenger seat of a friend's car. They stopped for gas, and at the gas station, the car was approached by the police. The driver of the car didn't come back, and the police learned that Maria's friends in the back seat were undocumented, so Maria was detained and arrested for human trafficking. The other story is about a younger Maria who got caught smoking weed with some friends. Maria didn't understand why nothing happened to her, but she was arrested.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
Good afternoon. My name is Monica Langarica. I'm a lifelong resident of San Diego County, a current resident of District 4, and a senior staff attorney at the Center for Immigration Law and Policy at UCLA Law. As a former provider of direct services and a current impact litigator, I know lawyers are critical to ensure people can access rights they are already entitled to under our U.S. laws. I also know that the Department of Homeland Security, which acts as a prosecutor in immigration court cases, routinely makes mistakes and oversteps its authority. Lawyers are a basic and critical component of the legal process for all people, and they are a check on an agency whose mission it is to deport our community members. San Diego County recognized this when we allocated funding for the Immigrant Rights Legal Defense Program over 2 years ago. Any attack on this program is an attack on due process and on other fundamental values enshrined in our Constitution. I urge you to vote no on this item.
Thank you. And Chairwoman Vargas, that concludes public comment on this item.
Supervisor Anderson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. San Diego County has a long and proud history of welcoming refugees fleeing persecution and otherwise displaced from their home countries. We see that with what we're doing and how we're providing and helping asylum seekers. But we have a responsibility to also protect the new arrivals from being victims of crime. Statistically, we know that immigrants who come here with criminal records prey on those who are afraid to go to the police, the very people that they're immigrating to this country with. And although immigration should be a federal government responsibility, this board voted on a 3-2 vote to establish an immigrant rights legal defense program that's funded at the level of $5 million a year. We're not trying to look at that process. That vote went through. But at the time that we did it, we didn't have any eligibility criteria for participants. So what I'm asking today is that we provide, that we don't change providing legal defense, but instead we look at the eligibility criteria. You see, what we learned over the last year is 35 non-citizens have been guilty of, 34 of them have been found guilty of felonies. Not talking about being accused of felonies. We're talking about having been convicted. So they may have been convicted of a felony, deported, and now they're returning to our shores. And you say, well, it's a felony. How bad could it be? Well, these people could have been murder, could have been rape. It's trafficking, whether it's human trafficking or fentanyl trafficking. Right now, under federal law, they cannot qualify to become U.S. citizens. So for us to offer them free legal services to defy federal law makes no sense. When you heard some people and they say, well, my gosh, our country is based on legal defense. Everyone has a right to a trial. Well, that's true if it's criminal. This is civil. This is a civil defense. We're the only county in the nation that provides legal services to those who cross the border. So I'm not suggesting that we go back, although these 34 have cost us over $200,000 in legal defense. I'm not going back and saying, I want to rejudicate the whole program. We lost that vote on a 3-2. What I'm asking my colleagues today is to give guardrails to ensure that future immigrants are not preyed on by those who we know have no ability of becoming U.S. citizens. And furthermore, if somebody's been convicted of murder, I don't want them in my district. And yet I've welcomed more refugees to my district than anywhere west of the Mississippi. So I'm not against helping people become U.S. citizens. I'm not against people who are coming through the front door, and we're trying to help them. What I am against is making it easy for people to prey on these very immigrants. So today, I'm asking that we add the legal guidance. And people say, well, how can we do that? Well, we know that they're felons, convicted felons, confirmed convicted felons. And I forgot the original number. I think last month we had over 800 people went through our legal program. I'm sure that number is well in excess of 1,000. So we're not talking about a significant number, except for to the future victims that they create. And to allow them to stay in our country and prey on those who wish to become U.S. citizens is an atrocity in my mind. And so I'm asking that we put eligibility criteria on this, simply saying that if you're a known convicted felon, confirmed convicted felon, that we no longer offer you free legal services because you have no chance of becoming a U.S. citizen. So that's what you have before you today. I know that I didn't vote for this program initially, but I'm not, it's been voted for by the majority of this board, so I'm not trying to redo that. But I can't sit idly by and have people that have immigrated to my district fall prey to known criminals because we failed to do our job. So that's my presentation, and I ask that I be given a courtesy second so that we may have a vote, because I think an issue of this magnitude requires that each one of us don't shirk from our responsibilities as elected official, but rather stand loud and proud and defend it to our district, because each one of us may have a future victim at the hands of one of these criminals, and I want to make sure that all my colleagues get the proper credit for their vote today.
Is there a motion in there?
No, thank you. Monica, even after 2.5 years, I'm still learning, so don't feel pressed for time. So I make this motion.
Second.
Chair Lawson-Weber.
Yeah, thank you very much. I appreciate all the testimony of everyone who came out today. I thought it was so many good points made. I just want to additionally add that the kind of points or argument presented by my colleague honestly didn't make a lot of sense to me, because if someone has been convicted of a felony and they're not eligible to remain in this country, then providing them an attorney will just hurry up the process of getting them out of here. So that would actually make things more efficient. And for the folks that are eligible to remain, then of course it's important that we have due process. So, you know, I think there's, in my mind, the whole point of our justice system is that we let the judges do the judging and the lawyers do the lawyering, and we don't try to fill into those very big shoes as a body here. And I think that's really important that we allow that process to move forward. Not just to protect people's rights, kind of as individuals who are here, you know, seeking asylum and in our country, but also to ensure that we have efficiency in the processing of our immigration system. I mean, I know we've had a backlog, and you know, I think that's really important as well. Thank you.
All right. Did you have any other comments, sir?
Well, just a clarity point. One, no one's given an immediate court date. They're giving a time and a date down the road, maybe a year, 2 years, 5 years, and released, so they could end up in Chicago, New York. They could end up anywhere in the United States because they're not held there. So that's the first thing. Second thing, and I'm sorry, you knew this. The cost is still $250,000. 34 people cost us $250,000. That's $250,000 that could go to Prop 34 implementation. That's $250,000 that we could do with homeless and housing. And that's $250,000 that we could put into our transportation center to help facilitate people to future communities. So I just want to make sure that we stay the course and talk about facts.
All right. We have a motion and a second. Any additional discussion? Seeing none, please vote.
Chairwoman Vargas, that motion.
Yes or no? I got so worked up.
Okay.
Chairwoman Vargas, that motion fails with Supervisor Anderson and Supervisor Desmond voting no, all other supervisors being present and voting aye. Sorry, that flipped, excuse me. That motion fails with Supervisor Anderson and Supervisor Desmond voting aye, all other supervisors being present and voting no.
All right, the next item on the agenda is item number 23, on ordinance amending the Section 363, Article 20 of the San Diego County Administrative Code related to filing fees to seal or expunge a record pursuant to Assembly Bill 134. Can you please call the public for comments?
Thank you, Chairwoman Vargas. We have 8 requests to speak on this item, 5 in person and 3 requesting to speak by phone. Also note that we did not receive any e-comments. For any members of the public that requested to speak on item 23 by phone, please dial into the conference line now using the instructions that were provided to you. We'll begin with the in-person speakers. As your name is called, please come forward and stand against the east wall. We'll begin with the speaker in favor, Consuelo, followed by the speakers in opposition, Mark, Audra, Karma. You may come forward in any order. Again, please state your name for the record. You'll have 1 minute.
Hello, my name is Karma. We want to shorten the time down to 1 minute. There's a thing called cause and effect. Since I cannot really get you guys to have a meeting actually to discuss seriously about how our elections are extremely porous. I understand we had a small conversation and we discussed a few things, and I asked you to take a look at something, which I doubt you did. So, I can't force you to do anything like that. I can't force you to address that issue. I can't force you to do any. I understand that. Fully got that. Apparently, I'm no to 23. Catch you next one.
Next speaker, please.
Consuelo, I do realize that I'm speaking to a demographic that still believes, has faith, and who actually still trusts this government. In spite of all of its corrupt, immoral, deceitful acts against its own citizens, they still have hope. It's mind-blowing. Yet I'm the one labeled the radical. Look around you. Aside from politicians' pockets getting fatter while ours become lighter, nothing's getting better. The system will never work for the betterment of humanity. It only operates to ensure that we all entirely become dependent on it. The irony is that we fund our own enslavement. The United Nations agenda for the 21st century is underway. Klaus Schwab, leader of the World Economic Forum, has stated repeatedly, "You will own nothing and be happy." They're not playing, and neither am I. It's time for the creation of a new system, a system that works for all. It's possible.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Actually, I'm not against this. I think it's a good idea that expungement and sealing your record should be free. People need to see these videos. They're either video titles on YouTube, BitChute, or Rumble.com, or they're just titles of articles. And Rosa Corey's from 6 minutes and 40 seconds to 24 minutes. Or no, excuse me, it starts at 3 minutes, 30 seconds, see the whole thing. Zeitgeist is from 6 minutes, 40 seconds to 24 minutes, the important part. Goodbye American Sovereignty, you can see just from 3 minutes to 6 minutes. Oh, by the way, Joel, you were wondering stats. It said 90% of illegal aliens arrested have prior convictions or pending. That's an article, that's the title of an article. Wealth inequality in America is important now. These are some basic things that in an hour, 2 hours, people could know and should.
Can you please state your name for the record?
Mark.
Thank you.
A person uses the name Audra. I actually am not against the last two. I'm just used to filling out the red slips because everything you guys do is super corrupt. So I just kind of, get into a habit with that. But yeah, I think eliminating filing fees is actually really good and that we should do that across the board, right? But then you guys wouldn't make money. So that's unfortunate because this is a corporation. It's all about business. And it's funny, Terry, that you think that you're paying for a defense for somebody to stay here is going to help them leave. weird. I don't know, but everything is upside down and inside out in this world, right? I mean, it is all about enslaving the people. I mean, so this is all by design, everything that happens, you know, just letting all these people cross and invade the border. We'll be like, we're gonna try and get domestic terrorists. What? Who cares about the people coming across? And let's give them as much money as possible, you know, just in everything that they want. I think we should all just claim to identify as seeking asylum is really the best bet.
We'll now hear from the individuals that requested to speak by phone. We'll start with our first caller.
Good afternoon, Board. My name is Kathleen Lippett. I'm a public health practitioner and policy advocate, and I recognize the importance of getting individuals suffering from substance abuse off the streets and into treatment, primarily driven by drug abuse and the policies that fuel them. It's time-consuming to gain their trust and encourage them into long-term treatment. If the supportive resources are not available, the time and effort spent to get them into treatment and recovery will have been wasted. So the 900 homeless who are currently in drug treatment deserve to be prioritized. From 2018 to 2023, California spent $20 billion to address homelessness. The result? It increased 30%. As policies are recognized as ineffective, they need to be replaced, not refunded. It is a catch-22 for homeless bureaucracies. Since if the problem is reduced or solved, the agency will get less funding in the following fiscal year. Thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the next caller.
Hello, my name is Saad, resident of District 4. I'm calling to voice my strong support for item 23. Removing these fees is essential for advancing fair and equitable access to reentry and rehabilitation for formerly incarcerated individuals. High costs of record clearance fees creates barriers to integration and economic mobility. Eliminating the fees opens doors to jobs, housing, occupational licenses, and other opportunities critical for supporting rehabilitation and reducing recidivism. I urge the board to approve this ordinance amendment in line with AB 34 and find other counterproductive obstacles from the record clearance process. This change will make sure that we prioritize rehabilitation and create a more equitable future for San Diegans. Thank you.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
It's true. The state's full of criminals, always trying to steal records, kind of like the cannabis Cardenas wish they could have. When the sustainability statement mentions the state legislature reflecting values, other than destructive, valueless nonsense, I'm not sure what's being referred to in this statement. And the equity statement mentions the Oakland-based Ella Baker Center for Human Rights, founded by communist Anthony Capel Van Jones. Its connections to Newscomb, Obama, Pelosi, Newt Gingrich, AZ, Russell Brand, you name it. So if this type of organization is being used as the standard of equity, then the county is doomed to extremism rather than real, tangible reforms in the criminal justice system. The $150 fee for someone requesting a record being waived is not necessarily bad. What is bad is when the county or Sheriff Kelly denies people access to records that would aid a person's case against the county. Where's the remedy for that corruption and Kelly's broken campaign promises? I also see that $79 fee per month for people who get sent to a drug treatment program still standing. So why not waive that fee in order to incentivize people to get clean? Or would you guys only do that if the state gave you money to do that? Is that how, that's how, right?
Thank you.
Pay to play.
Chairwoman Vargas, that concludes public comment on this item.
Thank you. Vice Chair Lawson.
Sorry, I just want to say thank you. I think this is great. I mean, it really moves forward the principles of equity that we've committed to as a board. And, you know, it's important to be looking for every opportunity to put those principles into action, and this is one of them. So thank you. And happy to make a motion.
All right. Does anybody want to make a second? Yeah. All right. So we have a motion and a second. I also want to just thank county staff for really aligning with AB 134 on this issue and supporting justice-involved individuals. This is a really, really important action that we're taking. So with that, seeing no additional comments, we have a motion and a second. Please vote.
Chairwoman Vargas, that motion passes unanimously with all supervisors being present and voting aye.
Thank you very much for staff. The next item is item number 24, housing every homeless person in addiction recovery. I'm going to go ahead and ask for public comment.
Thank you, Chairwoman Vargas. We have 13 requests to speak on this item, 6 in person and 7 requesting to speak by phone. Also note that we received 9 e-comments, 7 in favor, 1 in opposition, and 1 neutral. For any members of the public that requested to speak on item 24 by phone, please dial into the conference line now using the instructions that were provided to you. We'll begin with the speakers in favor of this item. As your name is called, please come forward. I'd like to invite Sandra Martinez and Pam. And those speakers will be followed by the speakers in opposition of this item, Mark, Audra, Consuelo, and Karma. Again, you'll have 1 minute to address the board. Please state your name for the audio record.
Pam, yeah, I'm kind of in favor of this. This is to reallocate funds from ARPA to fund recovery residences for 909 individuals for 2 years, lots of money. And in the meantime, the numbers continue to increase. There's been so much money spent on this. People do need help, but there must be accountability on the part of every individual seeking help. And I prefer this money to be spent for citizens and legal residents of this county to help their plight, rather than on the invasion by illegal migrants into this country. I'm glad you acknowledge the absurd and tyrannical measures taken to address COVID-19 profoundly impacting this county. Lockdown, social isolation, and fear-mongering just increased all of the terrible problems we have. Hopefully the current and future Board of Supervisors will recognize these egregious actions. Jim, please explain arriving at the amount of $8 million. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, Sandra Martinez here. Too bad we had to cut these down, but current housing policies have failed. Housing First legislation put a burden on recovery programs and created a slew of programs that were unsuccessful and wasteful. Hopefully, Housing First will not be a barrier to success here. I had a lot of questions regarding the program, but one of the ones was, what are the success metrics and what is the projected outcome after the 2 years? Allotting only $4,400 per person will not provide quality outcomes. Better outcomes run more like $11,000. $8 million would support about 350 people, but the results would be wonderful. Solutions for Change in Vista is successful. Upon completion, participants leave with solid families, a savings of $3,000, free of addiction, mentally fit, and equipped to meet life's challenges. We could have really used the extra $250,000. That's for criminal defenses.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Consuelo, we create dependent slaves to keep you all under control. Thank you for your taxes. Thank you for your vote. We know you don't need us, but we've convinced you otherwise. You continue to keep us alive and thriving. Sincerely, the establishment. The urge to save humanity and the planet is always a false face for the urge to rule it. That was a quote by Mencken. Government, they create the chaos to ensure they'll appear as the heroes. All tyrannies rule through fraud and force, but once their fraud is exposed, they must rely exclusively on force. Stop thinking anyone has the right to rule over you. Stop talking and acting as if anyone has the right to rule over you. Let's see. Anarchy. Ooh.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Mark, I am for housing not only homeless people in addiction recovery, but everyone. The way they're doing it, though, is totally just a corporation making money, wasting our money on purpose. People need to see the Zeitgeist title on YouTube from 6 minutes, 40 seconds to 24 minutes, or homelessness will get worse for everyone. Now, what they do is basically they lease or sell our property that they've taken from us, the public, to corporations that usually have, they make money, and their boards or their executives make it, in the upcoming example, in a few more agenda measures, 43% of their expenditure is to the executives. What they could do for Appy's Core can 3D print 1,500 square foot houses for 10,000, 10,000, not $500,000. And it's bigger, and you could print 100 square foot rooms for $1,000 each. That we could easily solve the problem. They're not going to.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Karma here. Sorry, Jim, I understand that this is kind of annoying and all that stuff, but part of it, I recognize if you happen to be on a bender, you know, after drinking all night and doing a bunch of drugs and you have to come into work the next day, having an extended period of time must really, really, really suck. Now, I don't know if that's possibility, but shades indoors at now close to nighttime is a clear indication that maybe possibly I might be right on that one. So I figure we have a few more of these to go, and this seems fun. I mean, you guys don't want to listen to me. I mean, half of you guys walk out of the room and don't really pay attention to us. So if I'm going to waste my time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
One person uses the name Audra. I love when you guys blame stuff on COVID so you can use ARPA funds, right? COVID shut everything down. COVID made people lose their jobs. COVID made people kill themselves. COVID. When this is COVID, you shut things down, you force vaccinate people, you do all of these things, and then as long as you say it's some other invisible killer dot, then we can get this money and spend it, right? Because it shouldn't be going to the immigrants, which is funny because you're already using it for the immigrants in another item. I mean, like, you guys are so weird. Oh, it's hilarious because you actually think that you're going to help housing. No, you don't. You know that what you're doing is actually to make everybody homeless. That's your job. It's not really to fix stuff. Because if it was, you would fix stuff, Joe. Things would get better. It wouldn't be like, let's just throw all this money at it and see what sticks, and then nothing does, and just shit gets worse. But you're doing your job. It's good.
We'll now hear from the individuals that requested to speak by phone. We'll start with our first caller.
Paula Bold. This program would be funded by ARPA money for COVID. The feds are getting aggressive about these funds. Let's not incur more risk when your reserves are low. I do not think that it's right to blame so much of the addiction problem on COVID anyway. And therefore, we should seek another funding source unless damage from COVID is provable. As I've mentioned, a lot of these addiction problems come from standing or sitting around with nothing better to do, mainly because of the housing first hype, which resulted in homeless people waiting for housing rather than working themselves off the street. Hire the homeless. Also, I second Mark on the 3D printed homes. And also there are tiny homes which are cheaper than what you're doing now.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
Good afternoon, Chair and Supervisors, and welcome Supervisor-elect Stepp, Wesley Saver, Health Right 360, one of the largest unionized nonprofit behavioral health care providers in California. Our North County Serenity House has helped women overcome substance use disorders in San Diego since 1966. There's been significant discussion today about the county's treatment capacity, and I'm calling in support of enhancing the behavioral health infrastructure. Residential step-down housing has consistently shown its effectiveness in assisting individuals who finish inpatient or completing outpatient programs. This approach provides them with the structure and stability needed to focus on their participation in treatment in a compassionate, non-stigmatizing setting. Investing in this expansion of our behavioral health infrastructure is a tangible commitment to the well-being of San Diego. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the next caller. Looks like that caller dropped off. We'll now hear from the next caller.
A truth quote, the measures taken to address COVID-19 had a profound impact on addiction. Lockdown, social isolation, and heightened stress levels have intensified loneliness and despair, contributing to an increased risk of substance abuse and relapse. Lockdowns have contributed to a rise in unemployment, making it harder for individuals to maintain housing, end quote. This item is direct evidence of guilt by every supervisor and every top county public health worker and all your lockdown-era measures. But it also proves that COVID did not do anything compared to the measures themselves. And most importantly, it proves that every single one of the hundreds and hundreds of people that came to speak against all the aspects of the lockdown that upended everyone's lives, those people were right, period. Now, I agree, Jim, that our Americans who are currently homeless are definitely entitled to aid way before people from another country without U.S. citizenship who may or may not be convicted felons. But as long as harm reintroduction programs enable addicts, none of these programs will keep people clean. Who knows to another $8 million to the behavioral health piece when they're the same people who took those lockdown measures with their lives.
Thank you. And Chairwoman Vargas, that concludes public comment on this item.
Supervisor Desmond.
Thank you, Chair. Appreciate it, and for having this agendized today. At our last meeting, the board unanimously approved a board letter that I brought forward, bridging the gap for those in addiction recovery from homelessness to housing. That was a pilot program primarily for about 100 people in North County originally, but this item directs staff to expand our sober living beds in order to house all 909 individuals in San Diego County right now who are currently in outpatient treatment for addiction recovery but are still homeless. So these dedicated individuals are attending meetings, they're going to regular testing, they're putting in tremendous effort for their recovery. So I think it is unacceptable for us to leave them on the streets where their sobriety is constantly threatened. So again, today's action identifies funding for sober living housing for all individuals in addiction recovery programs countywide. I think this is a group we must prioritize because they have the highest probability and chances of success. So this is an urgent need that aligns with the board's approved ARPA framework that prioritizes homelessness, behavioral health, and housing. And for this reason, the ARPA Evergreen Fund is an appropriate funding source for this. So importantly, this is bridge money. This is bridge money for up to 2 years. And his staff is trying to identify other funds for this ongoing program. And if staff finds the funds sooner, then we won't need this whole $8 million. As we know, homelessness is the most pressing issue in our county, and we need to take action today to house these vulnerable members in our community, particularly those who are already volunteering to be in recovery programs. We need to get them housed. I'd like to make a motion in favor of adopting the recommendations in item 24. Thank you.
Okay. Any additional comments? No? All right. So $8 million for 909 people seems like a lot of money. Listen, I know. So I know we're doing the assessment, right, as a county about the allocation of funds and how we're spending our money. So I'm going to support it, but I'm going to ask that in the future, there's no need to like pit one community against another. I always think it's important to make sure that we're not. There's no need for your commentary, okay? I think it's really important, I agree with you, to make sure that this funding is there and for us to be able to use it for our communities. That's what it's for, and so I will support it. But I just ask that as we're moving forward, that there is no need for us to, to say, oh, well, if we're supporting, mostly because you actually don't support the vulnerable immigrant populations, right? You've never voted for them. Yeah, you don't. Yeah, so there's no need to do that because, so it's good on its own. So I'm just asking you because I think especially for refugees and migrant communities, what we do is we perpetuate the negativity and it's just, it really isn't what we should be doing when we're governing. And so I'm just asking you for that as a favor, as we're doing policy, that there really is no need for us to do that. And so I do believe that it's good for us to invest in our communities and to invest in our, excuse me, if you have a conversation to have, feel free to step out of the chambers. We're having a business meeting at the moment, okay? So I understand that we've been allocating funding for our communities for a humanitarian relief, and I appreciate that you voted for that, so I'm grateful for that. But I do think that as we're doing this work, it's important for us to be very mindful, and I agree with you that as we're moving forward, I know that Ebony was here a while ago when you were talking about maybe this is where, as we're moving forward, we think about how do we look at maybe the SB 43 funding through this fund, and et cetera, et cetera. So, yeah, so I think it's important for us to look at that fund and see what that looks like. But I did want to make sure that we remember that words matter, and it's important for us as we're doing this work that we're mindful of that because we're above that. So anyway, thank you, and Supervisor.
Thank you very much. I just have a question as a first day supervisor. What is there a process around ARPA funding and how we're allocating that outside of the board letter process? Like, I don't know if this question is for Helen, but I just wanted to know if there's a process for ARPA funding that we kind of abide by when we're making these allocation decisions.
Thank you for the question, Supervisor. We have a framework that was adopted by the board. It has funding allocated for various subgroups under each of the framework elements. And then we periodically come back and review those so that the board can look to make sure that those are still the priorities, and then we make adjustments accordingly. And then today, earlier, I believe that was what you were intending in your comments after the first quarter review, is to ask us to come back and do another one of those, which we had intended to do. We also will be coming back on the Evergreen Fund. Ebony is not in the chamber right now, but she's been working based on past direction on that with the former subcommittee, and I know the vice chair was on that, so I think she's also planning to bring forward some things on that. But that is the process that we've been using. Does that answer your question?
Yes, it does. Thank you very much.
Yeah, welcome. So many confusing numbers. There's one last person standing on the fiscal subcommittee, so we've been waiting for you, and we will be bringing back the framework as the board had previously directed like 8 months ago, and we will now now that you're here, we'll be bringing the framework, initial draft framework for the board to consider soon. So, but working with Ebony on that. Yeah.
So because the previous supervisor is no longer here, I want to make sure that, and all of us haven't had a chance to really look at it. I wanted Ebony to bring back all of that information and for all of us to really have an opportunity for us to have that discussion and kind of start again. And so you can take a look at it. And, I think you might remember that we made a motion so that some of the funds for the neighborhood grant and some other things, so that you can also make sure that you're investing in your district and in your community as well. So anyway, we'll take a look at that. But for now, we have an item before us. We have a motion and a second. If there's anything else, no? Comments? No. All right, we're good. We have a motion and a second. Please vote.
Chairwoman Vargas, that motion passes unanimously with all supervisors being present and voting aye.
All right. It's not on there. All right, the next item on the agenda is item number 26, adopt a sustainable, equitable, and local food sourcing policy and direct implementation of a year 2 of a sustainable, equitable, and local food sourcing program. I am going to turn it over to the team for a brief presentation.
Good afternoon, Chairwoman Vargas and members of the board. Food security remains an issue in our region, with nearly 1 in 4 San Diegans experiencing food insecurity. Over the past year, the county served approximately 8 million meals to vulnerable populations, including older adults, foster youth, individuals living with HIV/AIDS in youth, and adults residing in public hospitals and detention facilities. Today, we are presenting a proposed sustainable, equitable, and local food sourcing program and policy. This is a values-based food sourcing program and policy that can positively impact populations served, in addition to supporting a more robust, sustainable, equitable, and local food system. Through these efforts brought to you today have been facilitated by the County Public Health Services team. This work has been enterprise-wide and in close collaboration with our county-operated and contracted food service operators. We want to take this opportunity to acknowledge our many partners who have contributed to this co-creation of the framework, as well as the policy that is before you today. As such, we have our partners from different county groups joining us for today's presentation. So joining me to provide an overview of this item are the county's Public Health Officer, Dr. Wilma Wooten, our Public Health Services Director, Dr. Liz Hernandez, the county's Chief Sustainability Officer, Eden Breckman, the Assistant Sheriff, Teresa Adams-Hyder, and Jack Pellegrino, the Director of the Department of Purchasing and Contracting. So I'll now turn it over to Dr. Hernandez.
Thank you, Patty. We will begin with the history for this program. On June 8th, 2021, your board voted on the American Rescue Plan Act framework, which included $20 million for food assistance, of which $1 million was set aside for county staff to develop and implement values-based food procurement guidelines. Subsequently, on January 25th, 2022, your board approved the implementation of the Sustainable, Equitable, and Local Food Sourcing Program and directed the development of a corresponding policy. Most recently, your board received the Sustainable, Equitable, and Local Food Sourcing Program policy and framework, and directed a return to the board within 18 months for consideration and adoption of the final policy. Values-based food sourcing considers principles in addition to cost when deciding which food items to purchase, and prioritizes values such as the ones listed on the slide. The values directed by the board in the January 22 meeting include local sourcing, equity-informed sourcing, elevated labor standards, organic or regenerative certification, low carbon intensity, and nutritional co-benefits. It is important to note that under the organic or regenerative certification, animal welfare is measured. By including equity, sustainability, and local focus in the county's food procurement process, the county has the potential to direct public funds to positively impact the food system for local food producers, workers, and businesses. I'll now turn it over to Eden Breckman to discuss alignment with the proposed policy.
Thank you, Dr. Hernandez. The food sourcing policy is aligned with several land use and environment group and Office of Sustainability and Environmental Justice programs. For example, the Food System Initiative is a collaboration across county departments and stakeholders with the goal of creating a strong, healthy, and well-rounded regional food system that builds healthy communities, supports the economy, and betters the environment. It has been led by Land Use and Environment Group, now Office of Sustainability and Environmental Justice staff, in close partnership with Health and Human Services Agency, and holds monthly internal working group meetings, including discussions on food procurement and food sourcing policy status updates. Food Vision 2030 is a 10-year strategic plan created in 2021 to reimagine the food system for the San Diego region. Although not a county-led project, Land Use and Environment Group helped fund and contributed to the effort. One of the objectives for Food System 2030 is to scale local, sustainable, and equitable food value chains by leveraging the purchasing power of institutions. This approach is echoed in the Regional Decarbonization Framework draft Let's Get There playbook, which has an organization-scale action for municipalities and businesses to influence the supply chain by requiring suppliers to find lower carbon emission sources for food purchases. It suggests developing a procurement policy based on the Good Food Purchasing Program, a program similar to the county's. Food sourcing is also a major subcategory in the materials category of the Departmental Sustainability Planning, which the Office of Sustainability and Environmental Justice facilitates to help advance sustainability across the enterprise. Commitments include considerations for the ways that food is produced, processed, and transported to minimize environmental impact, promote social responsibility, and support local and regional food systems. The Office of Sustainability and Environmental Justice looks forward to continuing Land Use and Environment Group's participation in the food sourcing policy work and Food Services Leadership Committee, exploring together with the group opportunities to bolster implementation and continued improvement. I'll now hand the presentation back to Dr. Hernandez to discuss County of San Diego food service operations and program implementation.
Thank you, Eden. This slide provides an overview of food service operations at the county. Per the landscape analysis conducted in FY 21-22, the county serves approximately 8 million meals and spends over $27 million in food service. This occurs each year for vulnerable populations. Through this program and proposed policy, the county has the opportunity to align our public funds through food and beverage purchases to the 6 value-based categories described earlier. Additionally, as part of the stakeholder engagement process to develop both the program and the policy, the Food Services Leadership Committee, comprised of all county food service operators, LUGE, and the Department of Purchasing and Contracting, was convened through individual and group meetings. This slide shows the core components of the Sustainable, Equitable, and Local Food Sourcing Program and Policy Framework that was approved by the board in June 2022. The framework was informed by best practices centered on evidence-based policymaking and the landscape analysis of food procurement policies across the country. The purpose of the framework was to guide the development of a policy to institutionalize a comprehensive, values-based food and beverage procurement program, ensuring the county's food service operation purchases positively impact a sustainable, local, and equitable food system. This slide shows the first year of implementation, which informed the program and policy. Executed on May 25th, 2022, formal implementation of the program started with procuring a contractor who served as the technical assistance provider and provided values-based food sourcing subject matter expertise and experience, working with many jurisdictions in implementing programs similar to ours. Implementation was then based on the key components of the framework described in the previous slide. The first year of the implementation was focused on assessing our current food and beverage purchases, developing action plans with each food service operation, and developing the policy. More specifically, the technical assistance provider utilized their extensive databases to analyze and catalog county food and beverage purchases for each food service operation, resulting in baseline assessments. These assessments helped us understand where our current food and beverage purchases qualify in those value categories and informed the action planning process. Action plans were collaboratively created with each food service operation, and they were tailored to each one based on their unique operational needs. I will now turn the presentation over to Assistant Sheriff Teresa Adams-Hyder, who represents the perspective of our food operators, to go over the baseline assessment and action planning process.
Thank you, Dr. Hernandez. As shared, during the first year, each of the food service operators, including the Sheriff's Department, engaged in a baseline assessment process across the 6 value categories. This table provides a summary of the baseline assessments for all county food service operations assessed, including the range across all county food service operations for the percentage each food service operations budget was spent towards qualifying purchases within each value category. For example, one food service operation documented 33.1% of their total funds spent on food purchases that qualified for elevated labor standards. It is encouraging to note that most food service operations already spent a greater part of their food budget on items that qualify for one of the value categories. This represents a solid start for our county. One of our challenges included some incomplete data sets due to vendors' inability to provide the county product origin location data. However, this is not uncommon for the first year. As the vendors are socialized to the program, the data completeness will improve. And as it does, it is likely the county will see improvements in percentages spent in each value category. The action planning process has some key components. First, no generic county-level targets were established for the 6 value categories. This was an intentional decision in recognition of the diversity of each food service operations budget, operational nuances, and unique clientele. Instead, each operation worked with the technical assistance provider to develop each food services operations individualized specific action plan. The technical assistance providers and county public health services staff worked with food service leaders in each organization to co-create clear, simple, and achievable action plans for each food service operation to guide program implementation for the year ahead. Each action plan consists of a small number of actions for each of the 6 value categories. One of the main emphasis in the action plans is the prioritizing of cost-neutral strategies. The technical assistance contractors provide relevant experiences and examples from other jurisdictions to support the implementation. Each food service operation has established goals in their action plan. One of the most common goals each food service operation included in their action plans is to strive for improved data completion. The technical assistance providers and food service operators will continue to coordinate with and educate vendors regarding the data reporting requirements for fiscal year 24. Food service operators, with the support of the technical assistance provider, will identify opportunities to improve purchasing in value areas through a collaborative approach. This will include identifying and working with the contracted food service management company, which serves 3 county food service operations, to review purchases that do qualify in one food service operation and apply to other 2 as feasible. Other examples include using an existing local sourcing qualifying dairy to purchase dairy products for all 3 food service operations when pricing is equal or less than other dairy options. Lastly, the technical assistance provider can continue to assist food service operations in identifying other nutrition checklist items to pursue and incorporate more locally sourced products when feasible. I will now hand the presentation over to Jack Pellegrino to share the food vendor and procurement perspective.
Thank you, Assistant Sheriff Adams-Hyder. As was mentioned earlier, the development of this policy was intentionally crafted to be operationally flexible. Throughout the baseline assessment and action planning process, we have collected some initial feedback from our current contracted food service companies. Some of that feedback has been providers have welcomed engagement and actively participate in the action planning meetings during the past year. In several cases, providers have requested our technical assistance contractor to come to their business to educate them on the best practices in these 6 value areas. And lastly, they've commented that they are already pursuing several of the value areas and look forward to continuing with our technical assistance moving forward. The next slide will cover a few examples of the items we currently procure that would qualify. These are examples from the county's current purchasing reports from fiscal 2020-2022. These are examples of items that would qualify in the local sourcing value-based category and their respective pricing. This type of information will allow us to consider procurement of items that would advance the program's categories while considering a balanced operational approach and budget. It is also important to note that current market conditions, as well as supply chain availability, will ultimately affect our operational decisions. I will now pass the presentation to Dr. Wilman Wooten, who will review the proposed policy.
Thank you, Jack. This slide provides a summary of the key points included in the proposed policy. The policy mirrors the framework received by your board on June 14, 2022. The policy was purposefully developed after year one of implementation to ensure participants in the Food Services Leadership Committee could provide input and ensure feasibility. The policy focuses on program requirements for county administrated food service operations. These requirements include working with program staff to develop, maintain, and improve progress on action plan activities, attending a periodic County of San Diego Food Services Leadership Committee meetings for program support, peer learning opportunities, and progress reporting, as well as collecting and sharing annually food and beverage purchasing data related to food service operations with program staff. Lastly, this policy focuses on equity efforts to minimize negative impact to small and underserved businesses. Now, this slide has a list of items that are recommended data points to include in usage reports provided by vendors. These data points help the technical assistance provider analyze purchasing data to determine qualifying purchases within the board identified value categories. As we have worked through the process of program implementation and policy development, the intent is to make the process as inclusive as possible, as well as to address the board's priorities. The policy represents a balanced approach, taking into consideration the operational impacts, financial implications, and impacts to small and underrepresented local-owned businesses. As a note, adopting a food procurement policy is in alignment with the City Health Initiative, which is a joint project between the de Beaumont Foundation and Kaiser Permanente, which includes a food procurement policy as one of several policies recommended for large cities. The County of San Diego has the opportunity to lead the way for other jurisdictions and to help shift procurement through a regional approach utilizing the values outlined by the board. I'd like to reiterate that while Public Health Services has been the facilitator for the first year of this effort, the program and policy are county-wide efforts. We've reviewed year one of implementation, where baseline assessments were completed and action plans have been collaboratively developed. Year two will focus on the implementation of the food service operations action plans while monitoring progress and costs. We are requesting to return to your board in spring of 2025 to show progress in the 6 value-based categories. Today's item recommends your board take the following actions. Number 1, adopt policy B75, Sustainable, Equitable, and Local Food Sourcing Policy with a sunset review date of December 31st, 2030. Number 2, direct the Chief Administrative Officer to implement year 2 of the Sustainable, Equitable, and Local Food Purchasing Program and return to the board with progress and impacts by spring of 2025. And 3, authorize applications for additional funding opportunity announcements to support the Sustainable, Equitable, and Local Food Sourcing Program. Thank you for your time today, and subject to your questions, this concludes our presentation.
Thank you. I'm going to go ahead and turn over to public comment.
Thank you, Chairwoman Vargas. We have 10 requests to speak on this item, 7 in person and 3 requesting to speak by phone. Also note for the record that we received 5 e-comments, 4 in favor and 1 in opposition. Any members of the public that requested to speak on item 26 by phone, please dial into the conference line now using the instructions that were provided to you. We'll begin with the in-person speakers, starting with the speakers in favor of this item. I'd like to invite forward John Millspaugh and Consuelo. They'll be followed by the speakers in opposition. I'd like to invite Audra, Mark, Bryant Rumbaugh, Karma, and Mike. If I've called your name, please come forward. You'll have 1 minute to address the board, and I'll ask you to please state your name for the audio record.
Consuelo, pay attention. Too many people are suffering, and their only goal is to keep us more and more in debt and dependent on the system. Get involved, pay attention. These puppet pawns all work for the predator class, the ones who actually believe they are superior and untouchable. They're not. The elite, but they are the weakest of the weak. They're the ones pulling the strings and who do not care about you or the children on the planet. Our future generations will pay dearly if you keep idle. It is up to each and every one of us to participate in creating the world we want to see. It is not the right of a small group of money-hoarding psychopaths to determine our futures. They're trying to break us by keeping us divided. Don't let them.
Next speaker, please.
Mark, you had a slide you did at the beginning saying American Rescue Plan framework, including $20 million for food assistance. I think you said $10 million is spent on the implementation, like staff, probably consultants and such. That seems rather high to me, but correct me if I'm wrong on that figure. I think you said half of it, $10 million. Now, of course, why can't people afford food? It used to be so cheap, no one even thought about buying food. But you guys, again, need to understand what's causing inflation. So see this title on YouTube, from 6 minutes and 40 seconds to 24 minutes. It's about 17 minutes. You should watch it with your 4th and 5th graders. Anybody in your family above 4th grade would understand this. Because you don't understand this, your country is going bankrupt. Now here's some titles. Do you also want to see? I have very little time left. There's the Zeitgeist one. This. Oh, and America is now paying more in gross interest on its record.
Thank you. Your time is up. Next speaker, please.
Than on national defense.
Still Bryant Rumbaugh. So I'm assuming it must have been a year ago when I reminded everybody that we, in this country, about 40% of our food goes to waste. I understand you guys are, spending money. You're responsible for feeding people such as inmates and all that type stuff. I get it. We're essentially deferring that to you. When I see some of the actions that have occurred here, mainly like the farmers in Rainbow talking about their desire to more or less break away from the Big Daddy water district and essentially being shined, okay? Because it was going to hurt other people's feelings, going to make them essentially theoretically raise their rates because they weren't going to stand up and fight for themselves, okay? We're allowing those farmers to go bankrupt. That was a decision by this board. So when I think of the local sourcing of that, that's what comes to mind. The whole CO2 thing, I mean, we all got to get a grip. We got to do a little bit of research on that. It's not what you're being told.
Next speaker, please.
How are you doing? Karma's back. Well, I'm going to look forward to when I run for a board of supervisors seat. I figured I'll just do that. If I end up becoming homeless between then and now, I will become homeless in Norma Vargas's district so that I could go ahead and go after your seat. See, you guys will supply me with a house, so I don't really need to worry about that. And my only goal is to take your seat. I'm going to go ahead and tell people how to commit voter fraud. Ask them not to. Tell them what the registrar of voters does to guard against it. Remind them not to. Then I'm going to ask them, if you want this to stop, make sure I get in office. Now, if they choose to cheat for me, great.
Next speaker, please.
A person uses the name Audra. Dr. Death, so good to see you without your mask. It's terrifying to hear this propaganda update and know you're involved with the food, because you're giving people, you think people should take euthanasia shots. So what's going to be in the food? So I'm just wondering, it's like, if we really want to be sustainable, you know, we can do Soylent Green and stuff like that. And they have aquamation. So we can just cremate all the people that died from the vaccines. And it takes about 4 hours. And then we can just put it in the crops, right? And just, it's sustainable because we're like recycling, right? And then I don't know, it's like we're already giving people sewer water so that they can bathe and cook in it and all that stuff. Why not just give them back sewage? I mean, we could have like a tube that just comes up to our mouth, and then that's really sustainable. So we're just constantly recycling. Nobody should eat the food that you guys are giving. It's a totalitarian takeover, and this is a big part of it. Bye, Dr. Death.
Final call from Mike.
Good evening. Mike here. Back in 1938 to 1945, there were 11 million Europeans slaughtered in Europe because of the Nazis. And they didn't have food, right? So the sad part is that when it came down time for the Nuremberg trials and people to be prosecuted for crimes against humanity, a lot of the SS officers took a pill, right, to commit suicide, right? So they didn't have to face the accountability of what their actions were, right? Just like your agenda item to knock off fake pregnancy centers, right? Yeah, food, yeah, here it is, right? Remember the baby's head? Remember? Yeah, tonight I'll leave the lemon alone.
We'll now hear from the individuals that requested to speak by phone. We'll start with our first caller.
Good afternoon, Honorable Supervisors. I'm Reverend John Millspaw, D3, and Director of Education at Farm Forward, an organization specializing in farm animal welfare. But today I'm representing a county-wide coalition submitting a letter to you, with the first signatory being the San Diego Food System Alliance. With great respect for the work of the staff who have brought forward the sourcing policy thus far, it does not measure animal welfare adequately or in keeping with national standards. We ask that you align the policy with the best thinking of places like Escondido Union and Oceanside Unified School Districts here in San Diego County, as well as all 6 e-comments in favor of this agenda item, as well as with dozens of districts and municipalities nationwide, by amending the policy to add animal welfare as a distinct value category. Whether Democrat or Republican or independent, the people of San Diego care about animal welfare, but even if we didn't, including animal...
Thank you. And I'll hear from the next caller.
Today I'm representing a county-wide coalition submitting a letter to you with this.
Next speaker is Kathleen Lippett.
Yes, this is Kathleen Lippett. I have a suggestion for the board, and I wonder if they would consider that water resources are scarce for local farmers in the unincorporated communities, and they're put at risk by marijuana cultivators, hemp growers, and hoop houses. And I wonder whether the money that's being used to subsidize marijuana growers, marijuana businesses, could be instead given to local food farmers incentivize the growing of food. Instead of becoming bud tenders or marijuana shop owners, they could become farmers and actually give back to the community. Just a suggestion. Thank you.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
This is a business meeting for 1 million American Ruination Plan Act ad dollars to whatever a values-based food program is, allegedly addressing food insecurity and supporting local agriculture. But if that's true, why did everyone but Jim want all brick and rainbow under a big corporate water system that hurt farmers and our food supply? Strike the policy about equity-informed sourcing. A source either provides good quality food or they don't. The nutritional co-benefit should work towards eliminating products with artificial additives, preservatives, and colors, toxic pesticides, or genetically modified fake food. And the San Diego Food System Alliance's County Food Vision 2030 says on their website, quote, the white dominant culture allowed this segregation of food options to take root. Healthy food access and business ownership are all divided along racial lines. We must transform all aspects of our society, end quote. So this is obviously a racist, communist organization that needs to be denounced and dismantled. Because it doesn't matter if I go to Food for More in Encanto or Whole Price Foods in La Jolla, it's all equitably expensive. And the solution is everyone becomes.
Thank you. And Chairwoman Vargas, that concludes public comment on this item.
Thank you. Vice Chair Lawson-Remer.
Yeah, thank you so much. First of all, I just want to thank staff. I know you all have been working really hard on this, and I think this is a huge undertaking and obviously a really important step in the right direction to reflect and embody the values of equity and sustainability in how we purchase food here at our county and food procurement. I think it makes a really big difference for food systems and sustainability here in San Diego County. So really appreciate that. You know, I think there's still a lot more work to be done. I think there remains some gaps in the program and parts of our enterprise that you know, are not yet at the point of being able to fully adhere to the guidelines as proposed today. But I think this is a very important step, and just looking forward to continuing moving forward. I think I just wanted to put out there that this is great, but we're not over, and it's not done, and it's one step forward, and I'm anticipating that we're going to continue moving this ball forward as in the future years. And I'd like to make a motion. Thank you.
All right. So again, thank you for that motion, Vice Chair. I want to also thank county staff and thank you for the briefing. I know that I had a lot of questions during the briefing, and I want to make sure that we acknowledge that the county provides over 8 million meals through various programs to folks throughout the county, and I know that the process is one that is very, very thorough. So I appreciate that you're centering this work through equity and the food procurement process, and you were very thorough in that in how that is delivered. And there's still, like it was said, work to be done, but that you've been very intentional about the work that is being, how you're doing it, and how you're also engaging community, because I think that's the part that is very key, and that you've really transitioned that part. So happy to second, and seeing no other comments. We have a motion and a second. Please vote.
Chairwoman Vargas, that motion passes unanimously with all supervisors being present and voting aye.
All right. Thank you. Thank you all for all your great work. As we have the rest of the team come up for the next item, I'll just share what it is. It's item number 27. It's the notice public hearing. Issuance of bonds in one or more series from time to time to pursuant to a plan of finance by the California Public Finance Authority for the benefit of Sharp Healthcare and its affiliates in an aggregate amount not to exceed $1 billion. I'm going to hand the floor over to our county team for a presentation. A short presentation, right?
Very short.
Very short presentation, but efficient.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Chairwoman Vargas and members of the board, I'm joined here today by Lisa Keller-Chiodo. Lisa is the county's Debt and Capital Finance Officer, and she is going to present you with an overview of the TEFRA hearing, which is on today's agenda, item 27. Lisa?
Thank you, Ebony. The Tax Equity and Fiscal Responsibility Act, also known as TEFRA, was passed by Congress in 1982, which updated and streamlined certain provisions of Section 147F of the IRS Code for a governmental bond issuer to comply with. Generally, the code requires, before the issuance of qualified private activity bonds for a non-governmental borrower, that there be a published notice 7 days prior to the public hearing, held by an elected legislative body with geographic jurisdiction where the bond proceeds will be used so that those interested in speaking with respect to the project can be heard. After the public hearing, the elected body must formally approve the bond issuance. I would like to take a moment to clarify the roles of the issuer, the borrower, and the county. The issuer is a governmental entity, which includes joint power authorities, or JPAs, that issues bonds on behalf of non-governmental entities to fund a public benefit project. The county, along with other California counties and cities, is a member of the 3 JPAs listed on this slide. The issuer for today's TEFRA hearing before your board is not the County of San Diego. The borrower is a non-governmental entity. It can be nonprofit or for-profit with a public benefit. The borrower is responsible for all costs related to the bond issuance and the repayment of the bonds. The borrower for today's TEFRA hearing before your board is not the County of San Diego. The County of San Diego's role in this process is to hold a public hearing in accordance with Section 147F of the IRS Code to allow the public to comment on the use of tax-exempt bonds. After the public hearing, the county must formally approve the bond issuance by the issuer. The county's approval does not signify an endorsement of the project or the borrower. It is an approval solely for the limited purposes of complying with the IRS regulations for the issuer. Next, I will provide a brief overview of today's TEFRA hearing requested by the issuer. The issuer for this financing is the California Public Finance Authority, also known as CalPIFA. The borrower will be Sharp Healthcare, a California nonprofit public benefit corporation under 501c3. CalPIFA has approached the County of San Diego and requested that we hold a TEFRA hearing to comply with the provisions of the IRS Code as described on the prior slide. CalPIFA proposes to issue approximately not to exceed $1 billion in tax-exempt bonds for the benefit of the borrower, Sharp Healthcare. The proceeds will be used as follows: up to $400 million for capital improvements and up to $600 million to refinance previously issued bonds. This last slide details the use of the bond proceeds by facility. The $400 million in capital improvements at the Sharp Memorial Hospital will be to bring the facility into compliance with Senate Bill 1953 regarding mandated seismic regulations and expansions to increase emergency and inpatient bed capacity, to address clinical obsolescence and undersized department spaces for critical support services. The remaining $600 will be used to refinance previously issued bonds, all of which financed or refinanced capital expenditures at Sharp facilities. In conclusion, this is not a public hearing for county business nor operations, nor the issuance of county debt. This item is so that CalPIFA can comply with the provisions of the IRS Code 147F. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to go ahead and turn it over to public comment.
Thank you, Chairwoman Vargas. We have 7 requests to speak on this item, 4 in person and 3 requesting to speak by phone. Also note that we received 2 e-comments, both in opposition of this item. I'd like to invite forward the speakers in person. For those that requested to speak on item 27 by phone, please dial into the conference line using the instructions that were provided to you. We'll begin with the speaker in favor, followed by those in opposition. I'd like to invite forward Consuelo, Mark, Audra, and Karma. If I've called your name, please come forward. Again, you'll have 1 minute to address the board. I'll ask you to please state your name for the audio record.
Mark, of course they need to be funded. I do think it's interesting looking up how much do sharp healthcare executives make. It says the median estimated compensation for executives at Sharp Healthcare, include base salary and bonus, is $239,176, or $114 per hour. Now, that may or may not be a doctor that's at the hospital. I'm just saying that the thing most people don't realize about nonprofit organizations is the executives make an incredible amount. And we'll be talking about that in the next couple of agenda items with housing. But of course, they do need to be funded, and they do a good service. I'm not against funding the hospitals. It's important. As usual, though, there's a lot of, between insurance and executives and consultants and surveys and studies, it's just way too much money, and we pay for it all.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
I didn't hear the names, but I'm assuming since I put one up for every single issue, I guess I'm next. So Karma's here, and here to discuss issue number 27? Cool. I don't give it. I do apologize wasting all the county employees that have to be here. Like, for example, David Estrada, which I loved him when he was over the Registrar of Voters office. One thing I really liked about him is every single time Michael Vu was campaigning to get California to go to a vote-by-mail state, he quizzed Cynthia because he believed, if I might be wrong, hell, I might be speaking out of turn, but he quizzed her all the time because he didn't believe she knew elections.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
The person uses the name Audra. So you're saying that this is going to be a project with public benefit. However, these hospitals should actually be shut down because they took an oath to do no harm, and all they're doing is harm, and they're getting paid to do it. They're getting incentivized to give people these shots. And then they ignore the fact that they're dying from them. People are sitting there and just dropping dead, and it's like, nothing to see here. We're just making it normal. And you can't even get real health care. That's the sad thing, is that these places aren't meant for us to get better. They're meant to keep you sick. When I was in a wheelchair and they were giving me 100 pills a day, they were killing me. But I thought that it was the only way to feel better, and it wasn't. They were making everything worse, and I would be dead today if I was still on them. And that's what they do. They push that. It's not to make you better. You shouldn't be giving people these injections and then ignoring the fact that they are killing people and telling them it's from something else. So all these places need to be defunded. They're.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Consuelo, hundreds of billions of dollars are spent every year to control the people's minds. Who's really to blame? After all, there are over 7 billion of us and just a handful of them. Who pulls the triggers? Who drops the bombs? Who pays their taxes? Who borrows the loans? Who buys the myths? Who shuns his neighbor? Who looks the other way? And who sits around waiting for someone else to fix it all? Take a good look in the mirror. Normal isn't coming back. So get off your knees, because I assure you that what they have planned is far worse than anything they've already done. What we allow will simply continue. The time is now. Wake up.
Thank you. Now hear from the individuals that requested to speak by phone. We'll start with our first caller.
All above. The way this thing is written, it's virtually a blank check. We don't even know who all of these affiliates might be. food. Sharp has overcharged me several times by using a CPT code for a dire emergency when there was no big emergency. And then apparently by paying the doctors in hour increments rather than for the actual time spent. Sounds like someone is making a healthy profit for being a non-profit. I think you need to put preconditions like good behavior or not overcharging on your approval of these bonds. Thank you.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
Hey, it's Truth, $1 billion in bond debt to the corporation known as Sharp Healthcare. This is the corporation that bragged about denying families access to see their dying family members at their hospitals. Evil. They want $400 million to remodel Sharp Memorial Hospital. But how could a little hospital helping people afford that kind of bill unless they were a giant corporation charging people exorbitant prices for things like beds, drugs, and clot shots? They literally make a killing. Sharp also wants a $600 million issued by the Association of Bay Area Governments, the same type of unrepresentative tyranny that Sandag is, issuing out money to private corporations to our detriment. Sharp businesses have all made blood money at taxpayers' expense, if not directly because of the debt bonds, indirectly because it took our government agencies and government-like agencies taxpayer money to approve their debt bonds and refunds. And it's taking away from real work. So I'd like to see this issuance denied and all future issuance rejected. If anything, these businesses need to be shut down for spreading misinformation, being fake and fraudulent health options, and being a general threat to public health.
Thank you. And Chairwoman Vargas, that concludes public comment on this item.
All right. Is there a motion to approve? Yeah. All right. Is there a second? I'll second. Second. All right. There's a motion and a second. Any additional discussion? All right. Seeing none, please vote.
Chairwoman Vargas, that motion passes unanimously with all supervisors being present and voting aye.
All right. Wonderful. Thank you for the presentation and for all the information. The next item on the agenda is item number 28. Adopt an ordinance authorizing a disposition and development agreement for affordable housing on county-owned land, Ramona Senior Housing Paseo Norte, and related CEQA finding. I'm going to turn over the presentation, the floor to the county team for a presentation, a brief presentation. Thank you.
Good evening, Chairwoman Vargas and members of the board. The housing affordability crisis is prevalent throughout the state, and the County of San Diego is no exception. As a population, seniors are more vulnerable to the impacts of rent increases and are more likely to spend more of their income on rent because many live on fixed incomes. Today, we are requesting the board to adopt an ordinance approving the disposition and development agreement for affordable senior housing development in Ramona. Today's approval will ensure that the developer, Wakeland, can maintain a high resource area designation for the site and maximize the tax credit funding needed to build this much-needed resource in the community. Today's requested action supports the permanent housing and support domain of the county's framework for ending homelessness by ensuring the long-term affordability of housing units. This county site is just one of 11 that are currently in various stages of development for affordable housing. I will now turn the presentation over to David and Marco.
Good evening. The community of Ramona has been pursuing the concept of creating a Ramona Intergenerational Community Campus, also known as the RIC, for many years. The RIC is envisioned as a community campus that includes a library, a community resource center, senior affordable housing, senior center, and other amenities available for the community, including a potential connection to the future Santa Maria Creek Greenway Trail. The campus is outlined in yellow on this slide and is located between 12th and 13th Street in Ramona. It's currently home to the existing Ramona Library with a new community resource center under construction. The future senior affordable housing, senior center, the medical clinic, and the park will be constructed in the area outlined in red on this slide. Today's action will further the development of senior affordable housing, senior center, and the PACE medical clinic, including the community park. The senior affordable housing development, named Paseo Norte, is envisioned as a community that will include 100 affordable 1- and 2-bedroom homes for older adults, ages 55 and above. I'll now turn the presentation over to Marco, who will give more details about the development, as well as an overview of today's request.
Thank you, David, and good evening. In June of 2020, your board directed the Department of General Services to purchase approximately 8 acres of vacant property shown outlined here in red on the map, adjacent to the RIC, for development of senior housing. Approximately 4.6 acres of the site is developable with the rest of the property located in the Santa Maria Creek floodway, which is shown here in blue on the map and will become part of a future park. In October of 20, your board authorized the issuance of an RFSQ and subsequent RFP to select a developer for the site for affordable housing. And in March of 21, your board received the proposals and authorized DGS to select a developer and negotiate terms of a disposition and development agreement, or a DDA, with that developer. Wakeland Housing Corporation was selected, and we will review the proposed development and key terms of the DDA on the next slides. Site amenities will include a senior center and a program for all-inclusive care for the elderly, medical clinic, which is open to the public. Residents will benefit from an additional amenities to include barbecue pits, a garden, community room with kitchen, computers, and on-site laundry room. Community park will feature pickleball courts, a walking trail, and picnic benches. The DDA outlines the terms and conditions for the development and sale of the property. These terms include the scope of development, timeline for completion, as well as obligations for both county and Wakeland. Key terms include a nominal purchase price, conveyance of the property once it's fully financed and entitled, close of escrow occurring no later than 24 months from date of approval, and construction completion no later than 24 months following close of escrow. So that we may proceed with the actions outlined in the board letter and presentation, staff is now requesting approval of the following 5 recommendations shown on the slide. And that concludes our presentation, subject to your questions.
We'll now hear from the public on item 28. We have 8 requests to speak on this item, 4 in person and 4 requesting to speak by phone. Also note that we received 2 e-comments, 1 in favor and 1 neutral. Any members of the public that requested to speak on item 28 by phone, please dial into the conference line. We'll begin with the in-person speakers. I'd like to invite forward Consuelo, Mark, Audra, and Karma. You'll have 1 minute to address the board. I'll ask you to please state your name for the audio record. You may come forward in any order.
Mark, Wakeland Housing and Development Corporation, revenue $25 million in 22, expenses $10.4 million in 2022. At the top of notable expenses is executive compensation of $4,505,387, or 43.2% of total expenses. Wow. Their plan to spend $46 million for Passe Norte Apartments, a planned 85 one-bedroom units and 15 two-bedroom units arranged around a courtyard as an affordable senior complex, a senior center, and a PACE wellness center for the elderly, which comes to about $460,000 for mostly one-bedroom apartments, which include the senior center and PACE wellness center. Financing sources, tax credits, stay and fill, project-based Section 8 vouchers. Okay, we're paying for it. We don't have to. We shouldn't have to. I'm out of time. Sorry I couldn't tell you more.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Having a hangover with an extended session must really suck, doesn't it, Nora? Okay, I want to apologize once again. I do respect you immensely. 100%, you did an excellent job when you were in charge after, I believe you were after Helen, correct? You took that position right after Helen, and then you did that. Yeah, no, and I liked the fact that you took an active role at the Registrar of Voters. Unfortunately, after you left, due to unforeseen circumstances, and I'm really, I think we all are suffering because of it. That we were unable to continuously quiz and make sure that our current registrar is qualified to be that. I wish that the former, your position, who is now a CAO, will do something about that, but I doubt it.
Thank you. Can you please state your name for the record?
Oh, Karma.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Karma, because she wants...
Next speaker, please. Final call for Consuelo and Audra.
Okay. Consuelo. They don't want a people who are engaged. They want a people who are in line with their dookie attending these circus shows. I am campaigning for people, all people, to start taking responsibility for themselves and stop living in fear. At this point in the game, because it's all just a game, you must know this truth. It's the lowest of the low, the weakest of the weak. No. The weakest of the weak. The most easily manipulated, who are the puppets running the show. The elite know exactly the type to look for, those hungry for power over people. So stop perpetuating the system, stop voting, stop contributing to the genocide, pedophilia, wars, homelessness, big pharma. You are just contributing to the perpetuation of the same system that keeps us all down. Let their system crash and burn. We know what this government is not a government for the people.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
My person uses the name Audra. I love when you guys are like, we're going to offer a library, but it's already there. It's funny. You guys are like, we're going to, put it there, whatever. Why does it cost $250,000 if this is approved? Is it because you guys are all getting paid off? Is it going in your pocket? Yeah, I mean, like it does with the nonprofits, like Mark was saying. It's a good scam. Like everything you guys do, it's a really, I mean, kudos. Like, let's pretend to offer people stuff and then we'll put money in pockets of all these, entities and not really house the people. But as long as we virtue signal like that's what we're gonna do, people think that we're good and they thank us for it. They thank us for destroying everything and ruining people's lives. Thank you. Thank you guys. You're doing your job. It's all by design. Like that's what people are like, oh my gosh, I can't believe housing is getting worse. That's the point. That's the point. So good job. You guys are really, I'm sure these seniors will never be housed.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the individuals that requested to speak by phone. We'll start with our first caller. This caller is Paul Henkin. Your device might be muted.
Oh, yeah, sorry I did that accidentally. I'm Paul Bold. I'm happy to see that the developer is going to offer all of his units to low-income seniors. This, and not a fractional amount for various income levels, will work better to solve the housing problem. But I hear just 11 affordable housing developments are in progress in this county. You need housing that gets built a lot quicker than normal. The real solution would be to build 3D houses or so-called tiny houses or shipping crate houses or something else relatively quick and inexpensive. Otherwise, the problem will just grow while our seniors wait for affordable housing or move out of state. Thanks.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the next caller.
Truth, the county should have already built an intergenerational community campus in Ramona. It shouldn't take a housing developer to implement things the community has been in need of. But of course, there'll be a park too because no one's going to have a backyard. And if health equity is important, then don't our elders deserve private land for peace and tranquility? That should be a requirement for big corporate developer Wakeland Housing, who already has many developments all over the state. Wakeland's Union Towers in National City is one of the ugliest communist-inspired projects I've ever seen, with communist iron fists painted on the building. There's even more concerning to consider that Wakeland's board chairs the city attorney of National City. Don't get me wrong, Barry's a nice guy, but even Wakeland's current CEO, Rebecca Louie, used to work for Sandags. And this Paseo Norte project image shows young people walking and biking around the premises when, one, people don't walk in Ramona, they drive. And two, if this is going to be housing for elders, it's not going to be children with bikes around the facility. It's going to be older adults in wheelchairs and walkers. So none of these big developers who are out of touch don't understand our communities and seem to be concerned only with maximizing tax credits. Business, right? The business. Just more of the same.
Thank you. And Chairwoman Vargas, that concludes public comment on this item.
Vice Chair Lawson-Reimer?
This is, I just think, an example of the kind of work that we've all been committed to at the board, and it's a really wonderful project because it's not just the 100 affordable homes, but there's the medical clinic and the senior center, so appreciate all the work. Thank you. I would love to second my colleague Supervisor Anderson's motion because it is his child.
Yeah, no, actually.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All I wanted to comment that I really appreciate the intergenerational component of it, and I have some ideas for the South Bay. So we'll talk about it. I'm going to try to figure out how we find some money. I have a meeting regarding Harborside Park and some other stuff that I'm looking at for that area. And anyway, more to come. But for that, so we have a motion and a second, and please vote.
Chairwoman Vargas, that motion passes unanimously with all supervisors being present and voting aye.
Thank you for all your hard work. Appreciate you. Next item on the agenda is item 29. And so I'm just going to comment for my colleagues and for everybody who's on the dais. We're not going to be taking a dinner break. There's still a lot of items, and I know there's a lot of staff also who is watching. And so please make sure that you take your breaks or whatever you need to take. There's still a lot and a lot of people waiting, so I want to be very mindful of so many folks. And so we're just going to keep going through. Please take care of yourselves and do what you need to do, but we're going to keep moving forward, okay? So item number 29, we'll now move on to discussion, protecting California ratepayers by opposing income graduated fixed energy charges. I'm going to turn it over to the public, and then I'll turn it over to Supervisor Desmond.
Thank you, Chairwoman Vargas. We have 22 requests to speak on item 29, 11 in person and 11 requesting to speak by phone. Also note for the record that we received 45 e-comments, 24 in favor and 20 in opposition. Any members of the public that requested to speak on item 29 by phone, please dial into the conference line now using the instructions that were provided to you. We'll begin with the in-person speakers, starting with those in favor of this item, followed by those in opposition. As your name is called, please come forward and stand against the east wall under the murals until it is your turn to speak. I'd like to invite forward Sandra Martinez, Pam, Dr. Gerald Johnson, Alan Helanti, Michael Brando, and Consuelo. If I've called your name, please come forward. You have 1 minute to address the board, and I'll ask you to please state your name for the audio record.
Kind of in favor. Thanks, Jim, for pointing out the tyranny imposed by the public utilities. But the issue I have
Can you please state your name?
The issue I have with this agenda item is the equity impact statement, wherein it states taking a stand against a fixed rate proposal would allow the county to advocate for rates that take into consideration the disproportionate hardship high energy costs have on low and middle income homes because the county is committed to advancing equity. This appears to mean the county will not advocate for all county residents. None of you can decide or know how each individual will or should be impacted by this nonsensical proposal. And we all know that equity is not equality. Equity robs liberty and opportunity from all. I respectfully request the wording be changed to confirm the county will advocate for all county residents, regardless of income.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Alan Halantu. First, as a resident of District 4, just want to say congrats and welcome to Supervisor Montgomery. Happy to have you. I'm here representing the Chaldean Community Council, advocating for the implementation of an income-based fixed charge as soon as possible. Every day we work with some of the most vulnerable members of our community, connecting with them with programs and services that promote self-sufficiency and social well-being. For too many working-class families, monthly electric bills are an unpleasant surprise, forcing the impossible choice between heating or cooling their homes and paying for other essential needs. An income-based fixed charge is a policy that will bring much-needed financial relief to those who need it most. With a flat monthly rate for the upkeep of our electric grid, working-class families will see more predictability in their month-to-month bills, while also benefiting from a reduced rate for the electricity they use. This means households will be empowered to better plan their monthly expenses with predictable bills, and most importantly, it means a heat wave or a cold snap will no longer require sacrifices just to stay safe and healthy. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Sandra Martinez. I think a lot of people didn't understand this one. The base fee rate schedule was created to provide funds for an infrastructure for the green energy. This puts solar and windmills in the desert and creates infrastructure to bring that energy here. That will damage the fragile desert habitat and other environments. Go ahead and watch Michael Moore's Planet of the Humans if you want to know how green energy really works. This legislation is just the beginning of higher fees for everything. The Climate Action Summit stated it would need $100 trillion, so that's like billion dollars for infrastructure. And they have no idea if their plans will work. So if you think any of this is a good idea, please think again. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Michael, yeah, what's not emphasized here is this is based on the fake science of the climate change stuff. It's directly tied to that. Most people, don't understand what this is all about having a base fee based on income and then adding on top of that a usage fee. People don't even understand the meaning of communism. Communism. So, yeah, I'm for this, but people don't need to be paying more, but even worse, people need to research what's going on with this green agenda. If people thought the COVID thing was bad enough, the green agenda is even worse. The good news is, as I've said before, the more people try to control other people, those people who are trying to control other people get more and more out of control, and they always self-implode. And that's what's going to happen with this.
Thank you. As the next speaker is coming forward, I'd like to invite the speakers in opposition, Mark, Audra, Ebony James, Karma, and Mike. I've called your name. Please come forward.
Mark, I'm not actually opposed to this. 1 minute. San Diego has the highest utility rates in the country. Attorney Maria Severson cited the new franchise agreement passed in May of 21 between the City of San Diego and SDG&E that remove protective measures to keep prices low. If San Diego citizens want to know why their rates are so high, they need look no further than the San Diego government, Severson said. A report from the city attorney's office to the mayor describes the differences between what was advertised in the invitation to bid and what was recommended to the city council. Section 12B of the report shows that the requirement for SDG&E to use best efforts to minimize service costs had been deleted. What a scam that is. During the initial 10-year agreement, the city may at any time enfranchise to SDG&E if there's a breach of contract, or should the city elect to municipalize or purchase and put the city's utilities under public control. There's so much more.
Next speaker, please.
Evening, Board of Supervisors. My name is Ebony James, and I'm here as a representative of Logan Heights Community Development Corporation. And I'm here to oppose this item and support the fixed rate The cost of living in San Diego is too high, and our most vulnerable communities are suffering the most. They need help now. I work with these people every day and know firsthand of their struggle making choices of which bills to pay. The way rates are structured now, lower income earners see a larger portion of their income go to paying their utilities than do middle and income earners. This rate will mean savings for the most vulnerable communities under the fixed rate. Lower income people will see up to $200 in savings, and this is meaningful. So this is so important for communities such as Logan Heights to have a fixed rate. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Consuelo, yeah, I'm pretty confused about this one too. But from what I have heard, it's SDG&E going to be, they're going to do it according to your income, and nobody's going to give SDG&E their Social Security numbers. So yeah, this is all in lockstep with the UN agenda, and ain't nobody going to win and come out on top except for the government. And yeah, so we need to just stop complying, become ungovernable. You're just tax cattle. We don't need government. They need us. We never needed government. They've always needed us. Wake up.
Next speaker, please.
Person uses the name Audra. This is confusing everybody. They think that they're going to be paying their rates by how much they make. Nope, it ain't. You're actually going to just be charged an extra fee, even when you don't use energy. It's so great. So I actually do agree with you, Jim. Wow, right? I know. So Andrew, if you could change the color of my slip, that would be great. At least put it in the other pile. But yeah, everybody's confused here. And the sad thing is that the reason really why I didn't agree with you is because I'm like, you guys make a lot of money. Of course you're not going to want to pay more, right? Because, I mean, you guys would have to pay in the $128 range, right? And so, I mean, who wants to do that? But SDG&E is a total scam, and all these people that went in to go and do the whole saving the climate by getting solar are now being screwed royally. They're getting a bunch of their money that they were supposed to get to pay those off, and it's going to other people. So they always pit the people against each other, right? When SDG&E's been overcharging for decades, and then it just goes in their pockets. It's so great.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hurt my leg. Give me a second. Slow it down. Oh, no, it's okay. Give me a second. Yeah. It's just going to take me a second to get up there. Carmen's here. We want to shrink the time down to 1 minute. Now we added at least another 10 to 15. How is that working out for you, Nora? Are you proud that you have the power? Which, not really. I do understand that you probably have a hangover and you really wish this was over. But I did like the fact that David, I apologize to him for calling him out for...
Can you just please stay on topic, sir?
Yeah, no, I am. Everything is based on elections. The elections right now are faulty. You guys refuse to address it. So I'm using every minute that I have to talk about it. So I wanted to go ahead and point out the fact that David Estrada, I apologize to him for pointing that out, that he was quizzing Cynthia and deemed that she was not qualified. I apologize to calling him out, and he said, God bless.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
God bless.
Good evening, Mike again here. Yeah, I think a lot of people's confusion with this item is that it's been poorly written and a lot of people don't understand it. I kind of agree with Mr. Desmond with regards to that this whole scheme. I don't see that it's going to work. And the sad part is that I think a lot of the community has a lot of misguided anger towards SDG&E when it's actually the California Public Utilities Commission who's forced all this crap on to SDG&E. So if there's anything that we can do to defund the California Public Utilities Commission, I think that would solve a lot of our problems and a lot of the problems that SDG&E has to deal with on a day-to-day basis from the rank and file people who are employed in that company.
Final call for Gerald Johnson. We'll now hear from the individuals that requested to speak by phone. We'll start with our first caller. This next caller is Paul Henkin. Your device might be muted.
We should have a clear proposal from SDG&E saying exactly what we pay for, what the SDG&E portion of the bill will be, and what the community choice aggregation portion of the bill is. Because SDG&E does the distribution and community choice aggregation does the energy part. So it's like they're double charging us. And privacy issues make this whole proposal unacceptable. We shouldn't have to give an untrustworthy organization our social security and whatever other data they want. So I support the proposed letter. And by the way, I realize that one of the reasons they probably cut down our speaking time to 1 minute is for the
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
Hey, it's Truth Jim. You get to play the role of the good guy with this item, but this is exactly like the road tax. Don't worry, there's no mileage tax, and then introduce vehicle minutes traveled or a new tax at the EV station. Here, everyone could say, don't worry, there's no progressive income-based electricity tax, but then there's going to be some other taxes in the future, or maybe just blackouts from grid overload. And this reminds me of when I heard the Sweetwater Authority in National City say the people who use the least amount of water will see the highest increase in their water rates. Everything's a scam. But why does SDG&E charge San Diego County the highest rates on the planet for its bad service? Because SIMPRA is a World Economic Forum partner that shares in the goal of attempting to monopolize all resources on planet Earth. And the CPUC has already proven they do not care what the people of the state actually think or what their suffering is under oppressive rates. So overall, this item is mere political theater, and the same old show's getting boring. If you guys are really against the ridiculous rates, you denounce SDG&E on the whole, quit doing business with them, their minion organizations, and the CPUC. The Mike was 100% right. And
thank you. And Chairwoman Vargas, that concludes public comment on this item.
Thank you. Supervisor Desmond.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening. I'm bringing this item forward to address many of the concerns because I think there is a lot of confusion out there, primarily because this was never properly vetted with the public. But its implementation is going in here very soon. The Public Utilities Commission plans on adopting an income-based fixed-rate charge portion of your energy bill in 2024. This was, and you can't blame the PUC or even SDG&E for this. It was approved for and passed by the state legislature, and the governor signed it. This all happened about a year ago. So that means in addition to the charge, for the usage charge, you're going to be charged a flat fee for electricity based on household income, not individual income, but household income. So those of you who may be in poor communities that have a couple of different households or many workers in the house, that is going to be combined household income for the rate that the flat rate you're going to be paying. And you're going to pay for that regardless if you use an electron of electricity. If you never flip on a switch, you're still going to be paying this flat rate fee. So I think it's a dangerous precedent to charge people based on income. I agree with giving people breaks if they're low income and we subsidize, but they shouldn't be paying differently when we all buy the same commodity. It's like, should people pay more for gasoline because they make more, or food? To me, this is just a slippery slope that we shouldn't be going down. It was State Assembly Bill 205, signed into law last year, that put us on this, I think, path of madness and left us with a number of questions about the implementation of this fixed rate fee, which is the CPUC is implementing because it was passed. So just like SB 43, which is all about implementation and unintended consequences, even the state legislators who passed it are now showing concerns. I have 2 signed letters, one of which is in front of all the board members. One is from 22 Democratic state assembly members, and another one from 8 Republican senators, asking the California Public Utilities Commission not to adopt an income-based graduated fixed charges, even though they voted for it. In the letter from the Democratic legislators, in the first paragraph, the second sentence, states, we have significant concerns about the direction of the CPUC's implementation of AB 205 and its potential negative impacts on our constituents, and believe that at a minimum, more time is needed to consider a significant and far-reaching change in policy that will significantly impact ratepayers with only a theoretical benefit. That's the statement from the 22 state assembly Democratic state assembly members, 5 of which are San Diego County assembly members. David Alvarez, Tasha Borner, Brian Mainsheim, Chris Ward, Alika Weber. All of them passed this thing and then realized the unintended consequences afterwards. So it's a bipartisan issue on both sides of the aisle are saying, hey, this thing is not going as we thought it was going to go. And under these proposals, income brackets, as I mentioned, are going to be household income. If you've got 3 low income earners and people who live in a house making $40,000 a year, they're going to be paying in the same tax bracket as a single family or single income household that's paying that's making 120 grand a year. So even the poor in households may have to pay more. So I think these proposals are an injustice to the San Diegans who have invested thousands of dollars in solar, because they too are going to be paying this fixed rate fee even if they purchase no electricity. This disincentivizes energy conservation and makes investing in solar either worthless or take several more years to break even on your solar investment. It's like the proposed mileage tax. Now that people switch to state cars, the state's not receiving enough gas taxes, so they want to create new taxes after people were getting electric vehicles and putting up solar, after what the state is asking us to do. Now you're being taxed in another way. And even with the widespread solar adoption, and I realize SDG&E didn't put this forward, or SDG&E isn't to blame, it's really our state legislature. SDG&E last year had profits of $915 million in a year. And we pay the highest rates in San Diego County for electricity. If SDG&E really wants to reduce rates, they could create a better balance sheet with the approach with their profits instead of taxing people who don't really use electricity. SDG&E also claims they won't collect additional revenue with this new proposal, but I can't see how that's not possible, because they're going to be charging solar users who currently are not paying in the fixed rate program now. So I think that in a time when San Diego County is the most expensive place to live in the country, and we have the highest electricity rates, it's ridiculous to have a proposal like this on the table. Even Sandag's presentation earlier today showed an 18% increase in utility rates last year alone. So I think it fails to address the root cause of rising electric bills, unfairly burdens those who can at least afford it. And that's why I'm asking the County of San Diego, for us as a board, to take a position against income graduated fixed charges that was passed by the California legislature. And in the motion here, in the recommendations, I'm asking to direct the Chief Administrative Officer to draft a letter for the chair's signature expressing the County of San Diego's opposition to income graduated fixed charge proposals presented by Cal Edison, Pacific Gas and Electric, and SDG&E. So hope that clears up some things for some people, but I think this was not properly vetted and told to the public exactly what was happening. So I'll make that motion with the recommendation.
All right. There's a motion on the floor. Is there a second?
I'll second, I'll give Supervisor a courtesy second.
Okay. Any further discussion? No. So I just wanted to say that appreciate that you made those additional comments, but I think that energy reform is urgently required, and especially now as we transition to a cleaner energy grid and aim for a net zero world. However, I recognize that for this reform to effectively address climate, economic, and equity goals, the design details are crucial. And right, the devil is in the details. And in particular, I'm interested in understanding how SDG&E established the income brackets presented today. And so income-based fixed charges have the potential to create more equitable distribution for electric bills. And it is my understanding that this rate restructuring won't generate additional revenue for utilities, but rather change how the existing revenue is collected. And what proposed reforms should deliver is accelerated electrification and more equitable allocation of cost. So despite this, I really prefer to leave the decision on the best path forward to the experts at the California Public Utilities Commission. And so until there's more detailed information about the design of this reform, I won't be able to support this item, but I'm happy to continue to monitor it. So at this time, I will not be supporting it, but appreciate the discussion. And I don't see any additional, oh, Supervisor Anderson?
Oh, I guess the microphone's helpful. No worries at all. Yeah, my gut, I didn't like this. I don't like the idea of being based on income. But I've received over 500 letters of support from my district. And when I did the analysis of how it's applied to my district, there'll be more affluent areas in San Diego County, but the weakest members of my communities will benefit. So when you look at communities like Potrero, where the average household income is $42,000, they will benefit. Even when you look at El Cajon, the average household income is $58,000. So for the majority of my district, they benefit under this plan. And while I agree I don't like the direction they're going, I can't vote inconsistent with the people that I'm supposed to represent. So for that reason, I won't be able to support it today. But I'm happy to say.
All right, so we have a motion and a second. Please vote.
Chairwoman Vargas, that motion fails with Supervisor Desmond voting aye, all other supervisors who are present voting no.
All right. The next item on the agenda is item number 30, enhancing humanitarian emergency response and relief supportive services for asylum-seeking migrants. I'm going to go ahead and turn it over for public comment.
Thank you, Chairwoman Vargas. We have 41 requests to speak on this item. 24.
Give me a second. All right, I'm going to say this again. If you need to have a conversation, feel free to step outside the chambers. We have a lot of work to do still. It is 6:30 in the afternoon. Please be respectful of the people who are here, who are want to make sure that my colleagues and I hear them. So if you want to have a separate conversation, feel free to go outside and then come back. It is important that we are able to hear their perspectives. So again, follow the guidelines and the rules. There's no disruption. Please stop interrupting the proceedings. Otherwise, I am going to ask you to leave. And then I've been very lenient and patient most of the evening, but I am going to ask you moving forward that if you are not on topic, I'm going to give you one warning, second warning, and third warning. And if you're not on topic, I'm going to ask you to leave the chamber, okay? You have been warned. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Chairwoman Vargas. Again, we have 41 requests to speak on this item, 24 in person, 17 requesting to speak by phone. Also note that we received 90 comments, 2 in favor, 5 in opposition, and 1 neutral. Also, 1 individual registered their support but did not wish to address the board. Any members of the public that requested to speak on item 30 by phone, please dial into the conference line now using the instructions that were provided to you. We'll begin with the in-person speakers, starting with those in favor of this item. As your name is called, please come forward and stand against the east wall under the murals until it is your turn to speak. I'll be calling you in groups of 5, so I'll ask you to please listen for your name. I'd like to first invite forward Bobby Wilson, Karen Clay, Liz Ramirez, Ebony James, Patricia Mondragon, and Clint Carney. If I've called your name, please come forward. Again, you'll have 1 minute to address the board. I'll ask you to please state your name for the audio record.
Hola, my name is Liz Ramirez. I'm the CEO of Chicano Federation. I want to thank the County Board of Supervisors for the support of the Migrant Center with SBCS. I had the opportunity to tour the center, to volunteer, and Chicano Federation will be supporting the efforts. I've worked with SBCS for over 10 years and can attest to their integrity, ability to collaborate with partners, accountability with large projects, and more than anything, their commitment to serve the community with dignity and respect. This has been evident every time I visit the center. And I want to urge you to keep continuing to support migrants during such difficult times. Migration and seeking asylum is a human right, and it's imperative that our county continues to lead this support with dignity and compassion, all while fostering access to quality resources and services. Thank you. Good evening again. Again, my name is Ebony James, and I'm here as a representative of Logan Heights CDC. I'm here to express my heartfelt appreciation for the commendable efforts of South Bay Community Service in assisting asylum seekers entering through the San Diego border, and the County of Supervisors, and the effort that you've made towards trying to support this. In our role at Logan Heights CDC, we have witnessed firsthand the diligent commitment of SBCS in managing the funds that were allocated to them and effectively using the resources at their disposal. It is with great admiration that we acknowledge the responsibility that they have undertaken, and it is evident that this duty is not taken lightly. The impact of SBCS work is deeply felt in our community. Asylum seekers often face difficult circumstances, have found support in silence through the dedicated efforts of all the partners involved. Their responsible stewardship of funds and resources reflect a genuine dedication to making a positive and lasting impact. Thank you.
Hello again, Supervisors. My name is Clint Carney. I'm with Survivors of Torture International. We really appreciate you allocating funds for vulnerable people and asylum seekers who are here in San Diego from all around the world, while more than probably 97% are leaving San Diego and going to other places. We have seen clients at Survivors of Torture who were behind the border wall, in between the border walls, and decided to stay in San Diego, and we are serving them here locally. So we appreciate the funding to support the asylum seekers, but there is so much experience in this city. In this room, our organization has been around for 27 years supporting asylum seekers and torture survivors. We get referrals from attorneys. Many of the attorneys in this room have worked with torture survivors and asylum seekers for many, many years. So we believe it would be much more efficient and effective to include all the partners with this deep experience in providing these services for this effort. Thank you very much.
Patricia Mondragon, Regional Policy Manager for Alliance San Diego. Alliance San Diego is encouraged to continue that the supervisors are continuing to fund the humanitarian response for the thousands of asylum-seeking migrants released in San Diego County. Transparency and accountability are important anytime public resources are allocated. We ask for a public reporting of all expenditures for the original $3 million immediately following the depletion of the first round of funds that were issued. In addition, we ask for the board to direct staff to research best practices in other cities and analyze how it compares to San Diego's models. If what San Diego is doing does not align with best practices in other regions, our expectation is for the county to make adjustments. Further, any funding must be centered around what is best for our community and new arrivals. In the long term, counties should be working with city, state, and federal agencies to establish a sustainable and equitable welcoming infrastructure.
Thank you. And recalling Bobby Wilson and Karen Clay. We'll go to the speakers in opposition. I'll be calling the first 5. You may come forward in any order. Mark, Lindsay, Erica, Pam, and Audra.
Mark, you're not facing a simple fact. $3 million, we've already given so much that people from around the world, including terrorists and enemies of our land, are coming over the borders in droves. And I just showed you guys a little while ago headlines about children being raped and people who were prosecuted and convicted, and we're giving them housing, funding them in our country. It's absurd. We haven't taken care of our own. Literally, it's at the point where we should not be enticing them to come anymore. We're the only country this stupid when we're being screwed over this badly. Literally, in Israel, they just have a machine gun and say, go away or we will shoot you. And we are funding them way better, their borders way better than ours. I'm not against migrants that are legal, but we cannot have what's happening. It's overwhelming us, and you're just making it possible by giving them more money. You're calling them to overwhelm this more.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening. My name is Lindsay Tozleski. I'm the co-founder and executive director of the Immigrant Defenders Law Center. I'm here in opposition to item 30, not because we think these funds are not desperately needed for this population, but because we do not support an additional allocation of funding while serious questions remain about the lack of accountability and transparency of the current contractor, SBCS. IMDEF as an organization has staffed these efforts 12+ hours a day, 7 days a week since September 13th. We have raised concerns about the lack of collaboration. We have raised concerns about a lack of interpreters, a lack of cultural competency, and a lack of willingness to accept feedback from experts in this area. We have raised concerns about the negligence of wasting public funds on an ill-conceived and ill-equipped welcome center while people die in open-air detention sites. Our asks are simple. Support asylum seekers in the region by investing in the ecosystem of organizations that have been doing this work for years and who will still be doing this work when these funds are depleted. Make investments in the infrastructure we need to welcome with.
Thank you. Your time is up. We'll go to the next speaker.
Pam, no. Why is there no presentation accounting for the previous $3 million so the public can see how this money was spent? We sat through all these other presentations. How was the $3 million spent, and who is holding the NGOs accountable for now $6 million? Helen, are you counting the money or counting the days? These illegal migrants aren't all true asylum seekers. They are instructed to claim asylum for free and easy entry into this country. The majority of these illegal migrants do not wish to assimilate. They don't care about America. This invasion is intentional. The overall intent of this federal government, Biden and his puppeteers, is to destroy the fabric of this country. None of this is humanitarian for anyone, especially the children being trafficked across the border and around this country. Today, FBI Director Christopher Wray testified at the U.S. Senate that the terror threat facing the U.S. has reached unprecedented levels. And yesterday, a group of men from China crossed the southern border. Why are they here?
I person uses the name Audra, so we're basically spending ARPA funds to traffic human beings. It's crazy. We got trafficking happening on our border, and then you guys will be like, we want to stop human trafficking, but we're just going to fund it. Let's just fund it so these people can go elsewhere, all while they trash the land when they're coming here. And then you want the people, that this money should actually go to the people here, and it's not, and you want to spend it on people that aren't coming here for seeking asylum. That's not why they're here. Grown men with children that they don't even know their names or anything like that are not seeking asylum. This is a big business, and you guys are using our money to fund human trafficking and spread them all over the United States of America. And it's like, so what happens when all of a sudden one of them does something like a terrorist act, and then you just funded that and made sure it happened? But no, let's ignore it, right? Because we need to have open borders. It's the UN Agenda 21.
I'll call the next 5 speakers: Melissa, Paulina, Megan, Noemi, and Brian.
Good evening. My name is Melissa Shepard. I'm a directing attorney with Immigrant Defenders Law Center, the largest nonprofit immigration removal defense provider in California. I'm here in opposition to this item due to the unresolved concerns of transparency regarding the allocation of funding to the current service provider. To the detriment of asylum seekers, SBCS has chosen to alienate all partners who were first to respond to the street releases and who have the expertise and experience in providing culturally competent and trauma-informed services instead of harming this vulnerable population. Migrants at the center are lacking basic needs like food and medical care despite having the funding to provide these necessities. Asylum seekers should be welcome in a way rooted in a dignified and respectful welcome. Please reconsider the allocation of this necessary funding to organizations who have had the years of experience in supporting migrants to our region. Thank you.
Good evening, Paulina Reyes Perariz. I'm the managing attorney with Immigrant Defenders Law Center and a San Diego resident of District 4. I'm here not because I oppose the funding to meet the needs of migrants, which I think is very critical. I believe that approving an additional $3 million without a full accounting of the first funding is very concerning. IMDEF provides critical services at the site every day. We have done so with no funding because of the work of assisting asylum seekers is core to what we do. Despite not being included in important decisions relating to the operations and funding, we have continued to show up for our communities. We have tried to offer feedback to make operations more effective, but are often ignored. Despite many of us having years of experience serving asylum seekers and orgs like IMDEF that initially led these response efforts. We believe that San Diego County can provide valuable contributions to human-centered and sustainable and welcoming infrastructure. However, the current model with the county funding is not in line with the vision of welcoming for migrants and many partners that have worked decades to create. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Megan Zavala, Data and Policy Analyst for Al Otro Lado and D4 resident. I'm speaking in opposition of further funding being granted to the county's contractor, SBCS. Nearly all asylum seekers coming to the welcome site at Central Elementary have been held in open-air detention sites for days. This county funding excludes much-needed humanitarian assistance at these open-air detention sites. Our organization, alongside IMDEF, helped lead a station at the site to assist separated families by CBP and certain vulnerable populations. Since September, we've documented nearly 1,000 cases of families separated, and our data show that asylum seekers represent at least 20 different languages and 48 nationalities. While Spanish is the most common, 40% do not speak Spanish. The contractor has not indicated the amount spent on translation services, which is required by the county contract. We have serious concerns about whether asylum seekers are receiving accurate information in their language about processes of the Welcome Center. When asylum seekers arrive, they must wait in line to receive any funding, so we're also concerned about the gatekeeping of the resources being provided there. Thank you.
Hello, Noemi, District 1. There are lots of homeless that Todd Gloria put in the South Bay since Hurricane Hillary. We do need an audit of SBCS before we do allocate more funding. There is a lot of fraud in being looked into in South Bay as it is with Andrea Cardenas in question.
State your name for the record.
Noemi.
Thank you.
We need to audit first, like I said. I don't think it's right that veterans are last and it's impacting them as well. We should make sure that they're good before any other men are entered into this country. Sorry, concentrate. On my way here, there was where Todd Gloria is placing our citizens along the road that look like concentration camps. I don't think it's fair that our citizens are being treated that way, and when immigrants come here, they're automatically given hotels and treated better than the actual citizens of the country. I stand with America.
All right, still Brian Rumbaugh. So, asylum, what is that? Seeking political refugee from a foreign country. So, once again, I'm gonna sit here and kind of look at more or less the problem, not necessarily the symptom. These people that are coming to America, what is it that they're escaping? Are they escaping a corrupt government? Or is every person in the government just essentially a pawn in a big game or a cog in a murder wheel? Kind of sounds similar to what kind of I see going on, okay? We as Americans, we need to set an example. Wouldn't it be nice if these people that are seeking asylum, Jim, in these foreign countries, if they didn't need to escape to America? Maybe there wasn't multinational corporations owned by scumbags that go in there and rape those resources. Have them mine for their cobalt and lithium, all to sell us on green energy bullshit. Wouldn't that be nice? It would be nice. When we're gonna sit here, I'm done.
Call the next 5 speakers: Giorgio, Maria, Karma, Thomas, and Miguel Angel.
Hi, my name is Maria Chavez, and I am the legal director at PANA, Partnership for the Advancement of New Americans. Our executive director, Ramla Saheed, couldn't be here, but she authorizes me to speak on her behalf as well. As many of you know, PANA is an organization that focuses on full economic, social, and civil inclusion of refugees in the San Diego region, throughout California, and across the country. PANA is one of the several organizations that have been on the ground since day one. Myself personally, in San Ysidro at the Trolley Center, paying for lift rides for migrants who are being dropped off. We have been at supporting asylum seekers at the open air detention sites and later with street releases. And in the midst of this, we came to you, the county, asking for help to provide much needed resources to support this. However, what we've seen over the last 2 months has not been collaborative, transparent, and ignores the collective expertise of organizations. The no-bid contract has undermined the efforts of immigrant rights groups, and we have no choice but to ask you to reject the contract and its extension until necessary changes are made to ensure a collaborative approach exists. Thank you.
You may come forward in any order. Next speaker.
Hello, my name is Thomas, and I'm a resident of District 3. I have spent hundreds of hours over the past 3 months on the ground at street release sites and in the open-air detention sites along the border in Jacumba. I am joining my fellow members and local migrant aid organizations in opposing Item 30 and raising concerns with the mismanagement of the county and responding to this multifaceted issue by directing the entirety of county funding to be used at the discretion of a single organization and SBCS, while also doing nothing to address the human rights abuses and deaths occurring at open-air detention sites. SBCS has lacked transparency and efficacy in their usage of these vital funds. The majority of SBS budget has gone to paying their own staff and for transportation that CBP had previously provided at no cost to the county. Only 19% of these funds have been spent towards direct aid to migrants, while vital translation and medical services have been lacking to non-existent at the Central Elementary site. I urge the County Board of Supervisors to exercise a level of careful consideration in their response to this issue.
Hello, my name is Miguel Angel, and I am a Detention Resistance Collective member and organizer based in Barrio Logan. I never thought I'd have to show up to dissent on this kind of item, but the county has chosen to enable an untenable situation with its appointed funded organization, South Bay Community Services. Nonprofit and mutual aid collectives have been spinning straw into gold with limited resources and have stepped up where the county has not regarding open-air detention sites, which remain the sites of human rights abuses. We do not support throwing another $3 million to SBCS when they have enabled subcontractors to retaliate against local organizers who flagged racial discrimination of Black migrants. The current funding status quo may be sustainable for an organization that enjoys multi-million-dollar contracts with the government and whose CEO makes $400,000 to $450,000 a year, but it is not sustainable for those of us who organize volunteer efforts to clean up after them and are resented for it. Open a fair bidding process for multiple orgs to have oversight and fund allocations, release budgets to the public, and show some leadership in ending open-air detention sites.
And my apologies, I missed your name.
Miguel Angel.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Karma here, and I must stay on this topic. So I was having a very hard time staying focused on this topic because majority of the time that I noticed that people were talking, nor was, and look, as we see, we have people having conversations. People aren't following your rules. Hell, you're not even following your rules when it comes down to not having conversations when other people are talking. But yet you want to slam your gavel? Oh no, we're talking about this because this is an issue and you were distracting me and I could not pay attention to what they were talking about because you were too busy talking.
This is your first warning. This is your second warning. You're disrupting the meeting. This is your second warning. You're disrupting the meeting. I have given you 2 warnings. You're officially being warned. This is and you're off topic.
I would like you to stay, pay attention to us so I could stay on topic.
Actually, Justin, I missed it. This is your 3rd warning. So you're disrupting the meeting because you're off topic. So I'm going to ask you to leave the chambers. So just to be clear, because I missed it, this is your 3rd topic, so I'm going to ask you to leave the chambers.
I didn't disturb anything.
Yes, you did. You were not on topic, so you're disrupting the meeting. I'm going to ask you to leave the chambers. I'm going to give you 2 seconds to leave. So what? So go. Disrupting the meeting. I'm going to read you again the rules. So either you leave politely or I'm going to go ahead and ask folks to take a break so that you can leave. Which one would you like me to do? So I'm going to ask you to leave. So the board very clearly states here that if you're disrupting the meeting, right, you have been warned, you were warned, you were not on topic, and you have been warned 3 times, so you forfeited your time, and you kept talking off topic, and so I've asked you now to leave. Please leave the chamber, sir.
You gave me 2 options. I would like to take what would happen if I take second option.
Could you please leave?
What would happen if I take the second option? Yeah, I wasn't off topic. She was having conversations while we were talking.
Sir, I am asking you to leave. And everybody else who wants to have side topics, I am informing you again. We have a lot of items before us and a lot of topics. Please stay on topic and no more side conversations. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Chairwoman Vargas. I'd like to invite Ruth Mendez, Mike Consuelo, and a final call for Giorgio Carrillo.
Consuelo. Yeah. You don't get respect when you don't give respect, Nora. You are truly...
the item before you is item 30.
You don't get respect unless you give respect. We know that this government is not a government for the people. Just take a look outside. No need to look far either. There's no progress, at least not for the people. They're a corporation, therefore, they will never listen to us. We are simply collateral to
Consuelo,
them.
you're off topic.
Agenda
Please
20.
confine your comments to the agenda item, enhancing community emergency response and relief supportive services asylum-seeking migrants. That is the topic before you. Please stay on topic.
Finish. Agenda 21 is all they care about.
Next speaker, please. The final speaker that we'll call is Lisa Cuestas.
Hello, good evening. My name is Ruth. I'm an organizer with Detention Resistance and Immigrant Defenders Law Center. I'm also a resident of Imperial Beach. I echo my fellow colleagues in opposing item 30, not to oppose funding going to support asylum seekers, but to oppose more money going to SBCS. It is disappointing to have this stance, but we are left no choice. The facts speak for themselves. Since the Central Street Releases site was opened on October 27 under SBCS leadership, only 19% of the first $30 million went to direct aid to asylum seekers in the form of onward travel, shelter, and food total. Translation services have been neglected and offloaded largely onto unpaid local and or directly affected migrant volunteers. Just this past Saturday, we learned of the third death, a 13-year-old at an open-air detention site. We cannot vote yes on a repetition of mismanagement of funds and exclusion of the OADs, the open-air detention sites. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. My name is Lisa Cuestas, CEO Casa Familiar. I want to thank you for putting this item forth and continuing to support an urgent need for our communities here in the region now and the asylum seekers. Welcome, Supervisor Montgomery Stepp. I'm really sad that we are hearing from groups that want to distract from the planning that needs to continue to take place and the quality services that are happening right now. I've been there from the start. We continue to be there. We support SBCS. And unfortunately, we're talking about blowing something up, not prioritizing and doing work from the heart, the people that need the most help. And so I urge you to continue to do the work, your work from the heart as well, and not let folks who want a platform and to lead with self-interest and what I see as ego getting in the way of folks that really need the help and our own communities here.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening again, Mike here. I'm going to tell you a story about a kid named Matthew. Matthew gives a cookie to a mouse. The mouse asks for a glass of milk. He then requests a straw to drink the milk, a napkin, and a mirror to avoid a milk mustache.
Sir, could you tell me how this is related to item number 30, please?
Reclaiming my time. Nails and scissors to trim their hair in front of the beard, a broom to sweep the hair and trimmings. Next, he wants to take a nap, wants a story read to him, draw a picture, and hang a drawing from the refrigerator. Looking at the refrigerator makes him thirsty. So the mouse.
This is your first warning. You're off topic. Please confine your comments to the agenda item number 30, enhancing community humanitarian emergency response relief. If you could please explain to me how this is connected to that, I'm happy to let you finish your story.
2 seconds. So the mouse then asks for a glass of milk. The circle completes itself when the mouse wants another cookie.
Thank you.
My thing here is, Nora, when does this stop? Another?
Thank you. Thank you. Your time is up, sir.
Your time is up, sir.
Your time is up, sir. Thank you. Thank you.
I was reclaiming it because she stole it from
Your time is up, sir.
Brown Act, girl. Brown Act.
Supervisor to you. Chair, Board of Supervisors, sir.
I'm going to go ahead and recall speakers that we previously identified: Erica Pinero, Bobby Wilson, Karen Clay, and Giorgio Carrillo. Not seeing any movement in the chamber, we'll now hear from those that requested to speak by phone. Again, when it is your turn to...
Sir, you're disrupting the meeting. This is the first warning. You're disrupting the warning. This is your second warning. You're disrupting the meeting. Would you like a third warning? Because then I'm going to ask you to leave the chamber, sir. All right. This is your third warning. My name is Supervisor Nora Vargas. All right, this is your third warning, sir. Please be removed from the chambers. Have a nice evening. Have a nice evening, sir. Have a nice evening. Go ahead, sir.
Again,
have a nice evening, sir.
Again, we'll hear from those that requested to speak by phone. When it is your turn to speak, you will be unmuted, and you will hear a recording that will tell you to begin your comments after the beep. I'll remind the callers they should mute their TV or live video stream before they begin speaking. We'll start with our first caller.
Hi, good evening. My name is Rahma Abdi. I'm the Director of Organizing and Campaign at PANA, the Partnership for Advancement of New Americans. PANA is one of the several organizations that have been on the ground since day one of the street release, where thousands of newcomers are released into San Diego streets morning and day and night. I have serious concern over the last 2 months. Only 19% of funds have been done directly to support much-needed shelter and onward travel and food. There is lack of cultural competency, no meaningful language access for diverse population. In addition, until recently, we're not able to get an indoor prayer for the asylum seekers. Asylum seekers are not allowed in our privilege, only given 1 hour pass for wire transfer. People are not allowed to go buy their own food or need other items from local stores. Today we're here with our partner organization to ask for ensuring majority funds to go directly to support resources to asylum seekers in need of housing, transportation, translation, and education.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the next caller.
Paul LeBold, I'm not sure why you're funding these supportive services incrementally. Were the previous funds wasted or well spent? Do we need a new contractor? SBCS is not working out, but we should know. We cannot continue to fund a federal problem which only gets worse. We need solutions, not more temporary fixes. For instance, several homeowners in Jacumba have complained about the damage to their property caused by migrants. You should sue for damages. However, once you do this or something else to stop this apparently never-ending flood, please set up a welcome center for the refugees in Jacumba. They really do need something for them. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the next caller.
Ian Cervello. Hello?
Yes, please go ahead.
Hello, my name is Ian Cervello. I'm with APALA, Asia Pacific American Labor Alliance, and also with the San Diego Immigrant Rights Consortium. While I strongly support the humanitarian efforts of welcoming migrants and asylum seekers, I strongly oppose to this agenda item, as it provides funding to an entity, to an organization who's already proven to be irresponsible, wasteful, and non-transparent in managing the initial $3 million granted by the county. So the money should instead be granted to other organizations who have been on the ground serving the migrants from day one, and it should include funding to the open-air detention site. Lastly, contrary to Supervisor Desmond's earlier comment that our border has been overrun, there is nothing that was overrun. Instead, what we see is an influx of peaceful human beings seeking safety for themselves and their families.
Thank you. I'll now hear from the next caller.
Kathy Lembo, I'm the CEO of SBCS. SBCS and its partners have assisted over 32,000 migrants since the beginning of the contract on October 11th, and the numbers are increasing rapidly. When we started, we saw between 250 to 500 migrants a day. We are now seeing upwards of 800 a day. Every day, SBCS and our partners feed, clothe, book plane tickets, charge cell phones for between 500 to 800 migrants. We are privileged to see multiple family reunions each day and smiles on the faces of people that have been through an extremely difficult journey and have finally found solace in a welcoming environment. We currently house 120 to 160 migrants per night. These are migrants that have a flight the next day or two, or have listed San Diego as their final destination, or need additional assistance. All in all, I am proud of the work of SBCS and our many partners on site. We are grateful to the county for stepping in and funding this.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the next caller.
My name is Erica Pinheiro. I'm the Executive Director of Al Otro Lado. I am also a co-facilitator of the California Welcoming Task Force, which has been working with the Biden administration since the transition to create a welcoming infrastructure in San Diego County. Although we have received millions of dollars from state and federal entities to build this welcoming infrastructure, we were not considered when the county allocated the initial funds short time ago. With the increased number of asylum seekers seeking safety in San Diego, it is imperative that the county invest, but I cannot support this motion because of the way in which the money has been allocated and will be allocated, which threatens to undermine the existing welcoming infrastructure that we have built in the region. Also, there are currently 7 open-air detention sites in San Diego where Border Patrol forces migrants to wait for days without providing food, water, shelter, or medical care. Our coalition has provided everything migrants need to survive without government support for the past 87 days. We've documented numerous medical emergencies.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the next caller.
Father Scott Santa Rosa, pastor of Our Lady of Guadalupe Parish in San Diego. Good evening. I speak in favor of item number 30. I think what it means to be a border city is to provide resources for asylum seekers. I believe this falls to the county. Our experience, we actually have opened our place as a shelter, and we have engaged with SBCS in a positive way. We have not received funding from them, even though they've offered it. That was at my request. While they perhaps might not be perfect, I know from our own experience that this is a chaotic time and more funding is needed and not less. And I also ask that the county ought to provide a role in coordination of the resources. And I hope that that can happen. I think that's essential, coordination of the resources among those providing them. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the next caller. Looks like that caller dropped off. We'll hear from the next one.
Good evening. My name is Narda Eob, and I'm a resident of District 3, and I'm adding my voice in support of the on-the-ground organizations flagging the mismanagement of asylum seeker relief funds by SBCS. I'm particularly concerned with only 19% of the first $3 million going to direct aid to asylum seekers in the form of onward travel, shelter, and food. The fact that CBP has been allowed to have its transportation costs covered by relief funds, although it's a federal agency, and the fact that there is no funding that's been allocated to address the humanitarian crisis at the open-air detention sites. The County Board of Supervisors needs to redirect its approach to funding and step up in leadership to address the open-air detention sites, and also advocate for the bulk of funds to be redirected to relief for migrants, not just 19%, open a contract bidding process for multiple partners, require funded partners
Thank you. We'll now hear from the next caller.
Truth, it's $6 million in American Ruination Plan Act debt dollars to aid the intentional dissolution of our borders. So, Joel, you had item 22 today, and on October 10th, you didn't support the $5 million a year toward taxpayer-funded lawyers, the people that came to our country illegally with criminal convictions, but now you support providing them American taxpayer-funded shelters instead. There's that fork-tongue hypocrisy. I want to point out the hilariousness of the government and the media calling the dumping of these people as street releases, as that really reinforces the idea of a criminal action occurring. Supporting the federal government's criminal actions not only makes everyone an accomplice who aids and abets multiple crimes, but this fraud is also keeping these NGOs and CBOs in big business, which is why they're having infighting over the money, while it's hurting local communities who are being overrun. But as long as the feds pay for it, who cares? Who cares if they throw our economy into inflation debt? But it'd be cheaper and more humane to bust the flood to D.C., as those of the federal government say they care about these people. Let's see them put their money where their mouths are. They're not going to, because they.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the next caller.
Hi, everyone. This is Jimena Villaseñor, and on behalf of the San Diego Regional Chamber of Commerce and over 2,800 small, medium, and large employers in our region, we fully support the enhancement of humanitarian and relief services for asylum-seeking migrants in our region. These individuals and their families who flee persecution, violence, and other serious threats in their home countries face the immediate need for humanitarian assistance, not only to address their basic needs like shelter, food, and medical care, but opportunities and resources to facilitate their integration into the workforce and enable them to become economically self-sufficient and contribute to the community. And as the largest nonprofit advocate for the San Diego business community, it is imperative for us to ensure that our businesses have the tools necessary for their economic development and stimulate job growth. In addition, providing support for these asylum seekers and migrants for inclusion into our economy and community will not only help fill the gaps in industries with labor shortages, but also positively impact the region's competitiveness.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the next caller.
My name is Kate Clark. I'm the Senior Director of Immigration Services at Jewish Family Services San Diego. I'm here in my capacity as a member of the San Diego Rapid Response Network Steering Committee and operator of the SRN Migrant Shelter. Regarding item 30, I'm here in support of the county investing $3 million to support asylum seekers, period, so not in support of the current item as listed. To be successful going forward, the county's investment must support a human-centered, sustainable solution which adds to the capacity of the existing welcoming infrastructure that our community of advocates and grassroots organizations have built, which has been held up nationally as a model. I urge the board to administer multiple contracts to experienced, proven humanitarian service providers to include urgent humanitarian support needed at the open-air detention sites and, importantly, ensure the county's investment is maximized in the short and long term.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller. And again, that caller dropped off. We'll now hear from the next caller.
Good evening. This is Adrian Granda, the Director of Government Affairs for the City of San Diego, calling on behalf of San Diego Mayor Todd Gloria. I'm really glad to be able to be here again in front of the board today to thank you for your leadership in bringing this item forward. I want to thank, namely, Chair Nora Vargas and Supervisor Joel Anderson for authoring this item. This migrant issue, it's a big issue for our region. We're the biggest border city in the nation, and we really do need the federal government to step up. But while we're working together to advocate for that, I do welcome the county's partnership in continuing our joint advocacy along with the state on this enormous federal issue. I also thank the county for stepping up, being the regional leader on this issue, standing up the state center to begin with, and bringing forward this additional investment today. Please, let's work together. Let's continue working on addressing this issue, and I really urge you to support this item today. Thank you again.
Thank you. And Chairwoman Vargas, that concludes public comment on this item.
Thank you. So bear with me because I think this is a very, very, very important item. And so first and foremost, I want to first start off by reminding everyone that it is extremely important that we remind everybody that immigration continues to remain a federal responsibility. And my colleagues and I have emphasized the need for federal funding to address this humanitarian crisis, and I'm really grateful to my colleagues that in a bipartisan effort, we really did address this as a humanitarian crisis, and then we were able to step up together and allocate some funding for this. But we also know that the moment that someone steps into the County of San Diego, ensuring that their safety and treating them with dignity and respect absolutely becomes paramount. Since September 13th, over 45,961 people have passed through our county, heading towards their final destination and places throughout the United States. And so I want to first start off by saying that I want to express my immense gratitude to the organizations providing individuals with basic necessities like food, water, bathrooms, phone chargers, and clothing. We've hosted tours for our congressional delegation so that they better understand the need. Talked very closely with our pro tem, with our members of the state legislature, with our governor, and I want to make sure that it's important that the public understands that this is a very complex situation that we find ourselves in, because often what's portrayed in the news doesn't fully capture what the complexity is. People arriving at the U.S. border legally have the right to request asylum without being criminalized, turned back, or separated from their children. In response to the lifting of Title 42, the Biden administration rolled out the CBP One app to expedite appointments for individuals seeking asylum at ports of entry, along with other measures. However, the harsh reality is that many people ran out of money while they await their turn to enter the United States. Sometimes they become ill or become targets of organized crime. Out of desperation, people seeking asylum will cross the border fence without a prior appointment and end up in between the border walls, otherwise known as the open-air detention sites, waiting to be processed. There you have hundreds of people and people with a concentration from mostly African continent and Asia, but overall, we are seeing people from all over the world. At the same time, we have a great partner with Catalyst, San Diego's Rapid Response Fund, that raised $1.7 million from national and local philanthropic communities to provide support for street releases and open-air detention sites. Funding derived from FEMA had been allocated to organizations like JFS and Catholic Charities to facilitate services offered since 2018 for vulnerable populations. And you all remember when that happened in 2018, when we all came together and we created the Rapid Response Network. I wasn't an elected, I was not a supervisor back then. And at that time, the fiscal sponsor for the region in 2023, Catholic Charities received a little over $29 million from FEMA. There was a lot of information around this funding and whether the county had declined pursuing additional dollars. I want to make sure I share this information because there seems to be a lot of mixing about information about where the pots of money are coming from, and even our congressional delegation had some misinformation about us not going after funding, but there was decisions that were made about who was actually going to go for the funding, who was responsible for what, and who was going to be supporting the different efforts on the ground. So I want to say clearly for the record that the county did not turn away federal dollars for asylum seekers. The funding came to the fiscal sponsors of our region, for our region, as that was always intended, right? Through today's action, the county is using funding from the federal government for the transition center, right? While this was all happening, the board changed. We were very, very intentional as a board when the board changed, and we decided to create the Office of Immigrant Affairs. We also decided to create these welcome centers. I want to make sure people understand that the welcome centers are for folks who are immigrants, who are here, who are resident aliens, who are U.S. citizens, who have just become U.S. citizens, so that they understand how the system works so that they understand where they can get resources. They're not necessarily for folks who are in transition, who are trying to get to their destination. So because of the different statuses, I think people have different information about what they think these welcome centers are. So I'm trying to share information so that people have a baseline of what we have in front of us. So today's action, the county is trying to use funding from the federal government for the transition center. It's important to know that we have about 700 people average daily coming through the transition centers that we've created, and these are really a crisis response center, right? And in some cases, we've had up to 1,500, 1,200 people who have come in, and we were expecting higher numbers. I will say, you know, you heard from Lisa from Casa Familiar, they started really creating these sort of supporting these efforts in September as a result of some of the other organizations not being able to supplement what in the past JFS and Catholic Charities were doing because of the number of people that are coming in. And I'm not telling you anything that you don't know, but I want to make sure it's on the record because it's important for folks who are not doing this work every day for them to understand what is actually happening. So the county can't sustain this, and I want to make sure that it's very clear. The county can't sustain this, and we really must continue to implore the federal government to take responsibility and send the support that the border communities need. The county has had ongoing advocacy for additional funds and assistance for border needs that date back to when I first became a member of the board since 2021. Most recently, in October, President Biden included in his supplemental budget request $14 billion for the nation for immigration and border related needs, including $1.4 billion for the Shelter and Services Program for SSP. Now, unfortunately, the congressional delegation didn't act on President Biden's supplemental proposal in the continuing resolution passed on November to resolve the situation definitively, right? That's the reality that we face. So while we understand that there's larger political dynamics, this issue significantly affects our communities and nonprofits, and additional federal funding is not currently available. I'm saying this to you because I think all of you understand the frustration that's arising from this and that's creating unnecessary tension. And as you can hear from our community partners, you know, we're fighting each other. And we can't have that because no matter what, this is going to continue to happen. The numbers are not stopping. So we have to do something about it. We're in the middle of the rainy season coming, right? And we know that the numbers continue to increase. And so this is a safe space for people right now. And so we're looking forward to the future. The next steps as Congress works for the appropriation bills is to continue our advocacy both to increase the SSP, which funds the shelter operations run by Catholic Charities and JFS, as well as funding for the non-shelter operations we're supporting with SBCS. I really do want to thank our local congressional delegation for their continuous support for additional funds for the region and support for these efforts. And we're looking forward to additional dollars being included in an upcoming federal budget. I do want to extend my gratitude to the pro temp because she has been convening discussions to next steps. Also to the governor, we've been talking to him about additional funding so that we can get additional resources. So he understands what this means, and our state legislators as well. But this is not happening fast enough. So I'm grateful to my colleague because he understands the impact that it has in our local communities, right? And so we're continuing to meet with our local legislators. At the beginning of the year, we're going to go back to Washington, D.C. to continue to advocate. But for now, right, all of these organizations that are coming today, I want you to know that we're committed to maintaining transparency, ensuring accountability, cultural competence, and really progressing forward towards a longer-term comprehensive plan that has to include the federal, state, local government, and all of you. And you know, look, I keep hearing this closing the border and all of these other things. You know, the economic impact of our border is, and the impact of the goods and services in our communities is so powerful for California and the United States. That is not an option. I think what we need to really think about is that asylum seekers are lawfully seeking refugees who are fleeing challenges and persecution in their own home countries. And I know that the folks from SBC are here, and they are here to answer any questions. I want to thank everybody who's doing all of this work. I am going to turn it over to my colleague, Supervisor Anderson, but I also want to make sure that I turn it over to our CAO because I know she has some information to share. But I do want to make a motion to support this item because I think it's very important. We are in a pivotal stage as we're moving forward. The amount of folks who are still here, we need to make sure that they're able to be processed so that they can get to their final destination. The number, the amount of time that they are here is very short, and so it's important that they are safe and that they're able to fill their destination. As of now, my understanding that the SBC subcontractors include Getsmani, Logan Heights CDC, Casa Familiar, Chicano Federation, International Rescue Committee, the MAC Project, PANA, Church of Nazarene, Nile Sisters. Other organizations that are engaged is Alliance San Diego, Al Otro Lado, ACLU, Catholic Charities, Casa Familiar, Immigrant Defenders, Interfaith Resources, Jewish Family Services, San Diego Immigrant Rights Consortium, San Diego Rapid Response Network, and the Center. If I miss anyone, my apologies. But with that, I'm happy to make a motion to approve this item, and I'll turn it over to Supervisor Anderson, and then I'll turn it over to our CAO for some comments, and I'll ask SBC to be available to answer any questions from my colleagues.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, I thank you for that history, because even the Union Tribune reported it inaccurately and put out disinformation. I'm sure they didn't do it purposefully, but this is a sophisticated.
Give me a second, Supervisor. I'm going to ask you. Jesus Christ. Go ahead, sir.
I want to thank you for your support in doing this. I know that when we did it last month or a short time ago, we weren't sure it was going to work, but we know that since September 2023, there's been 44 roughly street releases until we started this program. And to the best of my knowledge, there's been zero, at least zero in my district. And that's taken a huge amount of pressure off our homeless shelters. It's taken a huge amount of pressure off of law enforcement. The last thing that I want is somebody street released by the Border Patrol in my district at 3 in the morning when those who would prey on people who may or may not speak the language, who may or may not have money, have easy access to them. So I think that if someone's immigrating to our country, we do have a responsibility for their safety, but we also have a responsibility for the safety of our communities who are here before and after they move on. The other point I wanted to bring out is this is federal funds that we are using in this. It was misreported that this is money that we would use to support homelessness and other items. That's not the case. And finally, you know, I reached out into my district and I asked people, I said, you know, this is a very controversial issue. Do you support continuing? And I'll tell you, I'm not happy with the immigration policy. It's not working for anyone, but that's not our job. My job's not a congressman. I didn't get elected to federal office. And there are crazy enough bills that when I was in the state Senate, I voted against. And after they passed, as a county supervisor, I had to implement them. And I had to implement them in the way that least harmed my community. And that's what we're doing today. We're taking a horrible situation and we're mitigating the harm for our constituents. And so I sent out a letter to some of the communities that are most impacted prior to our program. And overwhelmingly, we got positive answers, people saying they support this because it works for everybody. And while it's not the best solution, and I don't know how long we can financially afford it, for as long as we can, I will support it because it helps my constituents. And I think it puts us in the high ground of doing the best we can with what little resources we have. So with that, I'd like to second the motion.
Thank you. Vice Chair Lawson.
Yeah, thank you. First, thank you to my colleagues. I will be supporting this today, but I do have a number of questions. I think I had received quite a bit of outreach on this item prior, and then we heard a lot of testimony today. So I just wanted to ask the CAO a couple of questions about the contract and some of the concerns raised today, and want to better understand. So a couple of issues. I think first is what measures could we take in this current contract or else moving forward to continue to ensure that we are engaging as aggressively and effectively as possible with as much of the ecosystem of folks who really work on the ground and are part of the grassroots work on this issue?
Thank you, Vice Chair, for the question. Can I put a little context first?
Yeah, absolutely.
I'd hope to do that if it's okay with you. First of all, I want to thank everybody that's here. I had the opportunity to work several days when the county was trying to hold this together before we had the first $3 million. And I worked beside many of you and got to know some of you, and I know how hard your job is and how diligent you are and how passionate you are. So I just want to thank you for that. I also want to, Chairwoman, I really appreciate you explaining the difference on the federal requirements and then what the board approved, which was the asylum seekers. So that has a connotation that is very, I won't say it's very restrictive. It's not. It's wonderful, but it does have some restrictions in what we're able to do. And so some of the comments about open air and things like that, yeoman's work, it has to be done. It just can't be done with this funding. So I appreciate that, and I'm sensitive to the plight that you all face, but I do need to make sure that that's very clear and that we're monitoring that. I also want to address the SBCS and some of the comments that have been made about that. First of all, I want to assure you, I'm not counting the days, and I'm counting every minute of what they're doing. I talk to SBCS multiple times a day, and I get regular reports of exactly what's happening, how many migrants are being dropped off, at what time, what's happening, when they're shutting down, how much we spent that day. We're making collective decisions. Somebody was complaining about the amount of money that we're spending on the buses as opposed to having CBP drop them off. Well, to have it at IRIS, we did a cost analysis to set up tents, to put Wi-Fi out there, to have all the additional security, to put everything out in the morning so that we're ready to go by 6:30 in the morning when the first immigrants are being dropped off, and then shutting it all up into some kind of rented trailers at 10, 11 p.m. at night, sometimes midnight, when we've gotten to the last ones. That became untenable and very expensive. So to have a site where we could have it secure was much safer for the population, safer and cheaper than it was to have it dropped off and set up at IRIS. It's also a much larger site. We could not accommodate 700, 800. We had 1,000 one day last week. We could not accommodate that at IRIS. IRIS is a transit station with buses going in and out all the time. And that was very difficult. We had no bathrooms. We were renting. We were trying to get those cleaned about every 2 hours because of the number of people that we were trying to process. We had to bring food in. We didn't have any way to bring food. There was no cafeteria or anything like that. So I understand that it is a significant cost to have the buses, but it was essential that we be able to get to a larger location that was more secure and safer for the migrants and safer for the workers than to keep it at Iris. And that decision was made collectively. So I just want to be on record. I also want to say that SBCS and the partners that have been out there have done an extraordinary job. I mean, early in the morning till late at night, till the last folks are placed for the night. There's none of you that are working with more passion and more dedication. And SBCS is right there at the top of that. And in no way, shape, or form are they trying to hide anything. They are not wasting money. I get a report every week on what they've spent. I can tell you, as of last Friday, they'd spent $1.33 million. So this idea that they've misspent money and they're about to run out because it's just misinformation. It's just flat out wrong. So I want to give you some assurances that this contract is being looked at regularly and managed to the greatest extent that we possibly can. Now, Vice Chair, your comments directly about what else can we do. I have talked to SBCS. They are willing to bring anybody on site. There's a couple of requirements that they have to have. That includes an ethics statement, a legal statement. They have to be fingerprinted. There are some things. And there are some folks that have said, no, thank you. Okay, we don't want to have to go through that. That's required because of the funding.
What were those requirements again?
Like fingerprinting, the ethics statements, and security. So there's just things that we have in our contracts when you're dealing with any of our populations. And I understand it's a bureaucracy that just is not for every organization out there. They run on a shoestring and they don't want to have to be, in that. So I'm just saying that's great. And everybody has to do what they have to do. But if you want to be a part of this and you're willing to do that, SBCS is more than happy to bring them on board. And I don't want to speak for them. I know Mauricio Torre is here. He can speak to those questions directly. But they are very happy to provide more subcontracting funds. You just need to submit your budget and what you're going to do, what you need it for, and then you have to give us the accounting of those resources. I have to have an accounting. We have to have these funds audited. When it's all said and done, if anything is disallowed, guess what? We have to eat that. And so those are things that we're doing. But I don't want anyone to think that we just handed $3 million and aren't paying attention. I cannot tell you, I really like SBCS, but I will tell you they're driving me crazy with the amount of phone calls and texts that I get every day. But I do appreciate it because they are keeping me in the loop in everything. I have one of my staff members that's out there every single day, Blake. I also have my chief of staff who is out there for 3 weeks straight helping get it all set up. And she's keeping track of it as well. We've got Barbara and the HSEC team that's out there with our community outreach workers. So this is being watched very closely and managed very tightly because we understand this is specific funding for a specific purpose, and we need to be able to account for every dollar. Thank you. If you have further questions, please feel free to ask me or Mauricio, do you mind coming down just in case?
No, that was honestly very helpful. I think just to summarize what I'm hearing is there's a real commitment to engaging as many kind of organizations that want to be involved in this as possible, but there's just some of the kind of core bureaucratic requirements that we have because we represent the government and we're responsible for stewarding taxpayer money, and we have to be really thoughtful and cautious about making sure that it's spent carefully. That's kind of the core of what I'm hearing. That's very, very helpful. I appreciate that. And then I think the only other question was about, in terms of what folks were saying, was I just wanted to better understand what kind of transparency there has been around the budget, because I do know that that was something that the folks testifying did bring up, and yeah.
I'll let Mauricio answer that question, but I know for a fact every provider was asked to submit a budget. I got a list of those. I saw what some of those submittals were, and I talked, Mauricio, I didn't talk to you, but I talked to Kathy Lembo about each of those. And my understanding is that they were funded to, once all these other bureaucratic things that I require were met. But I don't want to put words in your mouth, and I don't want to misspeak, so please.
And we even turned it into the paper, right? The newspaper.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Board of Supervisors, thank you. We have actually been, I think, the budget that we've set forth, we did a full cost analysis of every item on that budget. And what we're doing is our commitment is to stretch those funds to serve as many individuals as we possibly can. You know, part of this has been really doing research and finding out what makes the most sense. How do we provide the most humane, efficient services as possible? In the end, what we're looking at is we're receiving upwards of 900 individuals a day now. And we hear that the numbers are going to increase and the individuals will increase. So part of this is, as we look to the future, is how do we streamline, how do we make sure that we're using these funds wisely? And it has been a completely transparent process. As the CAO has said, we're in constant communication. We're analyzing the expenditures on a weekly basis. Most of the time when we work with different partners, they're on a 30-day or a 60-day. Every week, every Friday, we're looking at the expenditures from the week prior. We're looking at, just really looking at the trend lines to make sure that we are on budget and that the budget will last us until the end of December. And hopefully, some of those funds will roll over to the next month, roll over past December 31st. Our current projections show that we will be able to. However, we are looking at, the last conversation I had with CBP is we're looking at increased numbers beginning December 17th. We'll have more migrants coming to our center. So this whole process really has been about, having those conversations with partners and actually having the conversation with the county and being transparent. And, I welcome anybody to come down, and I stand by the work that, we and our partners have done. Stop by any time. I mean, we're there from 6 a.m. to 11 o'clock to midnight every single day. And we're dedicated, our staff, the organizational staff for our agency, in those moments when we know we're getting a large amount of individuals, we pull from a lot of our staff are there on a regular basis. Our entire management team has been there day in and day out, every day. On my end, I've been there every day at no cost to this contract. So really, we are focusing on using these funds in a very, very proactive manner and in a manner that ensures accountability.
Thank you. Any other questions, Vice Chair? No? Okay, Supervisor Desmond.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. Appreciate it. I appreciate all the people coming up and speak, and I agree. This is very important work, and I'm glad that the migrants are being helped when they come here. They're being helped in moving them on to their final destination throughout the country very quickly through San Diego County. And I do think the nonprofits are doing a phenomenal job. We're grateful for the work that they're doing, and thanks to SBCS, the South Bay Community System, Services, okay, Services, Jewish Family Services, and Catholic Charities, all the other nonprofits for providing the services that they are providing. I agree this work should be done, but I disagree that we should be using San Diego County funds to fund this effort. This should be paid for by the federal government. And I appreciate the chair reaching out and to other entities and asking them to help. But in the meantime, there's no end in sight. And we've already given $3 million 2 months ago. And here we are again 2 months later. And how long is this going to continue until we draw the line? And I think it's never going to happen. We're not going to get money from anybody else until we say, no, we're done. We really don't have a long-term plan, and I do think, we put together this American Rescue ARPA framework where we allocated the dollars in the pot that this is coming from for behavioral health and renewable funds and for housing. We put these dollars, we put that framework together. And that's the monies that this is coming, the pot of money this is coming out of. So earlier we were asked about, we had to delay SB 43 because we don't have enough funding. And here we are using these dollars for the issues that I do think need to be handled and need to be done, but not by San Diego County taxpayer dollars. I do not believe with no end in sight, I can't support this item. I think we got to say no and have the federal government step up and do their part on a federal immigration issue. Thanks.
Supervisor Montgomery Stepp.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be quick. I just want to first thank everyone that is involved, everyone that has come out to speak on this item, every organization and individual that has been doing this work since we saw the uptick a few months ago. I want to thank our CAO and county staff for pulling everything together. I think that we are stuck between a rock and a hard place when it comes to communicating with the federal government, which is in flux right now. We don't know what's going to happen there. The chair mentioned continual communication with our state representatives, which is very, very important. I do think that we need to formulate some sort of long-term plan so that we're not sort of coming back and being reactive. But, this is another issue where we have to mitigate what could be really disastrous for people who are seeking asylum and also for residents that are here. If we just say we're not going to do anything at all, I think some of the same people that are complaining will also be complaining about what they're seeing in our communities, right? And so I think that we are stuck between a rock and a hard place, but I do support this. I want to, though, ask Mauricio, if you are still here, just based on some of the public comment, I did hear some things that were, that I would like for you to address, if you could, around translation services and also around the treatment of folks that are coming in from all over the world and ensuring that each person is being treated fairly. So did you have any additional, I just want to ask you about the translation services. What is being done? Do you have a response to some of the things that were said in public comment? Because that is a concern of mine.
Yes, I do. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to offer some clarity in what our programming looks like. And we really strive to provide a trauma-informed setting for all these individuals. What they've gone through and the sacrifices they've made to come to our country, the stories that you hear and what you see on a day-to-day basis. So, of course, our big push is really to bring in translation services. We're hiring multicultural and multilingual staff. We've had a big push. We've brought in partners that speak Farsi, Arabic, French, and we still have ads out right now hiring on new people, but the big push is to make sure that we are providing culturally competent services.
Okay, based on that, what are you lacking right now in that area? Do you think that you have good coverage in that area based on the need? I know there's a lot of people from a lot of places, but
I think the amount of individuals that are coming, that we're seeing on a day-to-day basis, I mean, the goal would be to have as many multilingual staff as possible. And I think being able to have a conversation in someone's language is of utmost importance. So we continue to bring on staff. The county has sent us many staff through their promotora and the community health workers that have come and enhanced our current staffing levels and our ability to speak different languages.
Is there a budget item with regard to the contract around translation services?
I can't speak to that, but what I can say is you have free access to our language services contract, which has over 200 languages. It takes an iPad, or a phone call. And so they have access to over 200 languages that way. That's free to this particular 3 million because we pay for that through the county.
Okay.
Other services for when we have board meetings or other meetings and such that needs translation services. So you have full access to that.
Okay, thank you for that. I definitely I'm appreciative of the work that everyone is doing. I think I'm not alone when I say we'll just be continuing to monitor this. It is a tough decision. We don't, we want to make sure that, first of all, we have a long-term plan. Second of all, we are transferring responsibility appropriately. But a hard cutoff again. Folks that are complaining, which they have a right to do. This is something that's going to meet us at our front door, and regardless. So I'm supportive of the item, and thank you for answering those questions. I will be monitoring though, because I would like a little bit more detail. Thank you.
Thank you.
So we have a motion and a second, and I do want to emphasize that there's, I've talked a little bit about some of the work that's been done in the county, and we have an OIRA office, and and I think that the OIRA office came and did an update of some of the work that they were doing. I talked about the Welcome Center. Your predecessor and I had a subcommittee where we were working on a long-term plan that kind of took a halt, and so there's some work that needs to continue to be done. We're working on trying to come up with something bigger, and so I think there's still a lot of work to be done. There is, I think, to your point, the issue is a global crisis. The issue is governments are really, people are hurting globally, and they see the United States as a beacon of hope, and many people are coming here to be able to try to survive. Many of us as immigrants see this as a space to be able to have an opportunity to be able to succeed, and seeking asylum is legal in the United States, and unfortunately, because of previous policies around Title 42 and our government not being prepared, we face these circumstances that we are in right now. But I do believe that we, we can't just sit back and not doing anything about it, and looking the other way is not going to make it go away. So I'm appreciative that as a board, we're taking the leadership to do the right thing, because in the end, people will be here. This is not perfect. I appreciate everyone who has come today and has voiced their concerns. We will continue to work with you. My office continues to be open. I want to make sure that we continue to work with you so we can find solutions. We all are on the same team. We all want the same thing. We want to make sure that everybody's treated with dignity and respect, and that everybody in the end gets to go to their final destination, because we all working towards the same thing. So thank you for being here. Thank you for everything that you do. And with that, we have a motion and a second. Please vote. Oh, Vice Chair.
Yeah, I honestly just wanted to thank everyone who came to testify, and all the people who've been doing all this work, and so many people who are just doing it 12, 14 hours a day for free for a really long time. And you guys have done just like an extraordinary job, and really appreciate you. And I appreciate everyone who's stepped up. I'd like to see some other folks in our country step up, because I think we have a lot on our shoulders here in our community, and I think we are showing leadership, but it would be really it's really time to see some partnership. But I just wanted to thank everyone in our community who just stepped forward to meet the crisis, and I thank you.
Thank you. So we have a motion and a second. Please vote.
Chairwoman Vargas, that motion passes with Supervisor Desmond voting no, all other supervisors being present and voting aye.
Okay. Thank you. The next item on our agenda is item number 31, ensuring divestment of county funds in the Islamic Republic of Iran. I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to public comment.
Thank you, Chairwoman Vargas. We have 40 requests to speak on this item, 19 in person and 21 requesting to speak by phone. I'll also note that we received 88 e-comments, 56 in favor and 31 in opposition. Any members of the public that requested to speak on item 31 by phone, please dial into the conference line now using the instructions that were provided to you. We'll begin with the in-person speakers, starting with those in favor of this item. As your name is called, please come forward and stand against the east wall under the murals until it is your turn to speak. I'll be calling you in groups of 5, so I'll ask you to please listen for your name. I'd like to invite forward Mark, Tamara Litke, Nicole Bernstein, Jamal Kanj, Dan Pritzker, and Nader Ashan. I've called your name. Please come forward. Again, you'll have 1 minute to address the board. I'll ask you to please state your name for the audio record.
Mark, first of all, Brown Act 54954.3C states that Consuela does have a right to criticize your programs and policies. And so if she feels that you're a corporation that doesn't care about the people at all regarding any of these items, including the migrants, asylum-seeking migrants, she has a right to say that. Not to mention the fact that she also has a right to critique omissions, meaning things you guys don't even consider important that she does. That being said, ensuring divestment of county funds in the Islamic Republic of Iran, your own book, oh, I don't even have time to find it. It's like something like $24 billion that you've been investing that they discovered. How did that even happen? That's the kind of global screw up our whole system is, that you have to dive.
Thank you. Your time is up. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. My name is Nicole Bernstein. I'm a member, District 3 resident. I'm here to ask you to vote yes in support of item 31, full and immediate divestment from the Islamic Republic of Iran, full stop. I was shocked, as the previous speaker was, to find that so much funds have been invested, I suppose by mistake. The Islamic Republic of Iran is one of the biggest exporters of terror. Over the last month, I believe it's something like 70 of our U.S. troops, men and women, servicemen and women, have been hit overseas by Iran proxies. I very much appreciate all that you do, and I ask you to please vote yes in support of item 31. Thank you all.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name's Tamara Litke. I live in District 3, and I'm for Resolution 31 to divest from the Islamic Republic of Iran. As America, we do not support terrorism, and it's one of the highest funders of terrorism around the world. The U.S. Department of State says Islamic Republic of Iran sponsors more than $100 million a year supporting these activities. Per the state law, San Diego County money should not be invested in the Islamic Republic of Iran. And we're aligning with President Clinton's sanctions on the Islamic Republic of Iran. They were relevant then, and they are today. Thank you, Supervisor Joel Anderson, for supporting this preemptively. Also, I just make a point. I did do the one online, and someone went in and used my name and wrote exactly the opposite of what I had said. So if you could monitor the online responses supporting and against it, because there's been some fraudulent comments on that. Thank you.
As the next speaker is coming forward, I'd like to invite the remaining speakers in favor: Dan Fetter, Rich Aronow, Bobby Lipton, Meredith Schmid, Chalom Broadway, and Dan Beer.
Dan, District 2. Dear Board of Supervisors, I'm asking you to approve item 31. Islamic Republic of Iran is a major funding country of international terrorism. They arm and fund proxy terrorist groups in Lebanon, Iraq, Syria, Yemen, and Palestinian terrorist organizations. Just in recent days, they were responsible for attacks on American servicemen and cargo ships. Islamic Republic of Iran government brutally abuses human rights of Iranian people, detains and tortures human rights activists, and violates women's freedoms. Islamic Republic of Iran is subject to United States federal sanctions, and San Diego County should not be complicit in Iranian government crimes. Please vote to approve item 31. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
My name is Jamal, District 2. You already have a law from 2007 which prohibits such investment. You could have asked your CFO to ensure compliance with existing laws. Instead, you are being goaded by a dark alliance between Zionist forces and Islamophobes to demonize Palestinians. This resolution singles out Palestinians as part of a larger campaign to dehumanize them and normalize Israeli genocidal war. It vilifies Palestinians and Muslim Americans, the only group that was a victim of recent violent hate. A 6-year-old was stabbed 26 times because he was suspected of becoming a potential Palestinian terrorist in Illinois. 3 college students were shot in the streets of Vermont because they had wearing the Palestinian kufiya.
Thank you. Your time is up. Next speaker, please.
Thank you for your time. I know it's been a long evening. I support Resolution 31 to divest from the Islamic Republic of Iran.
Can you please state your name?
Oh, Dan Fetter.
Thank you.
We don't want to support terrorism from the Islamic Republic of Iran. They support Hamas, Islamic Jihad, Muslim Brotherhood, Hezbollah, Houthi terrorists, to name a few, to the tune of at least $100 million a year. This data is available from the U.S. Department of State. They cite it. Per California law, San Diego County money should never be invested in the Islamic Republic of Iran. Islamic Republic of Iran has already been sponsoring terror against U.S. military personnel, over 70 attacks already in less than 60 days. President Bill Clinton initiated the divestment from Iran in 1996 through 1997. It's as relevant today as it was back then. Thank you, Supervisor Joel Anderson.
Thank you. Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, Rich Arano. Thank you for your service. Appreciate all of your service. I'm for 31, resolution to divest itself from Islamic Republic from Iran. I'm a husband, father of small kids, proud American who's lived in San Diego for over 20 years. I'm here representing thousands of others, many who have asked me to come here and speak on their behalf, and many who are no longer with us, brutally murdered at the hands of terrorists, babies put in microwaves, children and their parents kidnapped, killed. We as Americans have to stop funding this. We don't want to support terrorism. We need to stop supporting terrorism by funding the Islamic Republic of Iran. Per the California state law, San Diego County money should not be invested in Islamic Republic of Iran. Thank you, Supervisor Joel Anderson, for preemptively supporting this. Let's stand up for America. Please, pass and enforce 31. We can't, as Americans, fund terrorism.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
DNB. Thank you for hearing me. While some seem to be here with alternate motives, I'm here purely as an American, a San Diegan. 70 attacks on our military personnel over the last 60 days funded by the Islamic Republic of Iran. Our own state laws prohibit the investment of our funds as San Diego County in the Islamic Republic of Iran. This should be one issue of all the divisive issues. This should be one we are unified on, simply not choosing right now not to fund the Islamic Republic of Iran's motives of terror across the world. And our own State Department, the U.S. State Department, has stated $100 million worth of investment on a yearly basis on terror activities. Let's protect our military personnel, our civilians, our country. I ask you to divest from the Islamic Republic of Iran. Thank you for hearing me. And Supervisor Joel Anderson, thank you for preemptively supporting this.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Bobby Lipton. I reside in District 3, Terra Lawson Reimers District. My wife is a public school teacher, and I'm here to urge you not to support terrorism. San Diego County's major investment funds should not support terrorism by investing in the Islamic Republic of Iran. Like my other colleagues have said, the Islamic Republic of Iran is a state sponsor of terrorism. They fund it with lots of funds annually. It goes to major terrorist groups. You know, just in the last 60 days when we were celebrating Thanksgiving and Halloween here in the United States, there were 70 brutal attacks on our U.S. forces, and that all links back to Iran. So we have to stop funding that. I urge you to vote yes on item 31, and I want to thank you for supporting this matter. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Good evening. My name is Meredith. I'm a resident of District 3. I'd like to thank all of you for your time as well. I'm here because I do not want state retirement funds to support terrorism from the Islamic Republic of Iran. Per state law, San Diego County dollars should not be invested in the Islamic Republic of Iran. We know that the Islamic Republic of Iran supports terrorism. They support Hezbollah, Hamas, Muslim Brotherhood, to name a few. And annually, they're sponsoring more than $100 million in terrorist activities, according to the State Department. In the last 60 days alone, we know the Islamic Republic of Iran has supported terrorism across the globe, but specifically on U.S. military personnel, they've sponsored terrorism over 70 times. We are aligning with President Clinton's sanctions of the Islamic Republic of Iran. They were relevant then, and they are relevant today. Thank you, Supervisor Anderson, for preemptively supporting this, and thank you all for your time. Please vote yes on item 31. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
My name is Shalom Bujna. I'm the rabbi at Chabad at San Diego State University, where we have been attacked many times in the past few years, been a victim of anti-Semitism, and it's an issue I deeply care about, coming from France, and now living in San Diego, proud father of 8 children. I want to see San Diego stand for what's right by divesting, by affirming this agenda item number 31 and voting yes into not supporting Iran. Iran was famously, the Islamic State of Iran was famously supporting terrorism around the world, something where we want San Diegan and San Diego to affirm that this is a place for diversity. This is a place where Jews feel safe and are comfortable, because that's what America is all about. America is about welcoming people from all different race and color, and we want this to be spoken in a very loud voice and to have as many votes as possible in favor of these issues. Thank you.
Thank you. Final call for Dan Pritzker. Thank you. We'll now hear from the individuals in opposition. Again, I'll be calling in groups of 5. Audra, Pam, Alam Mutareb, Doris Bitar, and Fadwa Min Falastine. I've called your name. Please come forward.
Good evening. My name is Dr. Ahla Muhtaseb. I'm a professor of media studies at Cal State. I live in District 4. I acknowledge that we are all congregating tonight on the colonized, unceded indigenous lands of the Komiai First Nation. I request item 31 to be removed. Sanctioning Iran is already a U.S. federal law, and so discussing it today is an abuse of taxpayer money.
which is also an obfuscation from what we should be discussing, the genocide of Palestinians by the terrorist Israeli government. I want the County of San Diego to instead of divest county funds from Israel, Israeli companies, and the companies that profit from war and genocide, and call for a permanent ceasefire in Gaza. This item is intended to enable racist, Islamophobic discourse against Palestinians, and our community is fed up with this. According to CBS, there are about 120,000 Muslims who live in San Diego County, and that population is expected to grow. About 60% of them, 60,000.
Thank you. Thank you. Your time is up. Next speaker, please.
I'm Doris Bitar. I am here on behalf of the American Arab Anti-Discrimination Committee. I am in a blended family of Jews and Palestinians. My husband is Jewish, and we all feel vulnerable, but especially Palestinians are vulnerable and traumatized. I oppose item 31 because it already exists and without inflammatory language. The U.S. federal language is not inflammatory as this language is. This language puts a target on our backs. As an Arab American, I feel extremely vulnerable by this. It's an attack on my community. Change the language in this or excise it completely. How is it relevant to the board to bring up a policy that's so hateful? Who asked you to do this? Who? Who wrote this?
Thank you. Next speaker, please. If I've called your name, please come forward.
Where's the timer?
It'll appear as soon as you begin.
Okay. All right, my name is Fadwa min Palestine. I'm from District 4. I can be Palestinian and want freedom, peace, and safety for Palestinians in Gaza, Israel, and the West Bank, while also wanting peace and safety for those who are Jewish, while also holding the Israeli government accountable for genocide and ethnic cleansing of Palestinians. This agenda is the first time the County of San Diego has publicly acknowledged Palestinians, and it's only in the context of terrorism. Your board has not once mentioned the human rights of Palestinians publicly or internally among your 20,000 employees. This adds to the dehumanization of Palestinians like myself. Further, the language in this item limits our ability to provide humanitarian aid and medical aid to Palestinians impacted by what the United Nations calls a genocide committed by Israel. If you want to ensure divestment from Iran, ensure divestment from Israel as well. The county must publicly support Palestinian human rights and Jewish human rights.
Thank you. Thank you. As the next speaker is coming forward, I'd like to invite the remaining speakers in opposition, Consuelo and Bryant Rumbaugh.
Sorry, my fault. I am in favor of this, sorry. And to risk a warning, the last agenda item, number 30, none of you mentioned the children or hijacking of children coming across the border. Shameful. Okay. Amazing that the Board of Retirement of San Diego County Employees Retirement Association and the County of San Diego Treasurer is even in the midst of this. You do realize Iran is not LGBTQ friendly. They probably could care less about equity, ESG. You need to stop all of this, invest elsewhere. And on a final note, enjoy the Christmas holiday, and when this board reconvenes, please sit on your hands, be quiet, and let us live our lives without your intrusion.
Next speaker, please.
My person uses the name Audra. You know, this is a confusing item when you read the title, because you're saying, talking about divesting, but what you're really doing is ensuring that your investment is following the law, correct? You don't think so? Because in it, it's talking about how by ensuring that the billions of dollars invested in the county investment portfolios will not play a role in financing weapons, training, or other activities contributing to the destruction and loss of innocent lives. But you're sitting here, and why would they even get any kind of retirement funds in the number of 26 to 32 billion? It doesn't make sense. So are you saying that you're divesting and you're actually taking these funds out, or are you just ensuring that your investment is following the law, so you're going to continue to invest the funds? Because the whole item is confusing when you're reading all of this stuff and then you see the title. So it needs to be clear what you're doing. Are you?
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Your time is up. Next speaker, please.
I am not anti-Jew. I am married to a Jew, and there you go.
A terrorist group. What is it, like a motorcycle club? It is a
Can you please state your name for the audio record? Please state your name.
Oh, Consuelo.
Thank you.
Well, a terrorist group. What is it, like a motorcycle club?
It is a resistance that has been fuming for 75 years of colonialism, of occupation, of murder, of rape, of little children, of women. That's what they are. They are resistance.
Do you think Canada is a colonialist country too?
Everything that they do is justified.
Including what happened last week?
Every single thing they have done is justified.
Ma'am, there were children murdered, there were babies beheaded.
Babies beheaded, really? Please educate yourself. Please check the news, because as a news reporter, you gotta check the fucking news, because they said that shit was fake, okay? Multiple times, different channels, different, even Biden himself, his ministers and his idiots said himself that news was fake. There's no 40 beheaded babies.
And there were no 1,300 deaths in Israel?
There's no evidence, there's no photos whatsoever. Hamas is a Muslim group. They would never do that because it's against.
Thank you. Your time is up. Next speaker, please.
All right, still Brian Rumbaugh. So, when I think of Iran, there's certainly a couple things that come into my mind. Certainly one of them would be his name was General Wesley Clark, talking about after we were going to be invading, I think it was Iraq first, talking about how we were in the next 9 years going to be invading 9 other countries. One of those was Yemen, Syria, Iran was certainly on that list. That's a very poor country. We would call that a third world country, right? I mean, I would seemingly. I know we've been talking about everything being played as a casino, for the course of the last year and a half as I've been here. I'm not exactly sure where the big payout is on that, but ultimately, these people they have a big beef against us for pretty much the atrocities that have happened in that area. And, Ishmael and Isaac, it all comes down to that. I just want everybody to understand it.
Thank you. Now we'll hear from those that requested to speak by phone. When it is your turn to speak, you'll be unmuted and you will hear a recording that will tell you to begin your comments after the beep. I'll remind the callers they should mute their TV or live video stream before they begin speaking. We'll start with our first caller.
Hi, my name is Halit Schiffman. I support the divestment of Iran, who supports Hamas and Hezbollah. Iran supports terrorist organizations that suppress, torture, indoctrinate, and eliminate all human rights. They also follow Iran's policies of suppressing women, including recently poisoning them, killing them, jailing them for not abiding to horrific dress codes. They enforce male guardianships. They stone and kill anyone that is gay, and that is also Hamas, and that is also Hezbollah. Let's be wise about this. They also eliminate free speech. They eliminate free press. They make people live in fear and terror. I support the divestment of Iran.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
Good evening. My name is Avi Libman. I live in District 3. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. Let me be clear to all of you. I urge all of you to vote in favor of item number 31. The indisputable facts are as follows. Iran has a long history of supporting terrorist organizations that consistently suppress human rights. There is simply no denying these facts. The law is the law. I strongly urge you to vote in favor of Supervisor Anderson's board letter to ensure our American dollars are not being used to fund terrorism. Once again, thank you for all of your work on behalf of the people. Thank you for your time and for being on the right side of history by voting in favor of item number 31. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the next caller.
Yes, I'm Alan Chatayat, a resident of District 3. I'm speaking in support of divestment of investments from Iran and urge you to vote positively for item 31. The Islamic Republic of Iran is a state sponsor of terrorism. Every country that it's touched in its history, in its 40-year history, has become a failed state, including Iran itself. And it's executing its own citizens. Again, I urge you to vote vote for item 31.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller. Next caller is Dina Hamida. Your device might be muted. We'll come back to that caller. Next caller is Jane Scher. Again, your device might be muted. We'll come back to that caller. We're going to take a 2-minute break. It appears we're having an issue with the call-in system, so just give us 2 minutes to restart the system. Thank you. Testing. Testing. Testing.
All right, we're back. No, we have 3.
Thank you. Thank you again. Apologies for the delay with the call-in system. We'll resume the phone callers again. So again, all those individuals that requested to speak by phone that we were attempting to hear from, please dial in back to the conference line. We'll resume the next caller.
Yes, my name is Ty O'Day, and I'm a resident of District 3. I'm in opposition of this item, number 31, because President Biden has said there is no evidence that Iran helped plan the October 7 attack in Israel. The agenda on the board meeting, this is the first time in the County of San Diego has mentioned Palestinians, and it's only in the context of terrorism. Palestinians are humans, and they like freedom as anybody else. And with this context of terrorism, we increase hate crime against Palestinians and Arabs in general. So please vote no against this item 31, because we need to live in peace together. Thank you.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
Hello, my name is Sarah. I'm calling in opposition to agenda item 31. I want this item to be removed. It is already in U.S. federal law, and it is an abuse of taxpayer money on this item, which is an intentional distraction from what we should be discussing, which is the genocide of Palestinians by the Israeli government. I want the County of San Diego to instead divest county funds to Israel and call for a permanent ceasefire in Gaza. We have yet to hear anything about the situation in Gaza from our Board of Supervisors, and we are still waiting for you guys to release a statement or call for a ceasefire. So that is what we want, not to talk about divesting funds from Iran, which is already a federal law. Thank you.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
Hi, my name is Dina. I'm a public health researcher. I find it really upsetting how there are many individuals speaking unfactual things on this call. We're not even focusing on the real true problem. We're defining terrorism the way we want to define terrorism. The United States is actually funding terrorism when it comes to Israel. I mean, 126 health facilities have been bombed, more than 262 schools. If you put that in the context of San Diego, that's 34% of San Diego schools and 157% of San Diego hospitals damaged. So if that's not terrorism, I don't know what it is. I oppose this proposition. Thank you.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
Truth. This is yet another not-so-veiled attempt at supporting Israel, who we should have divested from decades ago, because they not only bombed their own people like fools, but they refused to let our people leave when their war broke out. With allies like this, who needs terrorists? Because the sanctions against Iran haven't even affected the government. They've simply stifled the economy, hurting the average innocent Iranian citizen. Blaming Iran for chaos in the Middle East is an absolute fraud. Here's examples of real terrorism. MK Ultra, the assassination of Allende in El Salvador, Lumumba in Congo, Gaddafi in Libya, Qasem in Iraq, the release of LSD, Contras and drugs in Nicaragua, the Phoenix program, arming the Mujahideen, arming the Taliban, Abu Ghraib in Iraq, Operation Fast and Furious, Guantanamo, and all the other black sites around the world used by the CIA for mind control. That's just a little bit of the terrorism exported and violations of rights that have happened under the U.S. government name. We first need to clean up our own house before we can point fingers at Iran. Our government needs divestment because everywhere it touches turns to a failed state. That's the sad reality. We have terrorists here first. We need to divest from.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
All about what are we doing with funds in a country like Iran? Waiting for currency devaluation, for their stocks to tank, or maybe for the funds to become inaccessible? We should be investing wisely in stable markets, preferably in countries that uphold democratic values, unlike Iran, which kind of messes up its own citizens and everyone else. It's important for you to know the risks of international markets. There must be over 50 countries out there, maybe even 100, where the country is absolutely not stable. Assets or funds could be lost, stolen, or destroyed. Looks like you need an economics class too, besides the poli-sci class I recommended. So, of course, this is a needed divestiture. Thanks for bringing it up, Joe. Thanks.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the next caller.
Good evening. My name is Janine. I'm a resident in District 3, and I'm extremely disappointed with the County Board of Supervisors and the lack of action taken on behalf of what's happening right now in Palestine. The fact that this agenda item that is already federal law and is a waste of county taxpayer dollars is the first time that Palestine is mentioned and is wrongfully mentioned is inexcusable is inexcusable, excuse me. Instead of worrying about divesting from Iran, why doesn't the County Board of Supervisors instead commit to divesting to Israel, which has killed over 220,000 Palestinians just in the last 2 months, and our county directly is funding the Israeli genocide of Palestinians? As the County Board of Supervisors, you can make a statement calling for a permanent ceasefire instead of being complicit in the bombing of the people of Gaza.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
Ruzbe Farahanipur. I am an immigrant from Iran. Actually, I'm a political asylum. I am a victim of the torture in Iran. Islamic Republic of Iran took over my people in Iran as an hostages, and we are dealing with this barbaric regime in the last 42 years. I really appreciate Supervisor Joel Anderson to bring this item to the agenda. We should do it in every single neighborhood in this nation. This is the nation of the American dream, and we should stand on the right side of the history. When you give them a stone at the hand of the Islamic Republic, they're stoning our women. When we give them a rope, they're hanging our youth in the street with their crane. When you give them a gun, they're killing our people on the street. When you gave them a bomb, they are bombing in our own cities when they have a demonstration. So stop funding the Islamic Republic. Stop doing the money laundering on behalf of the terrorists. as the Senate Supervisor Joel Anderson.
Thank you. And Chairwoman Vargas, that concludes public comment on this item.
Thank you. Supervisor Anderson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. 2 months ago, we saw the barbaric and unprovoked terrorist attack on Israel by Hamas. Although Hamas claimed responsibility, we know their actions are aided by others, such as the Islamic Republic of Iran. We also know that money's the mother's milk of terrorism. In fact, the U.S. Department of State found as recently as 2020 that the Islamic Republic of Iran provided approximately $100 million annually to terrorist organizations such as Hamas and Hezbollah and other terrorist groups. Sadly, Hamas recently, during their murderous attack in Israel, cost over 1,200 lives. It's critical that the San Diego County investment funds are not playing a role in the funding of terrorist groups and their activities around the world. Today's board action mirrors my state assembly bill, AB 221. This landmark piece of legislation aligned our investment strategy with Bill Clinton's federal sanctions. It started a national movement that 28 legislatures followed, and Governor Schwarzenegger announced signing the bill into law on the floor of the UN. AB 221 required CalPERS and CalSTRS, California Employment Retirement System, and the California State Teachers Retirement System to divest from companies that violated federal sanctions by doing business in the Islamic Republic. Now, I will tell you, everyone said at that time, oh, it's illegal, we're not doing it. Everyone was shocked to learn that our state had invested more than $24 billion with a B of our public pensions violating U.S. sanctions in the Islamic Republic of Iran. This action was necessary to stop the flow of taxpayers' money to the Islamic Republic of Iran. Today, those sanctions are still in place. And so what I'm asking is that we do three things. One, I'd like to know what our our retirement system's doing to protect that they aren't illegally invested, that they provide the Board of Supervisors with an annual report, because these companies change and the federal government issues who the companies are, but there's frequently a huge lag time. Right now, in the state legislature, because of AB 221, every 6 months they do a report updating it and making sure that they are abiding by those federal laws. And then the third component is, if they have to change their investment strategy, I ask that they do it to comply with U.S. sanctions. Now, the Deutsche Bank violated those sanctions, and under the Bush 43 administration, federal government confiscated $258 million. So these sanctions are real. They are going after it. But what we found in 28 states, what we found almost universally was that between 2 and 5% of the portfolios were violating U.S. sanctions because nobody asked the question to have a report. All I'm asking is that we account for the money that we invest. This is not hard, it's not expensive. It's relatively easy. When I ran the bill, everyone said it was impossible. And yet, within 30 days of the bill passing, they were able to comply. So we all know that money's the mother's milk of terrorism. Nowhere in my board letter did it mention anybody but the Islamic Republic of Iran. It didn't use Palestine, Muslim, or anything else, because many of the witnesses, one of the gentlemen that spoke at my press conference this morning was a torture victim from Iran. He's Iranian. He'd love to return to his country, but as long as the Islamic Republic of Iran is in power, he'll never be able to return. He was a torture victim during the student uprising. He was a student journalist, and they broke his hands on more than one occasion. So with that, I'd like to make the motion to ask that we have proof that we are not violating U.S. sanctions. Thank you.
All right, I'm happy to second the motion.
Second.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, you did?
No, you can second. It's fine. Any additional comments? Supervisor Montgomery Stepp.
Thank you so much, Chair. I just, I want to say this because I won't support it today, and I think in the context of where we are right now and the request essentially asking to do what I think we could already do in this context for us to continue to be in positions to make those dichotomous decisions, one or the other, when we really do need healing and to acknowledge kind of the visceral reaction that folks are feeling right now on either side of the larger issue, not just the board letter. The board letter is within the context of these larger issues that we're dealing with right now. So I just wanted to state that for the record. And, there's, of course, with this issue, there's disappointment on either side, and I completely understand that. I heard every single public comment, but within the context of where we are right now, I won't be supporting this. Thank you.
Thank you. I do want to make sure that I want to point out I will be supporting this item, but I want to make sure that I point out that divesting and aligning our county policies with federal sanctions and restrictions on the Islamic Republic of Iran does not in any way aim to harm the people of Iran or the Persian diaspora of San Diego. And I think that's important to mention, that we can send a clear message that we do not support the Iranian government's human rights abuses while also embracing Iran's ethnically diverse and historically rich culture. Our Persian friends, neighbors, and co-workers enrich our community, and I want to make sure that is abundantly clear. And I will be reading later on during our board report. I know it's been a really long meeting, but and there's been a couple of people who have said that that I have not made any statements as it relates to our Palestinian communities and our humanitarian the humanitarian impact and in our Middle Eastern community. I have met with our Middle Eastern group here in the county and have made some comments, and we did light our county white on behalf of our Middle Eastern particular communities and some of the inhumane impacts that they have had. But I'll read that statement later on, not right now, but I just wanted to share that with folks because people may not be here later. So with that, I'm happy to support this particular item. So we have a motion and a second. Please vote.
Chairwoman Vargas, that motion passes with Supervisor Montgomery Stepp voting no, all other supervisors being present and voting aye.
Okay. All right. The next item on our agenda is item number 32, conduct comprehensive fiscal study for solutions to improve retention and recruitment of San Diego County Sheriff's deputies. I am going to ask for public comment first.
Thank you, Chairwoman Vargas. We have 11 requests to speak on this item, 8 in person, 3 requesting to speak by phone. Also note for the record that we received 1 e-comment in opposition. Any members of the public that requested to speak on item 32 by phone, please dial into the conference line now using the instructions that were provided to you. We'll begin with the in-person speakers, again starting with those in favor, followed by those in opposition of this item. As your name is called, please come forward and stand against the east wall under the murals until it is your turn to speak. I'd like to invite forward Consuelo, Ben Nazarian, Mike O'Dinner, and Rick Roeder. If I've called your name, please come forward. I apologize if I've mispronounced names. It's been a long day. You're welcome to come forward in any order. You'll have 1 minute to address the board, and I'll ask you to please state your name for the audio record.
My name is Rick Roeder. I'm a local consulting actuary. Among my decades of background, I was the actuary for the San Diego County for roughly 15 years. And without going into any technical details, I wanted to assure you that a program that's commonly known as DROP can be designed on a cost-neutral basis. We understand that the county and/or the retirement board will retain its own actuary in the event that our proposal is seriously considered, and we think that they will agree with the assessment and the study that we've made. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hey, I'm Ben Nazarian. I've been on the department for 15 years. I work in the Detentions Bureau, and I work at San Diego Central Jail. I'm here to support item 32 for staffing and retention. At times, there can be one deputy per 250 inmates, which makes it really hard to take care of them. When staffing goes down, we have to put them in lockdown, which takes away visits, haircuts, phones, showers, laundry, any social interaction, exercise, counseling. It also limits our ability to give them medical and mental care. This puts inmates at odds with deputies, which makes uses of force go up, and it makes it really hard to take care of them, which could lead to lawsuits and other things. We need a cost-neutral way to keep deputies on, and a retirement plan that can defer it so people stay on a little bit longer. Thank you, Lawson Reamer, for her efforts to try to fix this, and I'd like to expedite the process instead of a year, preferably take 6 months to get this thing done. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello. Good evening, Board of Supervisors. My name is Mike O'Dean. I'm a deputy sheriff, and I'm also the president of the Deputy Sheriff's Association. I'm here tonight on behalf of the 2,292 members to support item 32. In short, over the past 24 months, we've lost 591 deputies, and we've hired 475 deputies in that same 2-year span, with a decrease of 116 deputies, on top of what we're already understaffed. The cost to replace these 591 deputies is roughly $70 million. That's $120,000 in nearly 1 year to produce a full solo trained deputy to replace one that leaves. Staffing shortages, low morale, and mandatory overtime for years has taken a severe toll on these dedicated men and women. The hard reality is that we continue losing deputies faster than we can hire them, particularly in our jails. Being understaffed makes the job more difficult and dangerous for deputies and the incarcerated population on many levels. The DSA appreciates the board's support in exploring ways to retain deputies and appreciates Supervisor Lawson Reamer and her staff for authoring this agenda item. Thank you very much.
As the next speaker is coming forward, I'd like to invite the speakers in opposition: Mark, Sandra Martinez, Audra, and Bryant Rumbaugh, also called Consuelo.
Solutions to improve retention. Well, for a start, the sheriffs may not, and the deputies may not believe in your system. They may have noticed that you're disarming our own public, that you destroyed our businesses, that you're very totalitarian, to be exact, an authoritarian corporate oligarchy that's mainly for profit and doesn't care about our people. On top of that, seeing that their boss, the sheriff, who's supposed to have the authority, who does have the authority and duty to actually keep you guys from doing what's called ultra vires, meaning government overreach, which you do all the time constantly, and are definitely disobeying your oath of office, disarming people and such, or disrupting their businesses for any reason. So the sheriff is supposed to arrest you for that, but we've got no oversight.
Thank you. Can you please state your name for the record?
Mark.
Thank you.
Consuelo, perhaps the loss of 591 deputies was due to the draconian mandates of being injected with an experimental shot till this day that has not been approved. Yeah, people are waking up. That is so exciting to know that nobody wants to join the organized crime of big government. I hope you all see this. What else? Oh yeah, it was funny to hear you mention how people should be treated with dignity and respect, and yet you don't even look at the people at the podium while we're here talking. We don't get paid. I should be home cooking for my kids, but I'm here, hopefully preserving their future of whatever's left.
Next speaker, please.
My person uses the name Audra, so of course, I mean, you know, it had nothing to do with you guys, why there's lack of sheriffs and police, right? Nothing with the mandates. That was COVID's doing. But luckily, we have an invasion on the border going, and it's been made into law that they can now be in the military and the police or the sheriff, law enforcement. So, I mean, we have plenty to choose from. I'm sure you don't even need to offer anything more. You can just go to them and be like, hey, we'll give you a job. In fact, right when they come, you should just give them a uniform and swear them in, right? I mean, because all the oaths don't really make a difference. And like Mark was saying, these guys should actually be holding you guys accountable, and the people are higher than them and you. And sadly, the people aren't confident enough in that, because you guys sit here and you give us a dystopian world that you think is so fantastic, and you've brainwashed so many people into believing that that's true. And instead...
Thank you. A final call for Brian Trumbod, Sandra Martinez. We'll now hear from the individual that requested to speak by phone.
All about you are being asked to fund a city for $250,000 on just one option to increase retention. I think the sheriff or someone in the department would know more about how to attract new hires. And you should be doing a broad-based survey to consider all options for retention and recruitment. You might even want to ask around things like, why did you join the police and not someone else? Be creative. You'll probably find a lot of different motives. In fact, getting the job or not wanting the job is one motive for not joining or for leaving. One thing I can tell you, a lot of police are going to resent doing psych duty, bringing mental patients to hospitals and back. That's not what we pay them for, and no wonder we need more police.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
Hey, it's truth, Tara. You're the last person who should be trying to help keep or recruit sheriff's deputies. Nobody believes you care about retaining deputies when you demanded they all get the deadly clot shot. So the smart ones refused, escaped from California, and now you've caused this massive void we now suffer from. And Tara, you've been involved in so much gun reduction agenda, there's no way any deputy would want to work with somebody who clearly doesn't understand the basic rights of personal protection. Nor does anyone buy that community policing is going to stop the smash and grab robberies that your political allies have enabled by giving the green light on theft under $1,000. Nor have you, Tara, protected inmates in the county jails when they're dying at a record rate. That doesn't even have anything to do with deputy numbers when it's the medical staff that's failing to keep watch. Overall, I thought this item read like a desperate political straw grab for votes. Sorry, Tara, unlike the lies in this item, you're not a leader when this is the first time you've actually kept your butt in a seat for the whole meeting. And I'm actually including the breaks that you constantly take. But usually you just plain leave. You don't even show up at all, or you show up late.
Thank you. And Chairwoman Vargas, that concludes the public comment on this item.
Vice Chair Lawson-Reber.
Yeah, I'd just like to make a motion on this item. You know, we think we continually face the challenge of ensuring that we're adequately supporting our deputies and that we're having adequate staffing levels, particularly in our detention facilities. And at the same time, you know, really trying to be fiscally responsible and look at cost-neutral mechanisms and innovative strategies to retain the best and the brightest for our communities and to ensure our communities are safe, and as well as to ensure that the folks that are in our detention facilities are incarcerated, you know, are treated with dignity and respect, which requires that we actually are staffing our jails. So just hope to be able to count on the support of my colleagues for this study to take a look at what could be done and whether there's a path here that could be innovative and could either be cost neutral or even potentially save us money while also getting us better quality and better service and supporting our men and women in law enforcement here in San Diego County. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Desmond.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Vice Chair Lawson-Remer, for bringing this item forward. We do need more deputies, and I do think retaining the ones that we've already trained and paid for, as opposed to recruiting and then a lot of people wash out and it takes a while to get people trained. I'm agreeable to the study, but I think, we need more deputies now. And so I'd like to see this done in 6 months. As opposed to 12 months. You get 250 grand, we should be able to get that done, I think, a lot sooner. So I'd be happy to second the motion if you didn't make one. But if we could get this back in 6 months to the Board of Supervisors.
Thank you. So we put 12 months in here because we consulted with staff and they said that they actually said they needed 18 months and we had a little fight with them. We said faster, faster, faster. So pushed really hard and they told me 12 months. So I want to defer to staff on what's feasible to do this in a rigorous way. Obviously, faster the better, but please let me know what's reasonable.
Thank you for the request. I certainly understand the urgency associated with the problem that we're trying to find solutions for here as it relates to recruitment and retention, so I appreciate that. The timeline that the staff put together in terms of the report back here took into consideration procurement activities as well as upcoming activities associated with budget development. I understand there is, a desire to move faster, and we certainly have talked about what we can do to streamline some of those activities, working through them during the budget season, although we expect that it's going to be a very difficult budget season this year, and those same resources that will be problem solving there would be the experts who would be working on looking at this program formulation. That said, all in all, we can expedite the procurement timeline and the analysis, but the soonest that we can commit in terms of a report back and do an outstanding job that you're used to receiving from us would be the end of August.
Great. So what I would take from, I appreciate that, thank you. So I would be happy to expedite this as much as possible. I will take an amendment, would say no later than the date here, but as soon as possible, if that would be amenable to my colleague.
How about the end of August?
I think Ebony, please let me know what's reasonable. If that's reasonable, fine. I just don't, I don't want you to put it in a spot that you can't do something that you can't execute.
Thank you. I appreciate the conversation. I would appreciate the flexibility to keep the date, and we certainly will do it sooner if we can. This is not just as simple as, running a set of numbers. I certainly wish it was. There is certainly more consideration here in terms of approach, and we want to do a good job for you all in considering this important benefit. So I would definitely appreciate the flexibility of keeping the date as it is, but I'm committed to you that we will get this done as soon as possible, and if we can report back sooner, we would.
So perhaps instead of saying in 12 months, we can say no later than 12 months and as soon as possible.
So I have a question though, because I know we're talking about 8 months, what did you say, 6 months and 12 months, right? But, so our budget process starts, and we have to have a budget approved by July. So are you thinking 6 months because you wanted to be part of the process in July? It seems to me that it would be a little bit premature. Even if we have it in August, then you would have to make an amendment anyway, right? Can you talk about what that would look like? Because you would have to go back to do negotiations. Can you talk about what that would look like? Because I want to be very real, because I don't want us to... We need more officers. So, because I have a lot of questions. So
I appreciate that question, Chairwoman. You're exactly getting to some of the considerations that we have talked about internally about That's right. And so internally, we need to talk about what these options are and get feedback. Ultimately, we will need to meet and confer. This is a report back to your board, so there'll still be dialogue internally with your respective offices so that we can get direction on how to proceed in terms of moving forward based on the options that ultimately are presented to you with consultation by the actuary, as well as some other feedback that we're looking for from the State of California Actuary Association. So we are going to have additional actions before we can actually implement. So additional action of the board following the meet and confer process. There will be additional analysis that's required with SD Sarah's actuary to make sure that whatever we do negotiate is cost neutral. There'll be a certification process, and then we would have to return back to your board with that certification to adopt a resolution or an ordinance to actually enact the benefit.
So I have a couple questions, and I know that I want to, I appreciate the Vice Chair bringing this forward, and I want to better understand, and I know that I've spoken to the association, and they've come to me about this issue. And I do understand that we need to better support our deputy sheriffs and improve retention and recruitment with the department, but I also, I know that we've made a commitment to make significant investments towards sheriff law enforcement recruitment, and the 3-year retention package is estimated at about $20.8 million, right? And our board is committed to increasing the workforce among our first responders and sheriff's deputies. That's been a priority for us. So I've heard firsthand from our deputies the challenges they face from the lack of staffing. Deputies often must be alone without a partner because we can't fill certain shifts, which inevitably leads to mandatory overtime and ultimately creates a strain on already burdened departments. The staffing shortages also affect the services that we can provide our incarcerated folks, nurses, behavioral health personnel, therapists, and others that cannot perform their duties without a deputy. So before I can get to a place where I'm going to be able to support such an action in terms of being able to support the actual, I'm going to second your motion, Supervisor, so that we can do the study. But in order for me to support the actual moving forward with this, I want to be able to understand I want to get some clarity on the study what is being sought out, right? I know we've looked at the study conducted by the City of San Diego, and I know that most of us are aware of the challenges presented by the city, and to ensure that our county can learn from those lessons learned, I want to explain how the study is different than what happened in the city. What does it currently cost a department to retain a deputy, and what about recruitment? Because that's been a priority for us. And currently, there are no counties who have adopted a drop, right? And so we would be the first one. And so I want to better understand what that looks like for us. And then have we reached out to other counties as to why they've elected not to do one? For any other counties considering similar actions, what does that look like? Especially right now, since we are looking, we had just had a forecast conversation earlier today about what that looks like. And I want to make sure that our Sheriff's Department understands that it is a priority for me, that they're safe, that they have the tools that they need. We have been investing in making sure that you have the tools that you need for your recruitment. But where we really need the support is where our, where we really need the support is with our detention officers. That's the numbers that we looked at during the conversations that we've had in the last couple of discussions have been in our jails. That's where the big issue is, and that's where I'm really concerned, because that's where the biggest challenges are. So I want to make sure that that's part of the bigger conversation about the recruitment there. So based on the language within the letter, costs associated with drop exceeds projections would lead to unexpected financial burdens on the sponsoring government. What will be done to limit these financial burdens, to ensure that the program does not have any unintended consequences, to ensure fiscal responsibility for the county? And so those are some of the questions that I have that I want to make sure are addressed in this study. So I appreciate the Vice Chair bringing this forth, because I do think this is important. I'm open to these conversations. I do think that it's fiscally prudent to do a 12-month study, because I believe that I'm open to, as I've always said, to having these conversations. I think trying to do something in 6 months is trying to accelerate a process while we are right now, we just had a conversation about where we are in our budgetary process. I don't think that is fiscally prudent for us to try to just kind of hurry up and try to do something. I'd rather do something that is going to be done right, get the information, get it back, and then we make a decision on what is best for our county. We are going to be going through a process where we're going to have a new CAO, being able to make sure that that person is integral to the decision-making process as we're looking at our budgetary decisions moving forward. So happy to second it and move forward in that way. So Supervisor Anderson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. We're losing 22 deputies a month. And I'm saying this for Monica's benefit because you've all heard me say it so many times. I'm the only supervisor that lives in the unincorporated. This is my only law enforcement. We're not going to have enough to cover my streets. I get it. You all can take the high ground, and when you call 911, it's not the sheriffs that are showing up. And in your sheriffs, that's your city. It's not the same as the unincorporated. The second thing is, maybe, and I don't want to put anybody on the spot. I don't want to put anybody on the spot, but just how many lawsuits have we lost in the last 4 years, 3 years? And how much money have we lost in those lawsuits that are on appeal? And we're worried about 6 months, a year. If we narrow that down to the cost per lawsuit per dollar, we'd be around $500,000 a day. And we don't see this as a priority to move it forward when our liability is so high. I get you may not care about the unincorporated, or you may. But how do we not, going into the budget, not have a better answer on whether this is feasible or not? We don't even know if it's feasible. It comes back and we don't know. And I have a question of staff. We have an actuary who did the work who used to work for us. How much actuary work are we going to have to do? I mean, really, how much are we going to have to chase down? We may have other elements that take more time, but if it doesn't pan out on the actuary side, it's game, set, match before we go forward, because I don't see any faces here saying that they're eager to pay more money in that sense and open up that Pandora's box. So can we break this down and maybe have the actuary portion come back sooner? Since we're not reinventing the wheel, all we're doing is confirming the research that's been done by an actuary that worked for us for a number of years. So how does that work?
Give me 1 second. Let me have the CAO.
Well, there's a variety of things that, assumptions that have to be made, and we can look at what the actuary, what Mr. Roeder's assumptions were, but that's not budget quality, first of all, and we don't even know that we would agree necessarily with the assumptions that you put into the model. So I think it's important that we have an independent actuary. The question is, how quickly could we get our own independent actuary on board and get this done? And then we also have to, once we have that, come back, get you all to have a resolution, and then we have to give it to SD Sarah with your all's approval. So I think we've been looking at this very closely for the last couple of days because several of you have mentioned to me your concerns, and we know that if this really is going to help retention, we need to do this quickly. And so I think what Ebony's team feels comfortable with is saying we can have a set of assumptions that we can all agree to in a program that we think is doable, and then have the actuary come back and tell us whether that's cost neutral or not by the end of August. I don't think we're comfortable getting it done any sooner than that, where we would have a quality product that we could be confident is cost neutral to recommend. We can't just take the program.
I'm not suggesting that.
And I don't mean to besmirch. I've looked at some of Mr. Roeder's assumptions. That's fine. I don't even think you would say that that's necessarily the program that we would implement. I think you have made that comment to me when we've talked. But you've looked at it, and you even in your comments today, you said you think we could design a program that would be cost neutral, and we would need to work and have some dialogue around what that might look like. And having an independent actuary, I think, validates one way or the other that. So I would say the earliest we could come back then would be the end of August. And then, of course, SD Sarah would need some time to look at our actuary and also agree that, yes, okay, we will go forward with that. So we can commit to coming back by the end of August with a recommendation, with a program. But again, we're still going to need to go through the SD Sarah process as well. So Ebony, is there anything else that you'd like to add? I want to be in full disclosure, I'm relying on Ebony and Michael to carry this forward because I will not be here at that time. The chairwoman mentioned that, you know, the new CAO will be on board at that point, and the new CAO may need a little bit of time as well. But I am 100% confident in the product that you will deliver, and I think we can do a good job in August to bring it back, but then there's still some technical things that would have to happen in SD Sarah approval to go forward and implement, which would take the 12 months. Ebony, is there anything that you would like to add to that, or if you disagree with me, feel free, this is your opportunity.
No, I think you've covered it. Thank you.
To finish my remarks, and thank you for that. It was very helpful. No. I wanted to hear that answer. So actually, this is a way of me getting a second bite at the apple in a very polite manner. So I get it may take more time. What if we were to say August 31st, and if Ebony needs more time, she'd come back and ask us for it? Here's the concern I have. My biggest complaint here, while the county is filled with wonderful people that work very hard, and I have great respect for, and you've heard me say it more than once, why is it that it costs us hundreds of millions of dollars and it's not prioritized? Our lawsuits, we can't have a board meeting that we go into closed session that there isn't a lawsuit. I'm not going to have any potholes filled in my district because every attorney is going to have a new car based on our lawsuits. And I just want to make sure that we're giving it the college try, heave-ho, to get this over the finish line. Because even if we get there in August, it may not be workable at all. And we need to see, we're losing 22 people a month. At some point, our jails are going to look like our borders.
So, okay, wait, that's a little bit, okay. So so right now we have a motion and a second on the recommendation to have it back to us in 12 months. What we can do is, if it's okay with the maker of the motion, that if it's a possibility to have it beforehand, we can have it we can have a first phase of it come back in August so that we can get sort of like a first phase of it. How about if we do that so that we can get a first, what do we call that? Like a first take on it, but then the final in a year, just so that we can have some time. So we don't do it backwards, but it gives you some time so we can present it that way. I think that's the most fiscally prudent way of doing it. And I think to your point, Supervisor Anderson, is that it's really important that we're talking about, you know, when we're talking about the lawsuits, and we're not going to take a deeper dive into that, because I think that the issue of that is really not just the sheriff's issue, is the detention, the issue of our need to recruit more folks in our jails who are.
And your point spoke to it greatly. Mm-hmm. A nurse, a doctor, a dentist, nobody can administer to these folks without a deputy there. Mm-hmm. And for their safety, and with good reason. So I'm worried about the ripple effect of not having enough security in there, and that somebody ends up suing us because they were supposed to have a doctor's appointment. They missed it because we failed because we didn't have enough deputies. Yeah. So I'm looking at this, I'm just thinking, just in the short time I've been here, the numbers are staggering.
Yeah.
How do I go back to my constituents in the future and say, well, we didn't think it was much of a priority. We had parks and potholes to fill, so we lost $400 million. It's very hard for me to say that we weren't prudent in our approach and that we gave priority. You know, the other issue that I have, and so sideline, is if we make money on it, it drives me nuts that we're not doing stuff that's billable.
Yeah.
At the same time.
Yeah.
Those are the two areas that drive me nuts.
I think what you have to remember is that the city of San Diego lost money with it, and I think, you know, the argument can be made because there's two sides to the story everywhere. But if you go back and you look at where the city of San Diego is, and I'm not going to put the supervisor on the spot right now, but we can have a whole conversation about it, and I don't want to taint the report that's going to come back because I want to wait, right? I want to wait. And having served on CalSTRS and having served on ST-SARA, I have my really strong opinions on this, and so, but I don't want to talk about that right now. Right now, what we're doing is we're voting on this item, which is, I want to give you a fair chance. You're requesting for us to look at this item. My colleague has said, let's take a deeper dive on this. Let's figure out if this is if there's a way for us to do this on a cost-neutral way for all of us, and if this is something that can help us, let's take a look at it, because we are committed to figuring out a way to ensure that we have, you know, recruitment and retention for our sheriffs. So I'm willing to go there. Not necessarily promising anything, but I'm happy to go there in that direction. All right? So we have a motion and a second. Do you have anything else, sir?
I've been patiently waiting here.
No, I know. I'm saying we have a motion and a second. Is there any additional discussion? You are on here. I'm going to go to you now.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, so what would be the deliverable in August, Helen?
Well, the motion is for it to come in December.
I'd like to have Helen answer this question.
We would come back with an analysis of a program that would be either cost neutral or not, with the best assumptions that we would make to do that evaluation based on an independent actuarial expert analysis.
So is it your understanding that we want this back by August or sometime in August?
No, I'm asking, I didn't ask for it to come back in August. No, because it's not her motion. It's her and my motion.
I'm not asking you a question, I'm asking Helen a question.
She's the CAO, the motion is her and mine.
I get it, so I still have discussion and questions.
No, but excuse me, sir, you're the supervisor, she's the supervisor, and I'm the supervisor. We are the ones that are discussing what we want in return. So the motion was for it to come back in a year, and we're negotiating, listen, we are the supervisors, we're directing the CAO.
I'm a supervisor just like you, and I've been elected, and I also have my right to have questions and discussion.
Yes, you can have a question, and the question is based on the recommendation that the motion is before us. The motion that the supervisor and I, the vice chair and I have made.
I want to know what the deliverable is.
Well, what we are asking for is the first phase.
Don't make a substitute motion just to have a question answered. Don't make us make a substitute motion.
No.
Let's just ask the
I know,
question.
but I want to make sure that she understands what we had asked, because I didn't ask for a report. I didn't ask for the whole report to come back in August. What I said is, come back with the first phase in August. That's what I said. So I just want to make sure it's clear.
I don't know what the first phase is.
And my best estimate is by the end of August, we would come back with a program that we could, from an independent actuarial analysis that would give you all a recommendation, or maybe a recommendation isn't the right word. We would give you the analysis that would say, we believe we can attest that this is cost neutral, or no, we don't believe we can say this is cost neutral. And then from there, you all would have to take an action. We would then have to ask ST-SARA to take an action, and they would also have their own actuarial look at our independent actuarial analysis and then determine.
Okay, so then Supervisor Vargas, Chair, is that your understanding in your motion?
No, because I heard from my budget, no, it's because that's not what I heard from our finance person, that we can actually get the best result. What I heard was that we were going to try to gather all the information, and we would have a first phase of what we were going to be able to get, that it would take a little bit longer. So that's what I wanted them to come back in August, would be with, all right, where I had some questions, very specific questions that I asked. You know, what happened at the city of San Diego? What other counties are doing it? I want to get a report of who else is doing it. Why are they not doing it? I want to do an assessment, and I want to better understand. That's the first phase. I think getting a cost-neutral report would take a little bit longer. I think you need to do a deeper dive. I'm not sure, and with all due respect, Helen, that you can get something by August. Now, what I was informed when I was briefed, I was informed that that's not something that you can get as quickly as 6 months. That's why I'm having this conversation with you right now.
We can't do it
And
in
I
6
don't want us to say that we're going to do something that we can't, because then what's going to happen in 6 months in August, we're going to have to delay it. Excuse me, sir. What I don't want to do is create expectations, and then Helen won't be here anymore, and then the public, the sheriffs are going to be disappointed, right? The association will be disappointed when they don't get what we just had a conversation, and it's going to be, you know, going back and forth. So I'm trying to be very clear about what we're trying to get. So I've made very clear, I've asked very clear questions about what I would like our actuary to do. I want to make sure that it's a very, very deep dive about what this is. There's a lot of work that needs to be done. So I would like it to be like a first phase that comes back in August, so we get all of the information about what this is. I want it to not only be about the recruitment and retention around the sheriffs, but also around the different pieces of it, right? The detention, et cetera, and then from there, give us a report where all of that is, and then do a second phase so that within the year we can have that.
Thank you, both Helen as well as to you, Chair Vargas, for the clarifications that you're making. I would add for the August report back, what I would expect is that we will have some information on the parameters, as well as the questions that would be outstanding on parameters that would be required to establish a cost-neutral program. So in that interim report, if we were not done by the end of August, which again, I want to just make clear to this full board that I am committed to working around the clock with my team to get this done as quickly as possible. And I'm being very honest and transparent with you all about the time that I think is required, so that I can just make sure that I'm setting reasonable expectations with you all. But if there are parameters that are still questions that are outstanding at that time, we would communicate that to you at that time, along with the additional information that was requested. And if I can't meet that August 31st deliverable, I'll be communicating that well in advance. I'd like to keep you all informed on what we're seeing as we move through this analysis periodically, as opposed to waiting until we get to the end of the analysis, because I understand how critical this is, and that it's a learning process for everyone that's involved to understand the various configurations and parameters that can be structured for these types of programs. So just to add to what you both said, as it relates to any potential deliverables that could be brought forward in an interim report, for example, on August 31st, if we could not complete it by August 31st, we would also include information to let you know where there were questions or parameters that we were still evaluating.
Well, first I just want to say I'm very grateful that everybody is so supportive of my item, that everyone's racing to get it done more quickly. So thank you, and you know, just to reiterate, I appreciate we've been working really hard with staff to bring this forward, and you know, the sooner the better. The sooner the better. We are obviously in a crisis, and the sooner the better. Just to make my intent clear. So I think you've heard that loud and clear from everyone here. The sooner the better. So the sooner the better. Thank you. Yeah.
Seeing no other comments, we have a motion and a second. Please vote.
Chairwoman Vargas, that motion passes unanimously with all supervisors being present and voting aye.
I'm going to go to public, non-agenda public comment. All right, I'm going to go over to non-agenda public comment.
Thank you, Chairwoman Vargas. We have 36 remaining requests to speak on matters not listed on the agenda, 14 in person and 22 requesting to speak by phone. For those that requested to speak by phone, please dial into the conference line now using the instructions that were provided to you. We'll begin with the in-person speakers. As your name is called, please come forward and stand against the east wall under the murals until it is your turn to speak. You'll have 2 minutes to address the board. I'd like to invite forward the following individuals: Fadwa Min Falastine, Michael Brando, Doris Bitar, Robert Gurman, Maya De La Torre,
Robert Gurman, Lakeside. I'm here to congratulate Monica Montgomery Stepp. Congratulations. I grew up and was raised in District 4, and I've been out in Lakeside for the last 20 years. What a change. I also am requesting, I had a 2-minute slideshow for today, and I would like to move it to tomorrow, because we only have 1 minute, unless you want to grant me an extension of 2 minutes and watch my slideshow as closing. Chairman Vargas? Chairperson Vargas? You're going to give me the 2? I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Tomorrow.
Oh, tomorrow. No, wrong day. Anyways, congratulations. Thanks.
Thank you. I'll call the additional 5 speakers: Steve Babbitt, Sarah Ochoa, Mark, Josh McClure, and Audra. Will be followed by Luke, Consuelo, Melissa Sanchez, and Karana.
Hi, I'm Steve Babbitt, Senior Pastor of Spring Valley Community Church in District 4. Our food pantry serves more than 10,000 individuals each month, and I'm here to offer heartfelt congratulations to Supervisor Montgomery Stepp. It has been a long time coming, and I believe you are here for such a time as this. I've been watching to see how you're going to be operating tonight, and I'm very happy with what I see, so thank you. I'm here to very respectfully request action on the Bancroft Senior Shelter. When your seat was vacated earlier this year, a vote to approve a world-class shovel-ready senior shelter in District 4 was put on pause. And this project will serve one of our most vulnerable populations, seniors in addiction recovery. It will create dozens of local jobs and is to be paid for with ARPA funds, as I understand. Blueprints have already been drafted. A lease agreement has been negotiated with the county, and the project is primed and ready to come before this board. It has only been waiting for you. So, Supervisor Montgomery Stepp, if it pleases you and the rest of the board, as one of your first legislative victories, we ask that you would bring forward this much-needed agenda item as soon as possible. I believe the Bancroft Senior Shelter has the support of most, if not all, of the other supervisors. And I just want to say thank you again so much for your willingness to serve. And you have a very hard job. And I would offer you a bottle of Advil after today. You might need it. But anyway, I invite you to reach out to me for any additional information about the Bancroft Senior Shelter. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Oliver Twist here. First, I want to give a congratulations and a heartfelt thank you to our CAO, Helen Robbins-Meyer, for her tremendous leadership and steadfast service to the citizens of San Diego County. I appreciate your stewardship of our money, as well as your keen mind and your compassionate heart. Good luck on your next chapter. You will be greatly missed. Now, as the year winds down, I also want to take this time to ask that you fly this flag to commemorate the sanctity of human life. Oops, got it the right way. And I had made this request last year and you ignored me, but I am asking for equity on the flagpole, especially since Human Rights Day is just around the corner, December 10th. The United Nations Declaration of Human Rights tells us, quote, "We need to stand up for our rights and those of others." So now I ask you to continue to demonstrate your commitment to human rights and the sanctity of all human life. I'm also asking you to please plan to light up the county building in white lights sometime during the third week of January, from the 15th to the 19th, to honor the sanctity of human life. The county has a long tradition of lighting up this beautiful building in various colors to commemorate numerous causes. In that vein, I am now asking for the sanctity of human life to be among them. And I will be coming down and doing a vigil also like I did last year. I earnestly believe in this cause, and I'm asking you to give my flag time on the flagpole. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Consuelo, to understand how the elite control you, you must understand Hegelian dialect. In today's world, we see one mass shooting after another, terrorist attack, or man-made natural disaster. This is the works of the ruling elite that purposely design and create all these problems, anticipating in advance the reaction of the population to the crisis. When the population is properly conditioned, the desired agenda of the ruling elite is presented as the solution. The solution they present is not intended to solve the problem, but to serve as the basis for a new problem or exacerbate the existing one. When the newly created problem reaches a boiling point, it then becomes the foundation for the people to clamor for change again. This process is repeated over and over and over all the time, moving society towards whatever the endpoint they have in mind. So it's evident of how you guys are all going back and forth. It's kind of sad that you don't see it, but we're all being played. Nobody's safe. It really is time to start creating a new system, far from the system that's not working, and you see it. I don't know if you sold your soul or you're getting a lot of money. I don't know what it is, but it's just very evident. And if you, say you care for people, put your money where your mouth is and make change for all of us, not just for the federal government. And God, I hope you guys wake up.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Mark, Biden is a domestic enemy, and it is your sworn duty to secure our border, which he is neglecting. Supreme Court will back you later. Legal crossings topped a daily average of more than 8,000 last month, and claims that Latin American nations are conspiring against U.S. as 5,000 head to border. California officials defy ICE detainer, release convicted child murderer. Invaders are murdering our citizens. Controlling our border is a national emergency, Nora. San Diego city shelters overwhelmed with as many as 500 new arrivals each day. Israel has a 30-foot-high concrete wall studded with sensors to detect tunnels across the Gaza Strip, a network of radar arrays and other surveillance sensors, and remote control weaponry. $260 billion to Israel and $13.9 billion to secure Ukraine's border. What have you supervisors in our government done to protect us? You can 3D print 20 by 40-foot structures with a razor-sharp 20-foot-high back wall and bulletproof 2-inch steel in back with cheap motion sensors and cameras to alert 7 Border Patrol agents per mile who could be housed with their families and quickly dispatch 63 more agents within a 5-mile radius or call the military. Also housing our homeless or low income for a tiny fraction of what you spent to constantly fail. about 200 million, which Nora is requesting 1.2 billion. So this is like a sixth of that, a fifth, or something like that. See these videos? This one here is Mayor Wells saying that Sandag has its own agenda. That agenda is the UN agenda. This is literally the YouTube title. And at 1 hour, 22 minutes and 50 seconds, you can see them talking about restricting our driving, unconstitutionally just destroying our sovereignty. Everyone should see this. 1 hour, 22 minutes and 50 seconds. It's happening in Europe now with the ULEZ zones.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
My person uses the name Audra. Too bad we didn't have this item on the agenda today.
You know, an actual liver, not a, you know, bunch of shredded up, you know. Or especially brain is where it's actually really a big issue. Hemispheres need to be intact. It's a big deal with neural tissue and the progenitors because those are particularly fragile.
I'd say a lot of people want liver. And for that reason,
You can't hear it.
providers will do under ultrasound guidance, so they'll know where they're putting their forceps. Then a rate-limiting step of the procedure is calvarium. Calvarium, the head is basically the biggest part. Most of the other stuff can come out intact. We've been very good at getting heart, lung, liver, because we know that, so I'm not going to crush that part. I'm going to basically crush below, I'm going to crush above, and I'm going to see if I can get it intact.
That's talking about abortion and what they do, and that they're asking for parts. It's organ harvesting. They crush above and below where they don't want to harm that part that they're going to sell, and they sell their blood, and that's something that you must acknowledge, because we sit here and we act like, oh, there's nothing wrong with this. It's a satanic ritual to do this to children, to rip them apart limb by limb and sacrifice them to Moloch or Baal or Satan, whatever you want to call it. That's what they do. And in New Mexico, they have a new satanic abortion ceremony that you can actually engage in. And so you can basically kill your own child and sacrifice them to the most evil entity that is ruling this world that you guys have sold your soul to. Because you can't even acknowledge the fact that these babies are ripped apart limb by limb. You sat here and watched Mike crush that lemon, and all of you felt compelled to come down here and clean it up.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Did you call Luke?
Luke, I'm here today to put this board on and this country on notice. The people have had enough, and they are waking up fast. They're waking up to the fact that this government never puts the interests of its people first. They are waking up to the fact that no matter which party we vote for, we get the same corrupt nonsense forced onto us against our will. They are waking up to the fact that both the Republicans and the Democrats are completely compromised, and they're not going to take it anymore. A new quantum movement is rising. From the inner city to the suburbs to the reservations, people from all backgrounds and all walks of life are realizing that both political parties are complete frauds and are coming together to challenge this. We are done letting you violate our rights. We are done letting you misuse our tax money, and we are done letting you ignore our votes. Over the next year, there will be groups like ours popping up across the country, showing up at state legislatures, county boards, city councils, and school boards to hold all of you people accountable for the mess you have made of our country, to shake the walls of Babylon, and to send a message that history will never forget, that our constitutional rights and our votes are not optional, and that if this government continues operating in this illegal and unconstitutional way, we will have no problem generating the overwhelming Democratic mandate we need to fire all of you and rebuild it entirely. This great realignment is underway. A new coalition is rising. You have been officially put on notice. Respect the will of the people or be peacefully swept away by the storm. That's it.
Thank you. Again, final call for Melissa Sanchez, Karana, Fadwa Min Falastine, Michael Brando, Doris Bitar, Maya De La Torre, Sarah Ochoa, and Josh McClure. Not seeing any movement in the chamber, we'll now hear from the individuals that requested to speak by phone. Again, when it is your turn to speak, you'll be unmuted and you will hear a recording that will tell you to begin your comments after the beep. I'll remind the callers they should mute their TV or live video stream before they begin speaking. We'll start with our first caller.
Yes, Josh McClure, Director of Pregnancy Care Clinic in Santee and San Diego. Work together and also speaking for 16 pregnancy centers in the county. Together we have more than 2 million visits in a year, offering over $5 million in free services to our communities. We're funded by the community we serve. Our clients rate the services of PCC as 5 on Yelp and 4.2 on Google. Similar stats for the other 16 pregnancy centers. You can compare that with the 3 stars for the Planned Parenthood up the street and 2.5 at the Sarah Weddington Planned Parenthood. If this county has $500,000 to not spend on homeless problems, may I suggest that it support the more reputable free services that PCCs provide.
All right, we'll hear from the next caller.
My name is Dan Schmihovsky. I am a candidate for San Diego mayor. I am a 58-year resident of San Diego and a 50-year professional in real estate in La Jolla. Now, I have heard much propaganda tonight. I have heard much misinformation tonight, but notwithstanding all of that, allow me to continue. We have a migrant crisis, a humanitarian crisis, right here at the airport in San Diego. What we ought to do is put the migrants on a decommissioned Navy vessel in the port. Something like what was proposed during the Vietnam era, where the flagship SS United States was touted as a hospital ship. I know, because my father's plan was promoted by Ambassador Porter at the Paris peace talks via the State Department, the U.S. Department of State. We need the U.S. Department of State. We need the Pentagon. We need the Big Four in South America to cooperate. Argentina, Brazil, Peru, and Chile, to get out of this mess. And we can do it with the willpower. And as a candidate in the 1 Million Mile Man, a documentary by CBS.
Now hear from the next caller.
Good evening, supervisors, and congratulations, Supervisor Monica Montgomery Steep. What a monumentous day. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Courtney Norton, a resident of Alpine and a board member of a nonprofit called Preserve Alpine's Heritage. There's an agenda item for the land use meeting tomorrow regarding the Alpine Sports Complex. Community members have tried to meet with each of your offices to schedule meetings to discuss our concerns and have not been successful. There are new concerns that have been raised that have not been addressed with each supervisor and with the new supervisor, Monica Montgomery Step. I request you delay the vote on the Alpine Sports Complex tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
Good evening. I'm Dominique Norton. I'm a longtime resident of Alpine and a board member of Preserve Alpine's Heritage. First, I want to thank each of you for your public service and for representing the fine people of San Diego County. A massive congratulations to the newest member, Monica Montgomery Step, on this momentous, historic day. I want to call your attention to agenda item number 8 on the December 6th hearing agenda regarding the final draft EIR for the proposed sports complex in Alpine. The public has actively participated in numerous public meetings and hearings related to the proposed project and has overwhelmingly opposed the scope and size of the proposal, yet the project has not changed or been downsized from its onset. As a board member of Preserve Alpine's Heritage, we strongly encourage the Board of Supervisors to disapprove of this agenda item, or at a minimum, delay the vote to allow your newest Board of Supervisor member adequate time to review the final draft EIR along with the countless letters in opposition. This is a project being forced on a community that has opposed the size and scope from the very beginning. Please listen to the people you are here to represent. Preserve Alpine's Heritage, following the continuance of the November 8th supervisors hearing, was requesting meetings from each of your offices. However, we've been able to secure meetings with any of your office staff. We want to stress that each of you, that the final EIR fails to adequately address the comments provided through the SEQA process, including new information that has been raised prior to the November and December board meetings. Again, thank you very much for your public service and consideration, and I hope you guys can get some rest tonight after this long day. Thank you.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
Good evening, all. My name is Sarah Ochoa, and I live in D1. First, thank you all for continuing to serve the public during the D4 vacancy. In particular, thank you, Chair Vargas, for leading through tough times and sometimes collaborating with members across the aisle, such as Supervisor Anderson, to put people ahead of partisanship on critical issues. Speaking this afternoon as a member of the Cleveland National Forest Foundation, evening. We've submitted unanswered comment letters related to agenda item 8 for tomorrow's meeting. I request that you delay this item. Documented deficiencies in the plan for the massive Alpine sports proposal include inaccurate population projections and unmitigable environmental and cumulative impacts in violation of CEQA. Alpine community members have consistently expressed opposition and frustration that this parcel intended for preservation of sensitive species and beloved natural space was flipped without explanation into a massive professional sports complex that is sorely out of place. Please direct staff to address these concerns, meet with the community, and amend recommendations as necessary prior to bringing the Alpine Sports Complex forward for a vote. Thank you and congratulations, Supervisor Montgomery Step. So happy to have you on board, and thank you all for taking the time to hear my comments tonight.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
Barbara Gordon. Good evening. Recently, San Diego health officials have highlighted the mental health related to the risk of marijuana, particularly frequent use of high-potency marijuana among youth. I work with young people, and I am concerned the potency of THC found in these products have been on the rise for years, with roughly 20% increase every year, according to the study published by the Society for the Study of Addiction. According to the Center for Disease and Prevention, the use of marijuana, especially high-potency marijuana, is a risk factor for psychosis and mental health disorders such as schizophrenia. Among youth, the risk is even greater. Marijuana was the primary substance used by youth ages 12 to 17 in San Diego County treatment programs in 2020 to 21. This is according to the county data. I urge you to not ignore the risk factors such as the perceived acceptability of marijuana, especially among our young people, and stop prioritizing the marijuana industry. Thank you.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
My name is David Morales, and I'm a resident of District 4. There's a genocide happening, a genocide of Palestinians by the Israeli government. It is baffling, outrageous, unbelievable how business as usual can continue without the county government ever mentioning this genocide, the genocide of Palestinians, and particularly when San Diego County houses among the biggest military contractors, weapons manufacturers that supply the Israeli government with the tools to continue this massacre. I urge you all, with the power to do so, to pass a resolution in opposition to this genocide and in recognition of the humanity of Palestinians. I urge you all to call for a ceasefire now. I urge San Diego County government to stand on the right side of history, to not be remembered as an entity that stood idle, silent, while Palestinians were being massacred with weapons made here. To be clear, this is not a call for anti-Semitism, and this position is not anti-Jewish. There are millions of Jewish people that support this position, that support a ceasefire, that support life. This is a position against settler colonialism, against militarism, against impunity, and against death.
Thank you. And Chairwoman Vargas, that concludes a request for non-agenda public communication this afternoon. That concludes the business before the board. Closed session items listed as agenda item 35 are continued to tomorrow. The board will reconvene tomorrow, Wednesday, December 6, 2023 at 10 a.m. Again, for the public's benefit, the meeting will begin at 10 a.m. for the planning and land use session of this meeting. Thank you.
This meeting is adjourned.